Megan, are you recording? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this morning's County of Placer Board of Supervisors meeting. This is Tuesday, June 25th. We will begin today by a flag salute by Supervisor Gore. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, this morning we're going to start with Supervisor Gustafson. I'm going to let you announce it.
Thank you. This morning we're going to start with a moment of silence for losing one of our longest serving members of our community. William Briner passed away on Friday. For those of you who don't know Bill Briner, I was fortunate to get to work with Bill on a number of community efforts, but more importantly, as a lifelong member of Placer County, growing up in the Auburn area. His father was a physician in Auburn, a former mayor for the city of Auburn. And then the family moved. He operated Sunnyside Resort from 1946 to 1972. The family had that operation. Bill was a submariner in World War II. At the end of World War II, he served from 44 to 46. And then he joined the Air Force and served in Korea from 50 to 51 as the Fighting 51st Fighter Interceptor Wing Division of the Air Force. He was the official photographer for the 1960 Olympics, and then joined the Board of Supervisors, ran for office, and served from 1961 to 1972 as a county supervisor for this district. Bill also then left and went on to be the assistant director under Ronald Reagan for State Parks of California. And then under Governor Duke Majan, he became director of state parks. He served 8 years as general manager of Tahoe City PUD. So he had a long, long, long history of public service, federal, state, local. And he would have been 98 years old in 2 months. So didn't quite make that. And he and his wife would have celebrated their 79th anniversary this year. So our thoughts and prayers are with the family. There's so much more to say about Bill. Talked to his son the other day, and the family is doing as you can expect and trying to pull together. But if you wouldn't mind joining us in a moment of silence in remembrance of Bill Briner. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson.
Madam Chair, may I make
Yes,
a
you
comment
certainly
about
may,
Bill?
Supervisor
I knew
Holmes.
Bill Briner when he was the county supervisor. I was just a young lad. And he was very dedicated to coming down from Tahoe to the board, but he was a pilot. And so we always flew down to the Auburn airport and had his friend pick him up. And he didn't have a place to stay, but his friend was Harry Sands. Harry Sands owned the Chapel of the Hills. And that's where Bill Briner spent the night, was at the Chapel of the Hills before the board meeting. A lot of stories I could talk about him, but he was really a great, great man. And I'm very proud to be able to just know him as a young man and going through till now when I was a Board of Supervisors. So anyhow, just wanted to relay that little tidbit of information. Thank you.
Okay. So a little bit of housekeeping today. Before we take the consent agenda, we are going to have to take our first item number 1, which is the Truckee Regional Library, because we have here today a Nevada County Supervisor, Hardy Bullock, and he has to get back to his own board meeting by 9 o'clock. I think you're going to be late. But thank you for coming today. We appreciate that.
All right, so Stephanie Holloway, your Deputy CEO here up in the Tahoe area. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to open this item just briefly and then hand it over to Hardy and the team from Nevada County and the town of Truckee. But just wanted to say thank you to Hardy and his team for being here to give you this presentation this morning. This is an effort that our staff has been involved in and been tracking, and we're really happy to have this collaboration for you this morning. With everything that we do here in the Eastern County, it does take a collaboration across not only Placer, but Nevada and the town of Truckee on a lot of different regional things. The library is no exception. So, but I'm going to hand it over to Hardy. Before I do that, I do want to note a change to the item that was posted online. Attachment 1 in your packet did include a third page accidentally. That third page is not needed, and so we did take that out of your packet this morning. It also, your packet includes a map as well of a potential boundary that the team's going to talk about this morning just for reference. We have included that as part of the presentation this morning too. So with that, without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Hardy.
Good, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Jones and honorable board members. Thank you so much for hosting us today and putting us first on the agenda and letting us move forward with this item. Stephanie, thank you for the introduction. I know Daniel and I and Jane and Cindy and Stephanie have all talked about this, but it's a real honor to be here in front of you today to share the vision of this new regional library with you and the entire board. This project has been years in the making, since 2012. It's been a community priority for us for a long time, so we're happy to bring these details forward for you today. We're here to discuss the vision and what's happening next, but there's really 4 critical elements that I want to talk to you about. One of them is we want to invite or welcome Placer County to join our membership in the JPA with Nevada County and the town of Truckee. We also want to affirm the understanding and the financing strategies that go with this regional library model, which include bonding within the jurisdiction of Placer County. We want to talk to you about supporting this regional service delivery model that includes Nevada County, Placer County, and the town of Truckee. And we want to also emphasize a timeline, which is a critical timeline for us, which is about a 4-month window to make this activity occur so the project can move forward. Got my left, right arrow here. So I'm presenting today with Steve Monahan, our Director of Information General Services with Nevada County, and also Dan Wilkins, Director of Public Works with the town of Truckee. So the JPA is currently comprised of Nevada County and the town of Truckee. We also have friends with us from the Friends of the Truckee Tahoe Library, Kathleen Egan, President Louise Zabriskie, April Cole, and then our executive staff, Mandy Stewart, and unfortunately Ariel Levitt couldn't be here today, but she's been a contributor to the project as well. Again, our current partners, and there's a lot of regional partners that are in support of this project, and Steve's going to outline some of the community support that we've seen thus far, but the current partners from the JPA position is the town of Truckee, the Friends of the Truckee Library, and Nevada County. As you know, I know many of you are involved in RCRC and CSAC and NACO, and the way we do things in rural California is we work together. That's how we make big things happen in small communities. We work together to do it. The library is nothing different and new and unique in that way. We come together to provide these services for our rural community here. I did want to acknowledge the Friends of the Truckee Library in particular and the town of Truckee have been excellent partners as we travel across this project timeline, bringing all these details together. And again, thanks to Placer County for making the effort to hear us today and also contribute along the way to get us here. Talking a little bit about the need, if you've been to the Truckee Library, it's a pretty small facility. It accommodates about 54 people. It was built in 1975 to essentially accommodate the town of Truckee's population at that point, which is around 2,000. I don't know if you've been to Truckee lately or been there on a Friday, but it's definitely different today. We have about 19,000 people that live and reside there in the shared boundary area, Truckee, Nevada County, and Placer County in that Martis Valley area. All those people would use this facility, would be part of it, and contribute to its success. Just a little brief outline on our timeline. Again, this is a community priority. It's been being worked on off and on since 2012, but it's really gained a lot of momentum, particularly in 2019. It was on our capital facilities master plan for Nevada County. It was put on the plan in 2012. In 2019, the town of Truckee, the Friends of the Library in Nevada County, made an official agreement to join forces and get this thing done. So that brought us to 2024 when the JPA, the Joint Powers Authority, was formed, and that was formed for three distinct reasons. One of them was to construct the new library. The second is to finance the new library. And the third was really to make a receiving entity for partner organizations that wanted to join forces with us. And that's where we're here today to talk to you about Placer County, welcoming you to be a part of our JPA. One of the exciting pieces in 2024, this has really started recently, is the design, engineering, and visioning process contract that's underway. So there's actually an active visioning process where community members are coming in. I was at the Truckee Air Show and Family Festival. The Friends of the Library had a big booth where Placer and Nevada County residents could place colored dots on this map to try and talk about what they cared about. There was all these different design options, and the dots were Nevada County, Placer County, and other, and it was filled with Placer and Nevada County residents who were excited to see this regional library. All kinds of cool architectural renditions that you'll see more of here in a minute. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Monahan and then Dan Wilkins, and then I'll see you again here in a minute. So right over there. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Jones, honorable board members. As Hardy mentioned, we created a JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, as the legal entity to be able to build and make this facility happen. We knew we couldn't do it as any one jurisdiction, and we wanted that regional collaboration. So up there is Nevada County and Truckee. The Friends of the Truckee Library, as a nonprofit, can't legally be part of a JPA, but we also have a separate MOU between Truckee and Nevada County with our Friends partners, as they're such a critical driver behind this project. To that end, this team is also going tomorrow evening to the Truckee Tahoe Unified School District Board meeting and giving a similar presentation, as we see them as a shared mission of excellent library services in the region, and hope they would join our JPA as well. If we look at where the new library is going to be located, if you look at the red area up there, it's in the Truckee River Regional Park, which is part of the Tahoe-Donner Park District, which goes into Placer County and serves the region. We already have many Placer County residents utilizing the current Truckee Branch Library on Donner Pass Road. This facility will be even more central to the Placer County residents that live nearby. The Friends of the Library, as our key partner and driver behind this vision for this library, has done an excellent job building support across our region with over 35 organizations, and they continue to add organizations that have written and signed on as our endorsement of this project. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dan. Center button.
Thanks, Steve. Chair Jones, good to see everyone today. And yeah, thank you for having us. I'm going to talk very briefly about the funding for the project. So to date, the Friends of the Library have raised $500,000. The town of Truckee has budgeted another $500,000, and Nevada County has budgeted a third tranche of $500,000, which is $1.5 million total. That money is being used to currently pursue the design of the project. So we've hired an architectural firm. They're actively engaging in the design process with a project development team. We've also actively engaged with the landowners of the library site, which is some combination of the Truckee-Donner Public Utility District and the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District, both of whom are supportive of making this project happen. So with that, that's enough money to get the project going and keep it going for the next year and a half or so. Ultimately, to build this project, it's about a $30 million lift. So what we believe is that the only way to accomplish that is going to be to go to the voters at a point in the future and ask the voters, are they willing to fund this project or not? And so that's where a potential bond measure would come into play. And we believe that the geographic area of that bond measure could look something like this. So, this map shows basically the entirety of the town of Truckee, adjacent lands in unincorporated Nevada County that we believe are the areas that would directly benefit and directly receive library services from this facility. I'd point out on this map, you can see a little red dot in the middle of it, which is the proposed regional library. And looking at that geographically to the proposed boundary map, we believe that's forms the center of the population boundary that could reasonably be considered to help fund this project. And then on the Placer County side, it's basically the Martis Valley and the North Star area, everything that's on the north side of the Lake Tahoe drainage. And in our experience, a lot of your residents in that area come to Truckee for various services that they receive, whether it be hospital services, coming to Truckee Thursdays for a nice evening, grocery shopping, any number of things. So in order for a boundary like this to be used as a potential future bond measure boundary would require either the school district or Placer County, hopefully both of you, to participate in this overall project. So we appreciate your consideration of that, and I'll hand it back over to Steve.
One of the really exciting aspects of this project is looking at library services as a regional model between Placer and Nevada County. We know the number one cost for libraries is staff, and the number one driver for library staff is how many staff hours we have budgeted, and that drives how many open hours we have in the branches. We also know that we have a challenge in East County to keep librarians. We have very high housing costs. It's hard to keep staff on this side of the county for both Placer and Nevada, especially when we look at specialization. So when we look at Spanish-speaking staff members, so looking at how can we do regional programs with those specialty skills. So you could do English as a second language programs. We could do literacy programs. We could make more availability based on how many hours are open in each branch, so there's always a branch available for residents to go to. We could do shuttle services between branches for people and materials. We could do shared resources and programming, so you could have programming that goes across the branches. If we have a very good tech librarian in one branch, they could take that program and share it across. So there's lots of opportunity for regional shared services. So we're excited to explore that. We're here today as a reminder. In your packet is to have your board adopt the letter of intent, and we're requesting formally that you're open to what Hardy had said in his intro, to this project going forward and possibly looking at that bond measure and letting the voters in Placer County participate in that. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Hardy.
Thanks, Steve and Dan. Fast forward on my notes here. I have them. So we wanted to talk to you a little bit about the regional concept, the financing, and also the timeline, this 4-month timeline that's coming at us. Tomorrow night we're going in front of the TTUSD, Truckee Tahoe Unified School District, to describe the work and our vision for this process as well. They're a Placer County entity, as you know, and they've been very supportive of the concept thus far, so we just wanted to let you know that that's on our horizon in front of us, among many other community conversations. Again, I just want to thank you for your time, allowing us to be here. We welcome you to become a member of the JPA. We hope you understand how important this is to our community, our shared regional community. We think this is absolutely a potential win for Placer County and Nevada County to serve the people here in rural eastern portions of Nevada and Placer County, provide a solution that can work for our community for years and years to come. We also think it's going to save money and it's going to expand services for all of our community members, no matter what, background or educational background, visitor, homeowner, etc. So we welcome you to do that. And then we also want to remind you that it is important for us to understand the limitations, jurisdictional boundaries on the bonding implement, because that's going to be our financing mechanism for the library. With that, we're just here to answer any questions and give you any clarity if we've missed anything, and talk to you a little bit more if we can answer anything for you.
Guess it would help if I turn my microphone on. Supervisor Gustafson?
Sure. I didn't have any questions. I just want to thank you for all the hard work. I think I was about a month into this job in 2019 when Kath and Louise asked me to sit down and talk about a concept of a shared responsibility. So 5 years we've been talking about this, and most recently for the rest of the board, I did meet with a number of residents in the Martis Valley area of Placer County who are very supportive and want to work on this bond measure. They travel through Truckee all the time. That is their point of commerce in services. And I also like to remind our board of all the shared collaboration we already have with both Nevada County and Town of Truckee, with certainly the animal shelter. That was the most recent facility we worked with the Town of Truckee on, and combining services. We've had a long-standing model with HHS of sharing a position up here in the area, and then of course our jail facility that we share with Nevada County. So we have a long history of doing this to serve our communities, and often when we're cut off from our neighboring communities, we've had to close libraries and not have services. And if we can keep a vision of moving forward to whether we combine with the other service centers in Kings Beach and Tahoe City at some point in the future, but for now, just knowing that there is a regional library, if you're successful in your efforts to get the measure passed, I think we should be part of it to help serve the rest of our Placer County residents up here. So I'm really fully supportive and so thankful for the energy and efforts you put in to start us, but then of course Nevada County and Town of Truckee picked up the ball, and love to see us part of this, and also a member of the JPA to oversee the funds that our taxpayers might be paying and contributing into this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Supervisor Bullock, thank you for being here, and thank you for all the supporters that you have here today. I'm in full support of this request, and I just have to tell you a little story. As when this was last year, I think, when this issue came up, I decided to come up and tour the Placer County libraries, King Beach, Tahoe City, and then the Truckee Library, which, quite frankly, is less than adequate. I think you could agree with that. But regarding the staffing, it just so happened that I went up to the counter to talk to the man that was behind the counter, and he was the Nevada County Library Director. And the reason why he was there is because he didn't have any staff to show up that day. So anyhow, I'm in full support of this, and I look forward to working together with you. Thank you.
Okay, any other board yes, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I really appreciate the fact that you all have already raised $1.5 million in this effort. It's evident that there's a need, and I think that as I look at the map, it's very clear that we have residents in Placer County who go to Truckee on a regular basis, and what a benefit to have a joint library with full service for our residents. So I'm very supportive. I think it makes a lot of sense to allow the voters to decide if they want to have an expanded library, and it sounds like there is very much a need for it. And then I look at, in the future as well, if this moves forward, how might we continue to share services, especially to that point, Supervisor Holmes, when we have staffing issues, it's really challenging, and so much better to be able to share our resources, the expertise we have. So I am very supportive, and I just appreciate the work you all have done up to this point to get it to a place where we could consider a joint library.
Thank you. Supervisor Landon.
Thank you so much for being here and being late to your own board meeting to advocate. I just wanted to add, I really appreciated your comment at the beginning of your presentation of regional collaboration, especially when it comes to rural counties and working together to get things done. So really appreciate all the efforts and work that you all have put in, and think it's a great idea, and I'm very supportive. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment now. Anyone like to comment?
I'm not going to give you public comment, but I'm here to read your actions. And I do want to give you just a little bit more context before we go there. So there might be some questions about our libraries within the basin related to this presentation. So want to just give you some context. We are working with a consultant right now to put out a survey to East County constituents to basically ask some futuristic questions about what does those library services look like for Kings Beach and for Tahoe City. So with sort of the constrained land use model that we have in the basin, I think we're very aware of the challenges that comes with building a more major regional library within the basin, and so that's why this partnership is really important to that bigger conversation and the opportunity to share services. So just wanted to give you that context as well, that we are still furthering that conversation of our libraries within the basin, and let you do public comment, and I'll be back to read your actions.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's David. I have some questions about the short-term rental program.
Oh, we're not ready for that. This is public comment only for this item, the regional library, but we're going to be having public comment soon.
Oh.
So, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm going to ask the question. That is kind of not really a concern, because I think that's part of the solution, is that we'll have a shared employee model so that we may have some support in our staffing.
Yeah, that is part of the vision and the conversation to be had. I mean, it's not just sort of the capital infrastructure, but how do we support each other when there are those times where we have limited services and staffing that we are challenged with, even when we have snowstorms and libraries need to close or they need to stay open for other reasons. So I think that is the intent of that regional collaboration.
Right, so that we don't want to lose our own autonomy either. We don't want to lose our little libraries. They're really lovely libraries. I'm sure you've seen them.
And I think, Supervisor Jones, if I might, the idea that staffing shared modeling in the future, that isn't being discussed today, but it's certainly something I've raised with the group to share those staffing, because when we're cut off and people are kind of trapped up here, we want to keep Tahoe City and Kings Beach open, but if there's an issue with a staff member being out on vacation or ill or can't get here, maybe somebody can come over from Truckee to cover, if we can get into that sort of operating and keep, because our libraries have often had to close because of shortages of staffing here at the basin. So I think it will augment our services in the future, but today we're looking at how we help this measure go and continue working together in collaborative efforts to staff those.
Just so long as it's part of the future vision.
Absolutely.
And I will add housing coordination with the Workforce Housing Agency, our transit coordination. So there's a long history.
A long list of collaborative efforts.
Yes.
Please come forward to the microphone. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Susan Bennett, and I think the idea of having a regional library is very nice. And I was just wondering about the financing, that it was discussed that there was about $1.3 million, I believe he said, to go ahead, and then the funding would have to go into the $3 million range at least, and things do seem to go up rather than go down. That would mean a bond issue for voters, and for those voters that aren't here, is there any idea of elaborating on that subject? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Would you care to answer her question?
Sure. There's initial funding for the A&E, Architecture and Engineering, and the visioning process currently underway, about 1.5 million, so 500,000 Friends, 500,000 Truckee, and $1 million from Nevada County. There's discussion about the future financing model, which would include two elements, one of them fundraising and the other bond financing, and potentially other flexible financing methods from a CFD, Community Facilities District. So that's really where we're at right now. So the need for additional financing isn't currently present, but the understanding that we will need bond financing is definitely why we're here to talk to you today.
Okay,
Could
thank you.
and I think maybe her question, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but the boundaries, if we could put the map back up of the boundaries, because any bond initiative would be limited to the people in those boundaries paying, so it wouldn't affect those of us at the lake side of the district. It would only be the Martis Valley, Placer County residents potentially paying in at this point to that regional library. That would be what would be on the voter measure. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, for clarifying that. That is exactly correct.
Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I was just waiting for
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Gustafson to make a motion, so
Well,
I could second it.
Well,
We
hang on
need
just a
to
second.
have Stephanie read it in the record
And
first.
I have closed public comment, I'm sorry. We have to move on, but thank you.
All right. Well, if you're ready, I can read these actions.
Please do.
All right. So first action, receive a presentation from Nevada County on the proposed regional library facility in Eastern County in proximity to the town of Truckee. Second action, request provide direction to staff to discuss with the Truckee Library Joint Powers Authority, or the Truckee Library JPA, the proposed boundary of a potential bond measure and potential participation of Placer County on the Truckee Library JPA Board of Directors should the boundary include Placer County properties. Third, authorize the chair of the Placer County Board of Supervisors to sign a letter of support, which is in your packet, for the Truckee Library JPA on potential regional library services within eastern portions of Placer and Nevada counties. And four, determine that the requested actions are all not projects under the California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines 15378.
Thank you for reading
Welcome.
that in. Okay, Supervisor Holmes?
So with,
Oh,
were you still waiting for me?
we're ready
Well,
for
I
you.
would
You guys
move,
gotta get to work.
I know, he has to get to work. I would move approval with the direction to staff to pursue the membership in the JPA.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gustafson, a second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations, and
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jones and Supervisors. You've just done a huge lift for our community, our shared community here, and we just want to thank you again for your time.
I think it's very exciting, a very exciting future. Thank you for coming. Okay, moving on. We are going to move on to the consent agenda next. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. The board will convene as the Placer County Housing Authority for item 26A and the Placer County In-Home Support Services Public Authority for item 27A. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address a consent item prior to the board taking action, and the item may be removed for discussion. Is there anything from the consent agenda that anyone would like to remove for discussion?
Madam Chair, I request that you pull items 21A and 29C. These should be dropped from the agenda. They will be brought back at a later date. Again, that was 21A and 29C.
Okay, 29C. Okay, anyone else like to pull anything from the consent agenda? C. 29C, 21A. If there's only an A.
Okay, I'd move
Correct.
approval of the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Landon. Roll call vote, please.
Gore,
Aye.
Landon,
Yes.
Holmes,
Aye.
Gustafson.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye. Okay, now it's time for public comment. So, all persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allotted for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. So we have some people here, folks here, that I think are for to comment on the Meeks Bay item. So what we're going to do is we're going to receive all public comments, other public comments, and then the Meeks Bay group after the regular public comments. So please come forward. Good morning. That thing won't stay up, will it?
My name's David. As I said before, I have some questions about the short-term rental program. This is my first meeting here, so I'm not sure what the board's position is. But I've been,
I'm sorry, that item is on the agenda. You'll have an opportunity for public comment following the presentation of that item. It's item number 5.
okay, approximately when would that,
It's supposed to be at 10:20.
okay, thank you.
It won't be heard before 10:20, I will say. I'm sorry about that.
Good morning, Ann Nichols,
You
from
can pull
Tahoe
it down a little bit if you'd
Preservation
like.
Alliance. Anyway, I would like to ask that the TART turnkey transit service item, which is on page 7, that should be really under the county executive, where they talk about monies for the Tahoe North Transportation Management Association, instead of at the very end of the meeting, because it's a $13,500,000 agreement, which is 73% more than what you gave the microtransit last year. And it's a significant amount of money. I don't think it should be a timed item. It should be with the other county executive on page 4. You know, I think because it's really super important. Last year you gave $2.6 million. This year it's $4.5 million, but over 3 years it's $13.5 million. So it's a significant amount of money. This is what I call the free Uber, and each ride costs the public $17. There hasn't been an analysis of this product or this project, the microtransit, since 2022, and we really we should have some analysis of this, and I didn't see in the board packet that they talk at all about how this is, what?
No, I was just going to say, so if you want to continue to talk on the substantive part of the item, you will have to wait till we reach that item. I'm not sure that we can change the order of the agenda now. We've passed that segment.
Yeah, it's really, I think the county executive really made a mistake in how she did this, and it's really unfair to the public and not transparent. Thank you.
My apologies for that.
Actually, for the record, there is no mistake in terms of how this was agendized.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Patricia, a homeowner here in Kings Beach, and I'm here to bring up the follow-up topic of Placer County's presentation of the history of the property of Kings Beach. I want to bring up one key component that was discussed from the advisories board at that committee was milestones. There's a milestone coming up here in July. That is for that property and what would happen to that. I asked the representatives here to provide more transparencies around that milestone and the upcoming milestones around that property. There should be KPIs, and I would hope that that could be represented, and after 11 years, that this be on the agenda to present what is the actual deliverables and where the developer is meeting those milestones to adhere to these contracts. There's been 2 extensions provided for that property, and their key milestone comes up here July. I would love to be able to understand where we are and how we continue to go, and if you guys could report that moving forward, please.
Thank you.
And the effort of transparency to the public.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You bet. Any other public comments? Okay, we could take the, oh, I'm sorry. Anyone online for those?
We do.
Muriel, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Uh-oh. Oops.
Doing by allowing developers to not build affordable housing as required by the state. I am asking the supervisors to initiate the following changes as soon as possible. Number one, eliminate all in-lieu and all land transfers, which currently allow developers to not build affordable housing in their developments. Number two, require all housing developments of less than 100 units to build 5% to 10% of affordable housing. Right now, they don't have to build any. Number three, increase the current affordable housing requirements for housing developments that are greater than 100 units from 10% to 20%. These three requirements will better ensure that Placer County will provide the needed affordable housing without building high-density affordable housing that violates the HCD requirements and violates common decency. Please have planning implement these changes immediately for your future approval. And I thank you very much for letting me comment today.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so we're ready to take the Meeks Bay commenters. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Jones, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Ed Miller. I'm president of Meeks Bay Fire, and with me today are North Tahoe Fire and Meeks Bay Fire Chief Steve Layton, Division Chief Fire Marshal Brett Armstrong, and North Tahoe Fire Board President Mike Buffone. I have a unique perspective on this whole process that I'm sure you're well aware of by this time, having had the honor to serve the people of my fire district for 42 years with 40 as president of the board, and also extending into the North Tahoe area with 15 years as public information officer under Chief Whitelaw. So I'm real familiar with the area, although I live right over the line in El Dorado County. My life revolves mostly in Placer County. I even work for the Community Alliance at the Visitor Center in Tahoe City. So I have a unique perspective on this process that has been going on for a long time. There's no downside to this annexation. Meeks Bay Fire is a small fire district. We've given personal service to our residents and visitors for a long time, but as you know, for the last 13 years, or 14 years, we've had a contract with North Tahoe Fire to provide services to us, and they've always provided, or at least for many years, EMS services through their contract with El Dorado County. We've had reduced response times. We have access to more apparatus even beyond the usual mutual aid agreements. Our ISO rating is low. The community of Meeks Bay is very supportive. A lot of them think that it's already happened. But Supervisor Gustafson will remember an old saying that nobody cares much about the PUD as long as softball starts on time and the toilets flush. Well, I can guarantee you that when someone is in a car accident or having a medical emergency or their house is on fire, it doesn't much matter to them what it says on the side of the engines or the back of the turnout coats. The important thing is that we take care of our people. And we've been doing that very well for a long time, I can say immodestly, but I'm very proud of both Meeks Bay Fire and North Tahoe Fire. The bottom line, again, is taking care of our residents, our visitors, and the property in our community. And we've seen what's happened in other communities when there have been catastrophic fires. There's no way we can stop those things, but we can be as prepared as possible to make sure that we are ready when those things happen. The annexation of Meeks Bay Fire by the North Tahoe Fire District will do nothing but improve fire protection and life safety in our community. And since that's what we all are here for, we all take a similar oath, that's the bottom line. And I thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much for your
And
comments.
look forward to the July 9th meeting when action hopefully will be taken on that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And I might just explain to the rest of the board that we missed the publishing notice to have this decision today in front of us, but they wanted to come today
Oh, well,
to address us in person while we're here. So
Thank you for that.
Thank you for doing that.
we do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Anyone, oh, there we go.
Hello,
Good morning.
thank you. Mike Buffone, Board President, North Tahoe Fire Protection District. Fire Department, North Tahoe Fire Department has been a part of my life for 48 years, since 1976. My father's retired Chief Peter Poe, so I remember back in the day when we used to have muster day up at the PUD. All the fire departments got together. I've always considered Meeks Bay as part of the district family, and we've been in contract with them, yeah, for the last, it's been 14 years, but this annexation will be great for both districts. I look forward to your support in this and to be able to move forward as one unit. So just wanted to say thank you and look forward.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve Layton, Fire Chief, North Tahoe, Meeks Bay Fire Protection Districts. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work and dedication you do for the citizens and residents of Placer County. It doesn't go unnoticed by us at North Tahoe Fire. This is a milestone. It's important for us that we run government as efficiently as we possibly can, and we're doing our part to make sure that we do that. I want to thank the Meeks Bay and North Tahoe boards for having the courage to get us to this point. We've been trying to do this since 2014. That's 10 years. We've had numerous meetings. I want to thank the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for their courage in taking the chance and seeing this through. I also want to thank my staff. My staff has done an incredible job, hard work to make sure that we get this to the finish line. We're hoping, like you said, we are going to be able to present you with a resolution today. I will be at the July 9th meeting to present that to you. I appreciate your support. But in my opinion, this is a huge thing for not only the Lake Tahoe Basin, but the fire service in general, and being as efficient as we possibly can, and we're doing that part. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for coming today. Any other public comments on Meeks Bay? Okay, anyone online? Okay, seeing none, no more comments, we're going to close the public comment. And we're going to come to board member and county executive reports. Anyone have a report? Supervisor Gustafson?
My only report is that tonight we will be having a town hall in this room at 6 p.m. Am I getting the time right? I forget my times. On fire preparation, evacuation, and so anyone who's listening or those in the audience who would like to come back for that meeting will be here this evening.
Good, good, thank you. Thank you for that announcement. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to move on to, let's see, what time is it? We can, okay, we're moving on to item number 2, our 9:45 timed item. Board of Supervisors commendation for the Tahoe Forest Hospital District. Supervisor Gustafson is going to.
Well, thank you. Our Tahoe Forest Hospital is turning 75 years old this year, and we have some distinguished board members and staff in the room this morning. And I'll read the resolution, which I think, or commendation, which I think captures so much of the history. But before I do that, I wanted to mention, I don't think you were all here with us this morning when we announced the passing of Bill Briner. Obviously, the Briner Imaging Center was named for his mother, and lifelong member of our community, big supporter of our hospital, and of course a legacy for our community. So with that, in the matter of a commendation recognizing the 75th anniversary of the Tahoe Forest Hospital District in Truckee, California, whereas beginning in 1945, guided by the need for a hospital in the Truckee North Tahoe region, citizens banded together for the creation of a hospital district to meet the healthcare needs of the community. Together, they forged ahead and built support and momentum for what is the Tahoe Forest Hospital District. Since its inception, Tahoe Forest has grown with the community it serves. And whereas in 1948, the Tahoe Forest Hospital District was approved by a vote of the citizens of eastern Nevada and Placer counties, and whereas the Tahoe Forest Hospital District was officially formed in April of 1949 and the first meeting of the elected Board of Directors was held in May of that year. And whereas Truckee resident Richard Joseph donated the land necessary for the construction of the hospital in memoriam to his son, Levin Joseph, who was killed in the closing months of World War II. And whereas the Tahoe Forest Hospital, consisting of 15 beds and 2 physicians, officially opened on Monday, April 14th, 1952. And whereas in 1965, a north wing was completed and Tahoe Forest Hospital became a 42-bed acute care hospital. And whereas in 1976, another wing was added to accommodate a larger and improved emergency department, radiology, laboratory, physical therapy, and respiratory therapy. And whereas in 1987, Tahoe Forest Hospital opened a long-term care center, a retail pharmacy, and established a foundation followed by occupational health. And whereas in 1990, a new surgical services wing was added, and in 1991, a new children's center. And whereas in 2002, a new Western Addition construction was commenced with a new medical surgery unit, intensive care unit, lobby, cafeteria, public meeting room, Briner Imaging Center, and cardiac pulmonary rehabilitation. And whereas in 2006, Tahoe Forest Multi-Specialty Physician Clinics was created. And whereas in 2007, district voters approved Measure C, general obligation bond, by 72% to renovate for seismic improvement and expansion of the emergency department, extended care center, a cancer center, a new women's and newborn health department. And whereas the Gene Upshaw Memorial Tahoe Forest Cancer Center opened in 2012, followed by the Tahoe Forest Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Department. And whereas the Tahoe Forest Hospital District endeavors to enhance the health of its communities through excellence and compassion in all it does, and to strive to be the best mountain health system in the nation. Now therefore let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting held on June 25th, 2024, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County.
Okay, we need to have a motion to approve.
I think we have some members here that would like to
Oh,
speak,
then
from
let's
our board
have-
members. I
let's
think
have-
the board president
Oh,
is
yes.
here, and
Public
another board
comment,
member,
please.
some staff.
Good, thank you for coming. Good morning.
Thank you so much for that acknowledgement of our service over the past 75 years. Thank you especially for being able to just step it out, all the things that we've done. And I'd like to say thank you again for the part that Placer County and the North Shore businesses played in the beginning of the health system. I want to take you back several years to the days of Dick Joseph, an Armenian immigrant who was a prominent figure in the town of Truckee. He owned a lot of the land in the Gateway area and was a businessman for several stores in the area. Tragedy struck with complications arising from his wife's pregnancy. Dick had to rush Margaret to Reno for care, where she died shortly after giving birth to twin girls. Dick believed that if we had had a full-service hospital in Truckee, Margaret's life could have been saved. Through the efforts of the Truckee Rotary, the land donated by Dick Joseph, and the support of North Lake Tahoe businesses, Tahoe Forest Hospital District was formed in 1949. Construction was completed in 1952, and the first patient was admitted. The Tahoe Forest Hospital System is deeply grateful to the Rotary Club of Truckee, to Dick Joseph, and to the North Lake Tahoe businesses for making an idea a reality. Most importantly, we are grateful to the Joseph family and to our community for their support over the past years. The Tahoe Forest Hospital System is deeply grateful to the Rotary Club of Truckee, to Dick Joseph and the North Lake Tahoe businesses for making an idea a reality. Most importantly, we're grateful to the Joseph family and our community for its support over the years. We are honored to have served this community for the past 75 years, and we are committed to provide outstanding health care in the future. So thank you so much for your acknowledgement.
Can I get your name for the record?
Pardon me?
Can I get your name for the record?
Okay, my name is Alice Wong.
Thank you, Alice.
And I'm the chair of the Board of Directors at Tahoe Forest. I have with me Dale Shamlin, who is a member of our board, Louis Ward, who is our acting CEO, and of course, Ted Owens, who is our Director of Business Development and Marketing.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you for coming today. Appreciate it. Yes, please. Oh, would you like a photo? Well,
In just a minute, yeah.
just give us a minute. We'll accommodate you.
Unless there's
Okay.
other public comment, I'll make a motion to approve the commendation.
I'll second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay.
Okay, we'd like to get a photo
Yes.
with all of you and our board members. Would you like to come around?
Sure. Okay, let's see, we're in time. We're going to move on to item 3. County Executive, the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dave Atkinson, your Assistant Director of Emergency Services. Here to introduce an item on behalf of North Tahoe Fire Protection District. This is an item that we brought to your board a few times in the past at their request. If the chair's okay, I'll take things a little out of order and go ahead and read the action now so we get that piece out of the way, and then allow Board Member Buffone to speak to you, if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, so the action before you today is to approve a commendation, approve a proclamation declaring the period of May 2024 through October 2024 as the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to North Tahoe Fire Protection District Board Chair Mike Buffone.
Good morning again.
Good morning again. First of all, I want to thank you again for the acknowledgement of this. The safety of our constituents and the public is something that we take very seriously. And so it's very important to have fire-wise communities throughout the district. Right now we have 17 here in Placer County and 2 with the Meeks Bay over there. So we have 19 fire-wise communities. There's been multiple fire reduction projects ongoing throughout the Tahoe Basin. Like I said, it's very important for us to make sure we're very fire-wise up here. Other thing is we have an excellent working relationship between all of the other emergency service providers that are here in Placer County. So I just wanted to just say, again, thank you and make you aware of what's going on in the district and how we're making the district fire safe for our constituents and for the public safety. It's a top priority for us.
Thank you for that. So before we move on, is there anyone out there would like to make any public comments regarding, because we do have a proclamation here for you. I do, however, need the board to vote to approve the proclamation. Let me read it to you first. Proclamation declaring May 2024 through October 2024 as the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign in Placer County. Whereas wildfires are a regular feature of California's landscape. However, the size, severity, and frequency of devastating wildfires are on the rise. And whereas wildfires significantly impacts the Lake Tahoe Basin's environmental, economic, and social well-being. And whereas fostering prepared and resilient communities is one of the best ways to reduce risks to local communities caused by disasters, including wildfires. And whereas building resilient communities in the Lake Tahoe region is a shared responsibility across federal, state, and local governments, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the public at large. Whereas a well-informed and motivated community can substantially reduce the impacts of wildfires through a culture of disaster preparedness and resilience. And whereas the Placer County Board of Supervisors supports the period of May to October 2024 as the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign with the banner theme, Get Defensive, as a means for education and a call for residents of Placer County to work together to be ready for wildfire. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting held June 25th, 2024, declaring May 2024 through October 2024 as the Lake Tahoe Wildfire Awareness Campaign in Placer County. Congratulations to you. Would you like to have a picture with your proclamation? First we have, I'm sorry, let's get a board vote on this.
I'll move approval of the
okay.
resolution.
I'll second.
Motion by Gore, a second by Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay. Please, board members, join me. Let's do this one more time. Come on, Ben.
Appreciate the support, board.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, County Executive. The Truckee Fire Protection District Fire Facilities Impact Fee 2023, and our presenter is going to be online today. Welcome, Gina. Where's Gina? Okay, good morning, Gina.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, hear you great, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Jones, members of the board. My name is Gina Olivares, and Management Analyst from your CEO's office. And the item before your board today is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to approve the Truckee Fire Protection District, TFPD, Fire Facilities Impact Fee, fiscal year 2023-2024, Capital Improvement Plan, Mitigation Fee, Annual Expenditure Plan, and 5-year report dated November 2023. And increasing the TFPD Fire Facilities Impact Fee to $1.30 per square foot for residential dwellings, an increase to 98 cents per square foot for industrial, an increase to $1.37 per square foot for retail commercial, and an increase to $1.96 per square foot for office to take effect on August 26, 2024. Secondly, to determine that the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378. So as you're aware, impact fees are paid by new development to provide funding for public infrastructure and facilities required to serve that new development. Government Code 66,000 requires a fee study, a capital facilities plan, as well as certain reporting of fees collected annually. And so these fees are subject to the Board of Supervisors approval in order to be levied. The Truckee Fire Protection District is one of the many districts that serve Placer County, and the fire district itself was established in 1894. The TFPD provides all hazard services to the town of Truckee in Placer County, and the district's jurisdiction includes over 15 square miles of rural and suburban area. They provide emergency medical services, fire response and suppression, fire investigation, vehicle extrication, hazardous materials response, among other things. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for the time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, very well. Board members, questions, comments? Okay, anyone from the audience, any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board members.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, thank you so much for that. Now we're going to move on to item, let's see. Okay, we're going to have to move on to department items. Item number 12. Community Development Resource Agency, Consultant Construction Inspection Services. Pardon? Okay, our presentation is on Zoom this morning by Michelle. Okay. Surprised her, didn't we?
Hang on. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Board. I'm Michelle Lewis with Engineering and Surveying, and I'm here today for the item before you is the Creekview Ranch Phase 1 Consultant Construction Inspection Services Contract with TRC and the Construction Inspection Services Agreement with Taylor Morrison. I'll read the items into the record at the end, but just as a background, the approved Creekview Ranch subdivision project is a 597 lots single-family development. It's located in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan area. It's at the corner of the intersection of Antelope Drive and PFE Road. The project, as approved, includes the construction of off-site improvements on PFE Road, a new lift station, new roadway improvements, traffic signals, and associated infrastructure for the village improvements. Construction is scheduled to start shortly. We even had a pre-construction meeting yesterday with county inspection staff. I would like to point out for this one that this request includes an authorization for Cedra to execute a construction inspection services agreement with Taylor Morrison, who's the constructing developer. They would be required to pay the full cost of the construction inspection services, and as well as the county staff to manage that contract, so there will be no impact to the general fund. I'll go ahead now and read those requested items in, and then I will take questions. So the first request is to authorize the purchasing manager to execute a contract with TRC Engineers, Inc. under the existing master services agreement to perform construction inspection services with Creekview Ranch Subdivision Phase 1 and 2, rough grading, sewer lift station and infrastructure, villages 1 and 2A, and PFE road improvements, in the amount of $650,616, and to execute contract amendments up to $65,061.60, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. Number 2, to approve and authorize the Community Development Research Agency Director or designee to execute a construction inspection services agreement and any amendments thereto with Taylor Morrison of California, LLC, to fund consultant inspection services and county staff time to administer the contract, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. Number 3, approve fiscal year 2023-24 budget amendment number AM 00992 for CC 06001, engineering and surveying, and the amount of $715,677.60. And finally, number 4, to determine the proposed actions are consistent with the Creekview Ranch Subdivision Environmental Impact Report certified by the Board of Supervisors on April 18th, 2023. And I would also like to just note that when first uploaded into online, attachment C included some red line changes. Those have been accepted, and a clean copy of that draft construction inspection services agreement has been loaded up, but all the track changes were accepted as suggested. So I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Board members, questions? Okay, is there anyone in the public that would like to comment or have questions on this item? Anyone online? Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board then.
I will move approval.
And I will second.
Okay, I have a motion by Landon, a second by Gore, and roll call vote.
Landon?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item, 13, Health and Human Services, resolutions authorizing, excuse me, one more time. Okay. Resolutions authorizing execution of specified agreements for health and human services. Online? Okay, our presenter is going to be online. Good.
Thank you, Chair Jones.
Good morning, Vicki.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. My name is Vicki Grenier, Deputy Director of HHS Administrative Services. I'm here today to request the board to approve 2 resolutions authorizing execution of specified agreements for health and human services. The first action requested is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to submit applications, execute revenue contracts, and execute non-monetary cooperative agreements, all pursuant to the terms contained in the resolution, HHS Revenue and Cooperative Agreement Resolution. Your board originally adopted a similar resolution in 2015 and updated recent resolutions in 2023 to align with the updated agreement threshold of $500,000. And to include business associate agreements as related to HIPAA, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. This resolution also includes agreements related to qualified service organization agreements. The second action requested is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to execute 49 identified agreements for various health and human services divisions and types of services pursuant to the terms contained in the resolution, HHS Annual Contract Resolution, in the amount not to exceed $11,479,190. HHS administers over 700 contractual agreements, most requiring Board of Supervisor approval. These services include vital and often mandated services such as inpatient psychiatric services, prevention and early intervention, and family resource services. As a significant efficiency improvement years ago, the Board of Supervisors adopted a single resolution process for expenditure agreements. Current criteria for this cycle includes agreements that were originally approved, standalone consent, department, or timed items by the Board of Supervisors. Recurring agreements with an annual contract amount of less than $500,000 each, agreements to be executed with effective beginning dates during fiscal year 24-25 with a term no longer than 2 years, and agreements that do not currently require a competitive bid or proposal process, and also execution is subject to express concurrence of County Council and risk management. The attachment identifies all 49 agreements listed at the current contracted amount. The requested amount includes up to a 10% increase to allow for possible changes within the existing scope of services, plus a 10% maximum for amendment authority. The services for fiscal year 24-25 are included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget on today's agenda. Nancy Baggett, the new Assistant Director for HHS Administrative Services, who was also the previous Staff Services Manager over the contracts team, is available to answer any questions related to specific agreements. I would like to thank Nancy and the contracts team, including the new Staff Services Manager, Alexis Madera, for their diligence with HHS contracts and for their valuable services provided to HHS throughout the last year. And I would also like to thank Melissa O'Neill, Renji Jacob, Risk Management and Procurement for their continued efforts working together with HHS on all agreements. HHS executes hundreds of contractual agreements annually due to this team's dedication, along with the valuable contributions of community partners and with your board's approval. I appreciate your consideration of adopting the resolutions requested for these critical HHS services. Nancy and I are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Oh, no, I don't have any.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the public like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board then.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Okay, let's see what time. We're not ready yet. Okay, yes, we're going to move on to item 13, Health and Human Services. Yeah, hang on a second, I just goofed that. 13B, Adult Residential Services Agreement with Synergy Programs, Inc. Amy Ellis on Zoom.
Hi,
Amy.
Good morning, Chair Jones
Good
and
morning.
members of the board. I am Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. Here today, I have an action item for your approval to approve an agreement with Synergy Programs Incorporated for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026 for adult residential services for a total amount not to exceed $730,000, and to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County Council concurrence and any subsequent amendments excuse me, that cumulatively do not exceed $73,000 consistent with subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So this agreement serves a small percentage of our mental health clients that we serve in the adult system of care who have acute and chronic mental illness. They are unable to provide for their own basic needs due to their mental illness, and they therefore require a higher level of care in a residential facility. Adult System of Care has agreements with several agencies that provide a range of residential care that include adult residential facilities, mental health rehabilitation centers, institutes for mental disease, and the state hospital system. So Synergy has contracts with 22 other California counties, and the addition of these contracts will lessen Placer County's utilization at other facilities, and it's closer to home. By contracting with Synergy, the county will have access to 6 different facilities with nearly 300 beds, with the majority located in the Sacramento region. Synergy was founded in 2004 and is guided by the belief that recovery happens when a cohesive set of programs and services are available to support and sustain the recovery process. So the fiscal impact to this one is that it has, it's been appropriately budgeted and there's no impact to the general fund with this.
Thank you, Amy. Board members, any questions, comments? No. Anyone in the public like to comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board then.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Amy. Are you next? One more. We actually have 2 more. Placer County Mental Health Services Act, fiscal year 24-25. Is this Sue Compton?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Sue. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisor Jones and members of the board. I'm Sue Compton, the MHSA coordinator for Placer County Systems of Care. I'm joined online, as you know, by Amy Ellis, our director. Today, we're requesting the board to take the following action items. Adopt the County Mental Health Services Act annual update for fiscal year 2024-2025. and approve the expenditure plan for fiscal year 2024-2025 in the amount of $24,788,375. The Board of Supervisors is required by the state to approve the Mental Health Services Act annual updates and their expenditure plans. This annual update reports on fiscal year 2022-2023 data and any proposed changes for fiscal year 2024-2025. As we enter the second year of our 3-year plan, we recognize that the county has used MHSA state funding for nearly 20 years to help those in our community at risk of or experiencing a severe mental illness. Last year, we served over 6,500 people with direct individual or group services, an increase of 4.2% from the prior fiscal year. About 2/3 of this funding goes towards Community Services and Supports, or CSS, providing enhanced mental health services for individuals of all ages with more serious mental health conditions. This includes our full service partnerships, or FSPs, which provide whatever it takes 24/7 mental health wraparound services to 427 residents last year alone. Adults enrolled for at least 2 years report significant reductions in psychiatric hospitalizations, incarceration, and homelessness. The annual expected expenditures for FSPs is approximately $10 million. CSS also helped over 3,000 residents across all age groups receive community-based mental health care, culturally specific supports, peer support and advocacy, housing, 24/7 crisis services, and access to wellness centers and 211. The expected annual expenditures for these services is approximately $8.2 million. An additional $480,000 will support workforce education and training, and $600,000 for behavioral health, capital facilities, and technology needs. 19% of MHSA funding goes towards prevention and early intervention programs, which provided support to nearly 2,800 residents, 67% of whom were youth and transitional age youth. About $5.9 million will fund 36 community-based services focused on short-term interventions to prevent mental illness from becoming severe and disabling. 5% of MHSA funding goes towards previously approved innovation projects. A projected $1.1 million will help fund our Lotus Behavioral Health Crisis Center, and $700,000 is estimated for our newly implemented semi-statewide electronic health record system, SmartCare, which is part of a multi-county innovation project. The MHSA annual update and associated expenditures were vetted with the Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board, our local stakeholder steering committee, the Campaign for Community Wellness, and were posted for 30 days to receive public comment. A public hearing for the annual update was held by the Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board on May 28, 2024. No public comments were received. No county general funds are required as part of this action item. At this time, we'd like to request the board adopt the fiscal year 2024-2025 MHSA annual update and expenditure plan. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments? Supervisor Holmes?
No, I have no.
Okay. Supervisor Gustafson?
I just had a couple questions. Amy, the numbers that we're seeing decrease in those enrolled in the program, at the bottom of the second paragraph, you talk about in FSP, that we've seen a decrease in psychiatric hospitalization, incarceration, emergency shelters, and homelessness. That's really great news, and I think we don't celebrate enough the strides we're making in our mental health services. Did you want to speak to any more of that, or?
Oh, thank you for pointing that out. Amy, go ahead if you want to take that one.
Yeah, I want to point out that that data is in relation to individuals who are enrolled. So what they do is they track individuals, usually people who are identified for full service partnerships, have previous hospitalizations, incarcerations. We follow them over time and we track their outcomes, and those reflect the improvements that individuals who are in full service partnerships, which are an outpatient program, are able to maintain, live productive, healthy, happy lives in our community without the need for expensive, long-term hospitalization stays. And that's why these outpatient services are so critical to our community. because that's the goal, is to keep people in the community and in the least restrictive environment whenever possible. We always try to avoid those hospitalizations. You know, I just went to you with a contract, and sometimes those are needed, but we're always working with individuals that are hospitalized to try to step them down into things like full service partnerships. And then we get to be successful in this way and see them live life in recovery.
Well, those are outstanding results, and we want to continue, obviously, to see these funds go to helping people recover and become, productive members of society. So it's a great outcome. Thank you for all your efforts.
Okay, any other comments? I'm going to open up to the public. Any public comments on this item? Anyone online? Okay, bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Before we get to our item 5, we're going to finish off the next two HHS items. So we're moving on to D, CalWorks Housing Support Program, Agreement with Volunteers of America, Northern California and Northern Nevada. So this is Stacy. Good morning.
Good morning, board and chair. Thank you so much. I'm Stacy McNally. I'm a CalWorks program manager over here in Human Services. And I'm here today to ask you to approve an agreement with Volunteers of America, Northern California and Northern Nevada, Inc. to provide assistance to CalWorks recipients in finding and maintaining permanent housing in an amount not to exceed $866,156 for a period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services, or designee, to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments that cumulatively do not exceed $86,615, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. Through our housing support program, CDSS will allow CalWorks families meeting certain criteria, homeless or at risk of homelessness, to receive rental support before becoming unsheltered. Placer County's HSP provides support to homeless CalWorks families through the rapid rehousing model, enabling them to quickly obtain permanent housing and achieve self-sufficiency. Since December 2015, around 330 homeless families have been housed through our HSP program here in Placer County. There are currently 33 families, including 66 children, housed through our program. In September of 2022, CDSS allocated a planning allocation amount of $1,599,627 for fiscal year 22-23, which was then increased in December of 22 to $1,608,064. That was then followed by another fiscal year allocation for fiscal year 23-24 in the amount of $802,440. The housing support program allows for continued expenditure of funds into fiscal year 24-25. The remainder of these funds, which is currently anticipated as between $78,673 and $81,738. We are also anticipating a redistribution of funds, which would add an additional $1,772,890 for fiscal year 23-24 to continue to be spent through fiscal year 24-25. Volunteers of America in Northern California and Northern Nevada, Inc. will continue to coordinate, secure, and maintain lease agreements with property owners for the purpose of providing houses or apartments to homeless CalWorks Housing Support Program recipients referred to each respective agency to secure housing in a rapid rehousing model program. These agencies assist the recipient families in obtaining and retaining housing appropriate to the needs of the family. Families initially enter into an agreement for 6 months of housing assistance. Each program follows standard practices employed by similar continuum of care housing programs. Rental assistance pays the difference up to the fair market value of the housing unit. Approval of this allocation agreement and subsequent amendments allows Human Services to provide housing support to more homeless families and to help keep them housed as they learn strategies for timely payment of rent, maintaining good rental history, and accessing needed services. The total cost of this agreement is $866,156. The funding is available in the requested fiscal year 24-25 budget for Human Services, and there is no additional impact to the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Bring it back to the board members. Any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the public would like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, and bring it back to the board then.
Move approval.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Okay, one more item, and the board has to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the In-Home Support Services Public Authority. So be it. Item 14, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Chair Jones and members of the board. Amy Ellis again with the Adult System of Care, here with an action item for your consideration to approve the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority budget for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $1,660,280. The IHSS Public Authority was established on December 3rd, 2002, as required. The Public Authority is a separate legal entity whose purpose is to provide assistance to IHSS recipients in finding independent home care providers through the establishment of a registry, the investigation of the qualifications and background of potential providers, the establishment of a referral system under which providers shall be referred to recipients, and training for the recipients and providers. In addition, for the purpose of labor negotiations regarding wages, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment, the Public Authority is deemed to be the employer of record for IHSS independent providers. The Public Authority is supported by 9 county staff who are assigned to the unit. There are approximately 5,000 IHSS recipients projected to be served in fiscal year 24-25. I do want to point out that's a significant increase that's been increasing year over year. Of approximately, approximately 2,500 of those 5,000, or about 50%, will require and receive assistance in finding appropriate skilled and registered caregivers. The Public Authority staff will assist approximately 5,300 IHSS providers with employment enrollment, orientation, training, support, and counseling services over the fiscal year 24-25. The county share of the IHSS provider wages is identified in the Health and Human Services Client Aid budget, and it's funded through a combination of federal and state funds and about $366,139 in general funds. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this.
Thank you, Amy. Bring it to the board. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Anyone in the public like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, right, back to the board.
I'll move approval of the item.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gore, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
The board will now adjourn as the In-Home Support Services Public Authority and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Done. Okay, now we're going to move on to item 5, our long-awaited Community Development Resource Agency item on short-term rentals. So, Emily, good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Nice
morning
to see you all. Emily Setzer, Principal Planner with Placer County Community Development. I'm here with Jasmine Carr today, and we also have a CEO with us who will share a couple slides as well.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, how did I get all the way there? Okay. We will be going over our permit and code compliance data today, providing just like our normal update on our program so you can stay aware of how the STR program is being adaptively managed in the county. We will also go over our proposed amendments today. These are very similar but slightly refined from the amendments we brought forward to you in February. And then I will hand it over to the CEO's office to talk a little bit about the new stakeholder advisory group, and then we will request board action. So I will hand it over to Jasmine here to talk through some of our data.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
All right, so the number of permits has consistently been around 3,411, which is well below the cap of 3,900 permits. I'd like to point out the typo regarding the remaining capacity, which is actually approximately 489 permits. The permitting cycle is continuous. However, administratively, we consider April 1st as the start of the renewal cycle. Since then, just over 1,000 permits have been issued for the first time or renewed this year. We have added this new slide to outline the STR enforcement progression. Complaints are received via the STR hotline, code compliance email, or through the permit application process. Once a violation is confirmed with collected evidence, a notice of violation, or NOV, may be issued. The enforcement officer will contact the property owner or agent to explain the violation and provide a time frame to remedy it, to avoid receiving the first citation. Additionally, the NOV is physically posted on the property, sent via email with the NOV as attached, and mailed via certified mail. Internally, all case details are documented and approved by the supervising code enforcement officer. If the violation is not corrected within the specified time frame, a first citation may be issued. Then a second citation may follow if the first citation remains unresolved within its specified time frame. If the second citation is not resolved within its specified time frame, a third citation may be issued. I also wanted to note that if 3 NOVs are issued for a property, a first citation may also be issued. Now, let's examine the calls received alongside the cases opened over the past 12 months. Calls and emails are reported continuously. Typically, the highest number of complaints and cases are received and reviewed during the peak seasons such as winter and summer for this area. Our code officers strive to balance their responsibilities, focusing significantly on conducting fire life safety inspections and enforcing parking and trash regulations within the basin, along with their other code responsibilities. And over the past year, our officers have conducted approximately 1,200 FLS inspections. Upon deeper analysis of our case data, we found that 185 cases were opened during this period. The primary violations included non-permitted STRs, trash issues, parking violations, and missing exterior postings. Additionally, 101 notice of violations were initially recorded, but after consultation with our code team, it was verified that and updated to 164 NOVs, with corrections made for those 2 blank and 1 other types of actions you see on the chart here. We are transitioning to using the STR hotline and email exclusively for submitting complaints, streamlining our incoming calls to a unified system. This shift aims to enhance our case input process and identify anomalies and efficiently close cases out. The cleanup amendments were crafted through input from fire districts, code enforcement staff, appeal hearing officers, county council, and the previous stakeholder working group. These amendments underwent comprehensive review by the STR stakeholder working group in meetings held on July 18th and November 29th of 2023. Now I'll hand over the presentation to Emily to review the proposed amendments.
Thanks, Jasmine. We wanted to provide you that background information because we got a lot of questions about how many calls we get and how calls become cases and what is our process for enforcing the ordinance through our program. So I'm going to first start with the changes we have made since we were here in February. These are the only changes we've made since then. We have changed the condo hotel definition based off of board input and stakeholder input to provide an alternative to the fire sprinklers and alarm system that are currently required to meet our condo hotel definition. So we have added an alternative for properties that are entitled or permitted as commercial lodging or condo hotels, or they're in a zone district that allows commercial lodging. They have smoke and carbon monoxide monitors and fire extinguishers that are checked monthly by a professional property management company who has access to all units at the property. And they would be subject to random audit by either Placer County or local fire department staff. So we have talked with a number of properties and owners at these properties who are desiring to meet the condo hotel definition, and we believe this will help at least a few properties meet that criteria. We believe the Grand Lebacan and Franciscan, for example, will meet this criteria. We've been in talks with owners at Timber Creek Lodge who are working to refine their contract management system and property management right now so that they would be able to meet this criteria in the future as well. We've also clarified bedroom requirements. So as Jasmine said, our code officers have been conducting a lot of fire life safety inspections over the past year. And as we go through those inspections, we have realized that there are a number of properties that don't meet the California Building Code, even at the time that those properties were constructed. So we are working with those owners to update those properties so that they could meet the bedroom requirements of building code. That could include minimum bedroom size so that we don't have, say, bunk beds in a closet, you know, for safety reasons. It could be emergency rescue opening, like a window or a door, having minimum size for emergency access to those units, and then smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. We've also clarified that the local contact physically reside within 35 driving miles of the short-term rental unit. Right now, that code reads that they need to be physically present within 60 minutes, and we realize that between summer traffic and construction and weather, 60 minutes can vary greatly. Depending on where they are coming from. So this is a measurement that is actually we're able to enforce. We also realize that most property managers or owners, when they get a call that there is a nuisance or some sort of violation at their property, are able to call the renters and most of the time cure that issue right away. We are also requiring defensible space inspections every 3 years, and regardless of the STR permit renewal date. So, for example, the STR permit is a 1-year permit. If that renewal date coming up is in August, but they need a defensible space inspection in October, we will make sure that upon the next renewal date that they have passed that defensible space inspection, and that we communicate with them when those different dates are for them to stay up to date on their permit requirements. We've also aligned this ordinance with our county-wide accessory dwelling unit ordinance, which is in the zoning ordinance, chapter 17 of county code. That code stated that accessory dwelling units could not be short-term rented, but our short-term rental code did not address that. So in order to align these two codes, we have clarified that accessory units permitted after June 9, 2020, which was when the county ADU code was adopted, may not be short-term rented, so that is consistent with the new code that was put in place at that time. Any ADUs before then or properties with multiple units will be able to choose one or the other. So it's like an ADU or the primary unit. They could choose one or the other if it's an older structure that was built prior to our county ADU ordinance. I'll also note that and I'll bring this up at the end again, but we have made 2 corrections to the ordinance, so you received a hard copy of that. The sections are 9.42.080P, which should state that 1 year after the STR permit expiration date rather than the application date. And then we've made another section correction to section 9.42100, which should state that 3 notices of violation within any 90-day period would equal a citation. That was incorrectly noted as a 24-month period. So we have made those corrections, and they are in your packet. So I will continue going through a summary of the rest of the proposed amendments. These are similar to what were brought forward in February. I'll skip those first two because I just went over them. We have clarified the definition of property. We have some pretty funky properties up here that have sometimes multiple parcels. Buildings can be on multiple parcels. It was the Wild West back when construction was really built around Tahoe. So we have clarified the definition of property for STR purposes to include multiple lots or parcels that could be bought or sold together, or multiple lots or parcels with a single address. This has come up in some of our appeal hearings where there was vagueness about what actually constitutes a property. Was it the parcel? Was it the multiple parcels? So we're hoping this cleans that up. We've also removed the owner-occupied exemption from the STR permit cap due to recent case law regarding interstate commerce. So our cap of 3,900 had previously said that owner-occupied short-term rentals, so those folks who were short-term renting, say, their primary home, but they short-term rented at 4th of July or Christmas, for example, would not be subject to that cap of 3,900. Unfortunately, case law has come forward, so we have to abide by that. And so now everybody is subject to the cap going forward. We've talked about the bedroom needing to meet California building code standards, so I will move on to the next slide. We are refining some of our fire, life safety, and defensible space inspection procedures. So like I said, we're moving to change fire, life safety inspections to every 3 years for all short-term rental properties. Right now, it is in the ordinance, it states that all privately managed properties need to get an inspection every year, but professionally managed could get an inspection every 3 years. This is intended to provide more equity among all of our STR permit holders, and also allows for more capacity in our staff who are conducting those inspections. There are over 3,000 inspections is a lot, especially if you have to do some of those every single year. We've also allowed all short-term rental properties to have until November 30th of this year to pass a defensible space inspection. Thereafter, they would be required every 3 years. I will note that all properties need to maintain defensible space at all times. That's per state code, that's per county hazardous vegetation management ordinance, but the actual inspection needs to be passed every 3 years for short-term rentals. We are allowing condominium complexes to pass a complex-wide inspection by March 31st of 2027. We recognize that some of our condominium complexes up here have a fair amount of defensible space work to do, and it might take a while for some of those larger properties. But they may pass in the meantime on a building-by-building basis. So if they've conducted the defensible space around that particular building, then that building may pass. We have also cleaned up how we may deny a permit application, so we're expanding the criteria for that to include input from, say, our chief building official or environmental health authorities if a structure is deemed unsafe or uninhabitable. This doesn't come up often, but we have had an instance of this where, the property was not really safe for people to be there renting. We've also allowed STR operators to submit renewal applications up to the day before their permit expires. It had previously said that they needed to submit their renewal application 30 days prior. So over time, we're hoping to stagger when those permits come in to make it a more evenly distributed workload on staff. And so we hope that this will help with that. We've also clarified where those exterior postings should be posted on the property. So that's a sticker that could go in a window of a property, or it's a magnet that could go on a bear box. The goal there is to identify this is a permitted STR. It shows the permit number, and it also shows the hotline number, so people, if there is an issue with the property, would know how to contact the hotline. We are also clarifying the minimum nights rented. So the ordinance right now requires all short-term rentals to rent for a minimum of 30 nights per year. The goal there is so that we're not just sitting on unused permits. We are clarifying that to say that owner-occupied short-term rentals are exempt from that 30-night minimum per year requirement. We recognize many of those people, they live in their homes, so it would be sometimes difficult to rent for more than 30 nights per year. We've also clarified that snow removal needs to be conducted if snow has accumulated more than 6 inches. Right now, the ordinance states snow removal just needs to be done between December 1st and April 1st, but we sometimes get some big storms outside of that time frame. So this helps maintain safety to all of our short-term rentals. We have also clarified the maximum number of short-term rentals per property. So right now, our ordinance states that you may have 1 short-term rental unit per property, and there was a time period that was extended from 1 year to 2 years for folks to transition down to that 1 unit per property. This ordinance amendment today allows up to 4 in the town centers of Kings Beach and Tahoe City, and those town centers are specified by the zone district boundaries. And that was really because we recognize that the county and TRPA are trying to shift some of our lodging to the town centers to make it really a park once, walk around, hop on the bus, be near the beach, be near the restaurants and other amenities. And so this does align with the allowances of commercial lodging in those town centers and that goal. We also have clarified the requirements for grills and barbecues. When we conduct fire life safety inspections, our code officers do look for grills and barbecues to make sure that they're in a safe location. We are allowing flame retardant mats so that a grill or a barbecue could be a little bit closer to, say, a structure or a deck, as long as it's approved by the local fire district. So there are mats out there that are sufficient to kind of reduce the flammability there, and so that may allow for somebody to have a grill or a barbecue on a smaller deck that may otherwise not be allowed because of proximity or geographical distance requirements. We are also revising our penalty section to clarify that 3 notices of violation, and that should say within a 90-month period here, will result in a citation. Right now, the ordinance intent was for 3 notices of violation within a 90-day period to result in a citation, but that was broken up by topic. So say under the current ordinance, you might get a notice of violation for parking, a notice of violation for trash, a notice of violation for noise, but those are all different topics, and our ordinance splits how we enforce those topics differently. So now we're making it easier to enforce and understand for the permit owners and operators and for our code enforcement staff. We've also added, with County Council's help and input from our appeal hearings officers, a lot of clarification about who county staff will notify, in what order, and then the time to cure that violation. We received input that the ordinance was a little vague and unclear, and so we have added a lot of clarification there to hopefully provide more understanding on our processes. For parking, trash, and occupancy penalties, we have received some fair amount of feedback saying that allowing for these types of nuisances to occur for more than 1 hour is really too much in a residential neighborhood. We've talked with our previous stakeholder working group about this one, and we have recommended and proposed that we reduce that from 1 hour to 30 minutes. From 1 day to 3 hours. I'm on a different topic there. So right now, the parking, trash, and occupancy ordinance states that those issues could occur for an entire day. So that is a long time, so we're reducing that to 3 hours. And then the first citation would be, instead of 30 days, 5 hours. So we're trying to get these issues cleaned up in a more time-efficient manner. Noise violations are similar. We received a lot of complaints that an hour for a loud party or group of folks next to you could be a long time in a residential neighborhood setting. And so we are reducing that to 30 minutes for it to be cured before the first citation. We've also added a suspension section as an alternative to revocation. So currently our ordinance doesn't allow us to suspend permits, although we have been doing that. We'd like to add that section in. It's a lighter enforcement mechanism than actually revoking a permit. We recognize there are many occurrences where somebody may just need to conduct a small fix, replace a window, fix a deck, something like that, and then they could get up and running again. So we're just allowing a temporary suspension. There's no fine associated with that, and then they can come back and prove that whatever the issue was corrected, and they can move forward with short-term renting. We've also clarified our criteria for permit revocation. So if the county chief building official or environmental health authority declares a structure unsafe or uninhabitable, we do allow a revocation of the permit now, although we will try to work with the owner and go that suspension route first. We've clarified our appeals process. We have learned a lot since this ordinance has come forward, and we've had many appeal hearings and have received some feedback on that. So we are requiring a notice of appeal to be submitted within 10 days of the date that the notice is emailed, just providing some clarity on if somebody wants to appeal a citation, this is how they do it, and this is the time frame. So it's pretty clear on how that process works. We have also realized that our appeal hearings officers can be quite busy. So our requirement right now to schedule that appeal hearing in the next 30 days might actually not be possible because their schedules are pretty packed. So we are allowing that to increase from 30 days to 60 days. And we have also allowed a hearing officer to dismiss a penalty if there's a preponderance of evidence that whatever that violation that supposedly occurred did not actually occur. This is somewhat rare, but it does happen. So for example, we've heard complaints and cases of, say, a neighbor doesn't like that there's a short-term rental down the street. This has happened in South Lake, I've heard as well. But somebody could put trash out, trying to kind of cause a problem at the address. So if we receive evidence or have video or witness testimony that something like that did occur, that it wasn't really a result of the short-term rental itself, we will be able to dismiss a penalty based off of that information. I will hand it over to CEO now to provide an update on the advisory group, and then I will wrap this up with you.
Great, thank you, Emily. Stephanie Holloway, your Deputy CEO here in Tahoe. So thanks, Emily, for all that great detail. I think what I want to bring forward for your board today is just some visibility on the advisory group that was newly formed after the last time that you saw this presentation in February. So big thank you to those in the community who were tracking with us over the last number of months with all of these edits. Emily has presented you a number of edits that were really part of a conversation, right, of implementation of that ordinance and refinements of that ordinance. A couple of things that were brought up as part of that process were really bigger policy level issues. So, the number that is associated with our cap on STRs, where STRs are potentially located within the community. There was a lot of talk about community character and concerns from the community around that. So that really is the focus of the new group, this new group that was formed post February, or actually it was formed in February. So I want to just say thank you to a number of the members that I see here in the audience from that group. They've really been supportive in helping us really understand the complexity of how complex this issue is for our community. A lot of different conversations from housing to environment to administering from a business property manager's perspective, and then also just, residents in the community. So pretty complex issue there. We did hire a consultant to help us form that group. We actually put out a solicitation for members. We had 60 applications, which we vetted internally, and sort of ranked them against some scoring criteria. So again, just thank you to that group for continuing to move forward with us. We do anticipate about a 2-year commitment of that working group. We have had 2 meetings, one in February. We also had a meeting this last May, really to set a foundation for that group moving forward. So you can see here we have quarterly meetings anticipated, one in September, and then one that we haven't quite landed on, November, December timeframe. So just to give you a little preview of what we talked about in May, we spent a bunch of time kind of wrapping our head around a goal statement. I won't read this for you in the interest of time, but just to basically give you reference here on, again, the complexity of what we're really trying to solve here within the community. So, this group was very welcoming, very engaged, and ready to roll up their sleeves. We've set the table for this group to really be consensus building moving forward. So we are excited about engaging with this group, and we are in conversation with them via email, even in between the quarterly meetings. So we're already preparing for our next meeting with this group in September. We're going to dive in. Our staff is doing some detailed work around this conversation around where STR is potentially best located within our community. We call that geospatial, for those of you that are familiar with that. And so that's really gonna drive a future conversation for your board as to what those recommendations look like. But I did want to put on the slide here, we're very open to issues, though, with the ordinance as they arise in our community. You might hear some of that today. So we're open to having some ad hoc conversations with those on our stakeholder group who might be interested in that. So I just wanted to give you that visibility. Back to Emily.
I'm going to go back to the action slide, which is in the front instead of the back. There we go. So I will read again those 2 changes that we are correcting. So the first one is in section 9.42.080, which is operational standards. Section P, which is minimum number of days and nights for rent or lease. And it's the sentence that states, 1 year after the STR permit application date, a property owner may reapply for an STR permit, which will be treated as a new permit application and processed on a first-come, first-served basis. We are correcting that to say 1 year after the STR permit expiration date. And then the next page under penalties, it states that any short-term rental that receives a total of 3 notices of violation with any 24-month period shall result in the issuance of a citation. That is corrected to say 90-day period. So then I will read the actions requested, and I'm available for any questions. Today's action is to introduce and waive an oral reading of an ordinance as amended to amend Placer County Chapter 9, Article 9.42.
And board members, for the record, the ordinance that was on the dais for each of you that stated today's date, that has the changes that Emily just read into the record.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for questions. Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair. Well, complexity is the word of the day here. But I'm just so thankful for staff and the working group and the community partners that have worked on this. I read it through a couple of times. Pretty darn good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty darn good. I do have a question. On the STR permit exemption, this amendment removes the owner-occupied exemption from the STR permit cap Can you explain that a little bit more so I can understand it?
Yes.
Please.
So we do have owner-occupied short-term rentals, which are full-time residents who live in their homes full-time. This is their primary residence, but they may have a short-term rental permit, for example, when they go out of town on 4th of July or for Christmas. We have, I think, close to 160 of these people, these homeowners in our area. And so they live in their home full-time. They rented a short period of the year to make a little extra money. We are unable, due to recent case law, to make them not subject to the cap. So we have a cap of 3,900 in the current ordinance. If we were to hit that cap, if we had a new owner who wanted to apply for a short-term rental permit, and it was an owner-occupied property, they, under the current ordinance, would be able to get a permit because they were not subject or exempt from that cap of 3,900. Going forward, if we are hitting that cap, they would not be able to get a permit. We were doing that, trying to carve out an allowance for any of our current homeowners. That said, we have a lot of space in our cap right now, so this should not apply soon unless that cap changes. But due to recent case law, there's an inability for us to kind of discriminate against the local versus the non-local. And if I got that wrong, County Council, please let me know. Please feel free to correct me.
Chair Holmes, maybe we can elaborate on that. As often happens with ordinances, the courts, we watch the holdings, and in some cases, holdings end up being rendering parts of ordinances contrary to court holding. We do have to comply with court holdings in that case. I'm going to turn this over to Eric, who can give you a brief description as to why we had to take this out of the ordinance.
Thank you, Karen. Good morning, Supervisors. Eric Brumfield, Deputy County Counsel. So regarding the owner-occupied exemption from the cap, under the Interstate Commerce Clause, it prohibits what's called differential treatment between in-state and out-of-state economic interests, where it benefits the in-state interest and burdens the out-of-state interest. So right now, we don't have any issues with this language because we haven't reached the cap yet. But once we reach the current cap, it's going to create that differential interest between a homeowner-occupied exemption who can continue to apply for an STR permit outside of the cap, and a homeowner or a STR owner who doesn't reside in the home, out of state or even out of our STR defined area, wouldn't be able to apply for an STR permit. So that's what's creating the potential violation of the Commerce Clause if we weren't amending this to remove that exemption.
Okay, good. Thank you. Again, this is a classic example of adaptive management, and I'm sure there'll be some more adaptive management as we move forward, but this is a good step in the right direction for SDRs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Before you, may I ask a follow-up question in regards to this one item, if that's all right?
Sure.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Emily. So the 160 current owner-occupied permits we have, are they included in the current number of permits?
They are.
They are. So it still leaves us that margin of 454 permits.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Gustafson.
Sure. Well, we've come a long way. When you think about 2019, when we adopted the first ordinance and then all the subsequent modifications, and we're still trying to get it right, and we're still needing stakeholder groups and many, many meetings, because it's still a major issue in our community of concern. So I appreciate all the work and the changes you've made, bringing back since February to address our concerns. Specifically on the noise violations, Emily, we say they must be remedied in 30 minutes. Does that require a property manager or a person on site during that 30 minutes? Or is that just this noise needs to cease within 30 minutes?
It does not require the owner or manager on site. Most of the time what happens, as we've been told, is we contact the property owner and or manager, and they then contact the renter. So that works a majority of the time.
The vast majority of the time. Can you put up the violations again?
Yes.
And then my other question is, do we know how many nights cumulatively are rented to short-term rentals? I mean, I was running calculations at 50% and,
I know we have that information, and we have Doug Jastro on the line as well
Yeah,
from
if-
Revenue Services. Did you want the data slide or the actual change that we're proposing for the noise?
the data slide
Okay.
of complaints, because I think noise has actually dropped pretty significantly in the number of violations that we've been getting since and especially we moved it to 9 p.m., so to give us that hour before we hit neighborhoods. The
Yes,
rest
it
of the
has
neighborhood-
dropped.
Right.
We've been coordinating with the property managers and the owners, and I think the educational movement is really working.
So the reason I bring this up is the number of nights that are rented out of the 3,500 or so units. If we had that number to put this in context of how many complaints we're getting, because I think we've seen a significant decrease. I'm still very concerned about the no STR permit number. It seems to me we should be getting these people into the program as soon as possible and significantly, because we have a lot of people that are getting their permits and complying. The vast, vast, vast majority are doing that, and then we have these folks.
We do. That is a number that we get from our consultant, Deckard, who sends us monthly reports on the unpermitted STRs. We track those down. We work with the owners or managers. And we are, I think, making a lot of progress on that, but there are constantly more. So hopefully we will gain some traction there. We're doing a lot of education, and we're issuing those notices of violation, which is not a citation. There's no fee or fine for that. And we are working on that. It's a constant process right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate the effort, and I know we shared a story several years ago of a house my nephew's family rented, and they put it on for the holidays, made a lot of money, and took it off, and we couldn't capture it. I mean, I found out that they had no permit, and we couldn't capture that information quickly enough, because they just did it for 2 weeks and made a lot of money. The other question I had, I think, is Doug available to give us that number? Do you know?
I believe Doug is online.
Doug, if you didn't hear the question, I was trying to find out what we estimate is the total number of rented nights for all these units cumulatively. Sorry.
Hello, this is Doug Jastro. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Doug Jastro, Revenue Services Manager. That number in particular defined to the short-term rentals, the 3,500, I don't actually have that number right now. We have the full TOT amount for the days rented, but we can definitely put that together and get that to you.
Well, I'm going to guess if they're even at 30 or 40% occupancy, it's hundreds of thousands of room nights.
Absolutely, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so I think I'm just putting in context that we've made progress here. It's still not perfect, but I really appreciate the work that's gone on and the decrease in some of those. When is a property manager required? How much time does a property manager have to get onto site to respond to an issue before there's a violation? Because I've heard that is a concern, especially with the traffic conditions and the road work on 80 and everything else.
Yes. So that does vary a lot depending on a lot of conditions. So we have removed the time frame for somebody.
So it's just the
It's just the
they
miles,
must reside within.
and then the issue needs to be cured within a certain amount of time, which normally, for the majority of cases, they're able to call the renters. There are instances where that doesn't work. The renters don't answer their phone, what have you. But for the majority of cases, I think that is working.
Okay. And then I think the other question is for Stephanie on the stakeholder group. because I know there's a lot of folks here who want to testify on this, so I'll probably have more questions after I hear their questions. The geospatial considerations, are we checking with the surrounding entities that have done that? Because I've heard there's a lot of challenges. It sounds good to start, and then there's a lot of challenges with who gets a permit and who doesn't, and how long they hold on to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
I think, we're going to start with sort of a mapping exercise to know where we have STRs, where there are, differing communities. I
Yeah,
think,
that's all available right now online.
It is,
Yeah.
it is. And I think then the next layer is, as we come forward with some potential solutions or recommendations, what are those unintended consequences? How could a ordinance implementation potentially play out in a negative way? And I think we're looking at other jurisdictions for where that's already happening, right?
Where
and
they've
trying to
learned,
anticipate
because
that.
they've been done it ahead of us, that we
Yep.
can learn from them what to do and how to do it.
Correct.
And we have such a variety of properties that are so vastly different
Yes.
in nature. A condominium complex, 350 feet or whatever jurisdiction has done 500 feet or 250 feet spacing, that's a whole lot more condominiums than
Yep.
single-family residences. And
Yeah,
so-
and I'll add, I mean, the diversity of the advisory group is really what we're going to lean on too,
Mhm.
right? I mean, different members have different representation, and so when we bring those potential recommendations forward to them, that's what we want them to voice, those concerns of, if you do that, this has the potential to happen. And then how does
Right.
that play out in different areas?
Okay, thank you. And
You're
then I know there's a number of people who are going to talk to us about the number of units per parcel. I visited a few. We've heard a lot of issues, but we can talk about that after they provide testimony today. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Chair. You're welcome. No other comments by board members at this time? Okay, we're going to open up the public comment time. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is David Hopp. I have a short-term rental, and I live there full-time. I signed up for the transit TOT certificate back in 2014, and three things I need to talk about. The short-term rental program, the defensible space, and the amount of days you're requiring us to rent it. First off, I don't think the county should have any place telling somebody how many days they need to rent it. I rent my home from anywhere from 14 to 70 days a month. If you're requiring me to rent it 30 days, there's some years that I can't meet that minimum requirement. If I don't meet that minimum requirement, supposedly I lose the short-term rental permit, which I don't think is an equitable arrangement. The next is the fees that you guys charge for the short-term rental program. First, we just had this, and I understand that you need to have some sort of regulatory thing because there's a lot of people that are not complying. But first it was 10%, then it was 12% tax, then it's $375 to be part of the program, and now it's $475.88 to have people in your program not come out to the property, but do a virtual inspection. We have to have some kind of app or something on our phone and walk around the house. Hate to be blunt here, they need to get off their ass and show up at the property. There's no way anybody can do a proper inspection without physically being on the premises. The building department only charges $162 to do an inspection when they come out and do an inspection. These guys are highly trained. The people that are in your program aren't. So you either need to have them be highly trained so they know what they're looking for and they can pick up on these indiscriminate things that might be violations or might be safety issues that aren't being caught on a virtual inspection and can't be. And, the inequity between the $475 and $162, that's ridiculous. 3 times the amount. And these guys are going to sit in their office and have us walk around for 10 minutes, write 5 minutes worth of notes and, whatever. And then I'll be real quick. The last part, the defensible space. You guys are charging $140 to have a defensible space inspection done by the fire department when everybody else gets it for free. That's not right. We're all supposed to be in this together. We're all supposed to be maintaining a defensible space. We shouldn't have to pay $140 for an inspection that the fire department should be coming out. And when the person who did my inspection came out and I asked him what the difference is between the 2 inspections, he said absolutely nothing. I said, why are they charging $140? Quote, the county wants to make money.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Sally Peterson. Hello, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the process and the ability to be heard. I'm here today to express my concerns regarding the recent change, April 1st, 2024, to the ordinance restricting short-term rentals for properties with multiple units. As a longtime previous North Tahoe resident and local business owner, Placer County STIR permit holder representative, and current homeowner in Eastern Placer County, I believe this article and restriction in the ordinance is misguided and fails to achieve its intended objective. The primary objective of this restriction is to address the workforce housing crisis by encouraging owners with 2 units on one parcel to convert one of their units from STR to an LTR. However, this strategy employed restricting our ability to rent both units has proven ineffective and even detrimental for several reasons. Firstly, the county did not adequately research or engage with the affected 2-unit multi-unit homeowners to understand their perspectives and intentions. From my own thorough survey of 32 STIR permit holder homeowners with 2 units like myself, the overwhelming majority has no intention converting to LTR. This renders the restriction futile in achieving its goal of increasing LTR inventory. Furthermore, while restricting established, vetted, and experienced 2-unit STRs, the county plans to still issue hundreds of new permits, I think 489, I think we heard just today, to inexperienced hosts. This decision not only contradicts the goal of mitigating STIR-related issues, but also ignores and lacks the respect that is due to the economic contributions of the established STIRs to local workforce employment and their ability to pay for their local workforce housing, tax revenue, and a percentage of our TOT tax that gets allocated to NCTA for the local workforce housing. As a homeowner who has responsibly managed 2 STIRs for 7 years now, before the ordinance even existed, I strongly urge reconsideration of this article and restriction in the ordinance. Instead of penalizing and alienating existing multi-unit STIR homeowners, a more effective approach would be for the county to put on the next agenda a grandfather clause for STIR multi-units on one parcel for existing experienced owners while implementing stricter regulations for new purchases and new construction. Together we can find solutions that work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Patricia, and I'm a homeowner here in Kings Beach, one of those 150 owner-occupied exempt owners. I'm here to, on previous ordinances, when we went through this initial program, Placer County assured owners that they would be exempt. And I understand, I appreciate the definition and why we need to change this, but can we get creative to kind of support the permanent residents? I'm actually not a permanent resident owner-occupied of how you define. I don't leave my house and then let people go in. I don't go on holidays and make money. I'm actually an owner-occupied person that opens up for seasonal workers primarily and augments my time with STRs because our seasonal workers are only here 3 to 4 months. All of our programs to provide housing, like Landing Locals, are 6 months or 12 months or more. What runs our whole community, what runs the tourism, is all these seasonal workers we bring in, right? And so this is a persona that we ignore, and the persona of the owner-occupied is not how you define. So I ask that the Placer County and the advisory board here to take this opportunity to look at the personas of these two individuals, to study the impact of the permanent residents and what will happen. I actually just dropped my short-term rental because I didn't want to pay the thousands of dollars while I actually am renting right now for 4 months to seasonal renters. Well, what happens in May when what happens in September when they leave, right? I have to pay thousands of dollars and get my permit and hope and actually keep it now because in fear that I'll lose it forever. Maybe I should just start making money at the peaks and short-term rental all the time versus right now I'm making probably a third less of what I could to support this community. So what I ask is to study that impact and to broaden how you're defining your personas, to begin to ID programs for seasonal workers. How can there be incentives for locals to house these key people that are 3 or 4 months? You know where all those no STR permit complaints are? They are STR homeowners that are actually housing seasonal workers a lot of the time that are holding on to, that don't have a permit. They're the ones that are leaving trash out there. There's the ones that. If you want to change a lot of these complaints, I would really be interested in what the consultant says about that, right? How many actually of those people have converted and actually got their permit? Well, you know what? Many people may not ever intend to. So I ask that we look at other incentives to look at the personas of the permanent resident as well as the how do we support the seasonal workers, which is what we're looking at right now is supporting tourism or permanent residents only. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please. Good morning.
Good morning. It's hard to follow that enthusiasm motion. Scott Wolcott, STR permit holder in Homewood. While I just heard something from Sally, I've never really understood the purpose of restricting the multi-unit homeowners and stripping that historical right from these properties, rights that existed well before the state passed the ADU program as well as your STR program up here. So this has been going on for decades with some of these families. So taking that right away from the folks outside of the town center does not seem fair to me. If you want to do it going forward in a transparent fashion, that's your choice, but making it retroactive seems a bit capricious. It seems Ms. Peterson has been advocating a fair and equitable solution to this for several months, which again is simply grandfathering, as many municipalities do, grandfathering existing conditions into your ordinance. As I understand it, it affects less than 0.1% of your permit holders, so it doesn't seem like it's a difficult issue to resolve there. If you're not supportive of an equity solution, I would request and have asked in writing several times for the legal basis on which the county's made this decision. Clearly, you are taking a historical property right from the existing property owners. Clearly, you are taking an income stream from these property owners, and as I understand it from talking with a number of them through Ms. Peterson's guidance, that income stream is important to a number of these families and homeowners up here. So if you have completed a takings analysis, complete with case law and legal precedent, I would ask that you share it with the affected parties. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. This is obviously a complex issue, and
Can we get your name for the record first?
my name is Hans Wiest. I own a property on 3060 River Road, and let me also start by apologizing because I'm terribly nervous and probably will make plenty of mistakes here. But I want to kind of present our property is unique, but probably there are others in similar state, but it was owned by the Hills Brothers company, started in 1906, before Squaw Valley existed, before 89 was in. They came in some dirt road. It was built up literally as a family vacation compound. In fact, the Hills brothers called it their coffee grounds. So, you know, and they would come up there. We have a main house. People would gather there in the evenings, what have you. We have a garage house, which is an upstairs and a downstairs, connected kind of like with a door like you would find in a motel room to connect two units. We have a small cottage right on the river. It's 2 rooms and a bathroom, no kitchen. We have what was the cook's cabin. They brought their cook from San Francisco up. It's 1 room and a bathroom. And then the main house, which is a functional main house. One of the problems is it's built in 1906. The wiring all goes through the main house. I mean, if you cannot make a long-term rental out of it, because if the breaker goes out, somebody has to get into the main house, get into a utility room, and reset it for all these different houses. There's only one set of utilities. Nothing is independent or functional from the standpoint of being a long-term housing situation. So by limiting us, and we're being told that we can't do this anymore, you know, using it as long-term rental, but, you know, we would, in essence, have 3 buildings that would go vacant for 350 days a year, and only for when our family, extended family, meet. And, you know, that's the purpose, kind of what we bought it for, that, and the potential of paying for it through STR. But, you know, the whole family comes together for Thanksgiving or Christmas and what have you. If it was long-term rental, we wouldn't be able to do that, but ignoring the fact we can't even do long-term, so now it would only be good for that. And I think you would be limiting yourself. I mean, I understand the long-term housing problem and what have you, but in our case, I think you're better off grandfathering it in and taking the tax revenue to try to solve that problem than to just eliminate 4 more houses from being able to be used. I take it my time's up. I apologize. I don't know if you want to hear more about it or not, but but in any case, and you know, Gustafson was nice enough to come out and take a look, and she can corroborate some of what I mentioned, you know, but I got 2 more pages to go, but I apologize.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
3 minutes goes pretty fast. Good morning.
Hi, Chair Jones and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. My name's Andy Bavetta. I have to get used to this microphone. It seems a little too high. But I'm using my time adjusting it. I'm a Truckee resident, Placer County portion of Truckee. I've lived here for 27 years. And I'm going to propose 2 changes to the amended ordinance as described by Emily. Emily and I exchanged about 45 emails over the last 2 years, so it's good to put a face to a name or an email address. About 18 years ago, I bought a condominium in the Timber Creek Lodge, which is at North Star. It's a 2nd floor condominium. I bought it as an investment. Since I already live in Truckee, I don't need a vacation house. So I bought it as an investment. It hasn't been a particularly good one. It rents like crazy. I rent it over 180 days a year. But the homeowner fees and the taxes and the insurance and just about equals the income. So I'm kind of just breaking even on this property. But so I'd like to propose 2 changes to the ordinance that Emily described. I think they're important changes, and I'd like to hit the low-hanging fruit, the easiest one, which is the change of ownership of if the change of ownership occurs, the ordinance says that we have to revoke the short-term permit, and the new owner has to go about getting a new permit. I think Stephanie Holloway mentioned the word unintended consequence. There's an unintended consequence of that stipulation for me, because my unit is not rentable on a long-term basis. So what would happen if we hit the cap is that it would be a conversion of that unit, which is now highly touristed. Tourists use it and it rents a lot. It would have to be converted to kind of a vacation place for the property owner. It probably used a lot less. So I'd like to propose that we put an exception into that stipulation that if your unit is not suitable for long-term rental because it doesn't have a kitchen, that your exclusion. If you turn to the last page, I don't know if you got the handout or not, that has the wording for the, so I put in the, trying to make it easy, I put in the wording that I'd like to see. So the next subject, oh geez, next subject is the rental exemption, and I have some rewording of that, and I could explain why I do that, but I don't want to run over my time. Basically, it's not clear. I tried to write a fire safety plan based on the wording, and I found that I had to make assumptions in order to do that. So I wrote down what those assumptions are, and I incorporated in the wording of the exemption portion of the ordinance. So I asked you to consider that rewording. I think it makes it much clearer what you're looking for.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anne Pascal. I will start by explaining a little bit, briefly, our situation. We live in Olympic Valley. We bought our place 50 years ago. I've been in the valley for 50 years. And we started in 2016 having 3 units that we were renting short-term rental in our property. This is our family home, so we were renting downstairs, 3 units. We have family coming and going. We live there all year round. And on December 2022, we were told that we need to stop. We had 30 days. We were doing it for 8 years. We had 30 days to stop 2 of our units. So we had to cancel all our reservations following that. And 30 days after, our income was down. This is the one thing. The other thing, I would like to explain our observation about the short-term rentals. And we don't understand why we have been the target when there is still 400 and something permit available, and we couldn't keep going with our short-term rental. That's the one thing. Obviously, we live in this place, and the long-term rental is not going to be an option for us to do that downstairs. I think it makes sense. We have been asking, so can we rent our whole home short-term rental? And we have been told yes. So we don't understand why we can rent our whole place with many people who are going to come, with all the inconvenience that we are talking about, garbage, noise, and everything. When I was trying to make the best job I can, and I really love my job, was to have my guests coming, making sure there was no noise, there was no garbage in outside. People were very respectful, never complained from a neighbor. So I don't understand the logic in that either. And the last thing is that I think if we could have one more of our units on the property, we can avoid also the traffic in Olympic Valley, which is a main concern right now. So I do not understand why it's not allowed to have multi-units on one parcel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, could I
Yes.
ask her just to repeat that last statement? I didn't quite understand what you were saying. That last statement?
About Olympic Valley?
Yes, ma'am.
For the traffic? Well, there is a lot of traffic in
traffic.
Olympic Valley.
All right.
And so that would be a way. I really encourage my guests to take Mountaineer, which I think is
the best program ever. People love it, and it helps with the traffic. So, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Jones. Thank you, Board, for being here in Tahoe. Okay, I'll put up a little bit. There we go. Thank you guys for being in Tahoe. We really appreciate when you come up here and spend some time with us, so thank you for that. I just want to echo what Chairman...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said that already. Maybe it was down. Adam Wilson with the North Tahoe Community Alliance. I just want to echo what Supervisor Holmes said. This is a complex issue, and there was a lot of input with the previous working group as well as the current working group around these ordinances. And I just want to thank not only that whole body of work, but that the staff took that all into consideration, brought it forward, decided that there were some additional changes based on some feedback, took it back, and now is here today with those changes. While it is not perfect, to your point, it is really a good start, a good continuation of this particular ordinance. I would also add that the STRs as a whole for our community are one of the largest parts of our lodging. And it's so important to our economy overall that I think we need to continue to look at these and get this right. And while we have, as noted by the CEO's office, the geospacing and the other issues that we have to look at, they are complex as well. So I would just encourage the board to allow the time for that group to continue to work through that, continue to get community input as we work looking at the STRs and any additional ordinances or changes as we go forward. And then last but not least, I just want to thank the staff for all their energy and time and listening for this. Some additional issues have come up today with that I think would be well vetted out at some point, but I would ask that you not approve this amendment and allow those additional issues to come forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Heidi Alstead, the Executive Director for the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, and also a member of your STR advisory group as well. So thank you for that opportunity. Our mission is to facilitate workforce housing solutions in the Truckee Tahoe region. We provide housing solutions to over 2,300 employees of our 7-member agencies. And as of last year, we increased our mission to include the entire workforce as well. So I'm here on behalf of the housing community. We serve over 600 people in our community with general housing support, home purchase education and assistance, and access to rental homes. In 2023, as most of us know, the Mountain Housing Council came out with their new report of their regional housing survey, and we know that we need nearly 8,200 housing units in our community for housing our workforce. And over 50% of our workforce, as you may know, commutes from out of the region as well. Our organization does support the proposed amendments to the STR ordinance, and I realize this is a hot topic and that our STR advisory group will be discussing at length, and we hope that we can come up with some great solutions for everybody. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Jones, board members, Karen and Daniel, Wayne Nader. When this came before you in February, the first draft of it, and then there was suggested changes that groups had brought forward, I was concerned that maybe in some way it might get diluted before it came back to you. But I was very pleased that the 6 items that were adjusted actually brought some real clarity to those issues. And one in particular that I did like was the ADUs. In the original text was going to give about a year before those needed to come to an end as STRs. And what was now proposed is that is immediate. Those obviously were designed and benefited for long-term housing, which I would consider as over 180 days at least. So I'm glad that that's done. I want to commend Emily in particular for the work that she's done on this. I know we've used the word complex a lot, and this is difficult. to navigate this, but she's done an excellent job of working with the task force, the working group originally, bringing forward some excellent, I think, adjustments that have real impact for control. It's really tightening up a lot of the issues that we've had. And I think you are seeing in this chart that progress is really being made. I'm not hearing as many complaints as I'm out in the community as I've had previously. Now, again, the other word that's come up, is it perfect? No, it's not. There's other things that need to be considered. But I'm confident the advisory group will bring those forward. What I would like to ask you, I know you've had some suggestions today, the grandfathering of those that have multiple ones outside of the town centers seems somewhat reasonable to me for that consideration. That's up to you as a board whether you want to implement that now or make that change to it. But what I would suggest is that please adopt these amendments. I think, again, they are going to be incredibly effective in the community, and I would suggest, as Adam brought up, accept them as written with the staff's adjustments and a couple of corrections. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Good. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Mitch Packard with Packard Realty. My company manages 5 different condo and lakefront condo complexes. And I'm really here just to commend the staff. Worked with Jasmine a bit over the phone. I really appreciate you reaching out to us, property managers, for our input. And I think these amendments are good, particularly the 2 amendments, one allowing the expanding the condo hotel definition to allow those that have commercial zoning. I think that's important. I think the clarification on bedrooms is really important, that they must meet building code that was in place at the time the structure was permitted. Cannot stress strongly enough how much I recommend that you accept these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ron Parson. I manage properties up here. I too advocate that you approve this modification today. We need to keep moving forward. Your working group, which I'm a part of, thank you, and the staff has really been doing a lot of work. I hear new issues today that I had not heard before, and what I suggest is, as you've done before, allow the staff to use the adaptive management process to try and accommodate those unusual circumstances. So that's my suggestion. The one point I want to make is when we were doing this several years ago, this room was filled with people who wanted no STRs. Today, every comment has come up here and said, we want the STRs and we want them to work. We have a specific condition. That's a sea change. So however that happened, that's great. My other concern that I bring up, which isn't a real concern, it's an observation. In a one-year period, 185 cases. And Cindy, your question is, I don't know how many nights there were, but I know that there were 1.25 million possible room nights in that same period, if you simply do the math. So there's a lot of STR days out there, and that's a really small number. I tried doing the percentage, and I couldn't carry the decimal points far enough over. So you also have to, I think, at some point, we're going to have to address, and this I brought up at the working group, is we need to talk about cost-benefit analysis on this. And at some point, perhaps we should be reducing the amount of staff time that's taking to solve 185 out of 1.25 million potential room nights. So I highly recommend we adopt this. I think NTCA's got a great working group going. I'm blessed, I think, I hope, to be on the working group with the staff, and I recommend you adopt this ordinance today, possibly direct that the staff use the adaptive process to deal with the unique issues that people have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other commenters here? Okay, how about online?
Caller, go ahead. Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Thank you very much. This is John Falk. I am the legislative advocate for the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors. and I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to once again visit this issue. And I very much appreciated you holding off on acting on the ordinance as originally revised to give us all time to fine tune it to make it the best it could possibly be, understanding this is an iterative process and that it's a living document and that there will be revisions over time. And I want to reinforce what we believe, that all of the changes that are made should be data-driven and policies developed based on the global good and never based on individual issues or grievances. To be broad-based and fair and applicable to all, you really have to use that broader-based approach. And today that it appears that that has been.
Oh, I think we lost him.
John, are you there? John, are you there? Are you able to hear us? We've lost him.
Okay, maybe we can come back to him.
Nick, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, my name is Nick Delancey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I have a comment on this agenda item that relates only to the proposed amendment to subsection B5 of the STR ordinances, section 9.42.050. That's the subsection that addresses the building code requirements that a bedroom must meet in order to be rentable under the STR ordinance. This is one of these complex matters that have been mentioned that needs a little bit of fine tuning. I'm the owner of a condominium unit at Alpine Place at Alpine Meadows, a 3-building complex that was permitted and built 55 years ago in 1969. This unit's been in my family since it was built. Our unit is presently permitted and has been for some time to be rented under the STR ordinance as a 3-bedroom rental. The proposed amendment to section B5 would unintentionally, I think, disqualify one of those bedrooms from rental. Because the reasons for this disqualification and the related history of changing building code requirements over the past 60+ years that the proposed amendment seeks to address are highly technical and arcane, I have submitted a detailed written public comment on the proposed amendment to the board to address these matters. There's not sufficient time for me today to go through all those details, so I request and encourage the board and county staff carefully to review and take into consideration my written comment. My written comment also proposes a revised, amended version of subsection B5 that will fairly, rationally, clearly, and unambiguously address all these matters. In the time that I have, I'll briefly summarize the issue here. Under subsection B5 as it stands now, to be rentable, a bedroom must comply with all current requirements of the California Residential Code, including all fire and life safety requirements. These requirements include minimum standards for bedroom egress windows. Our unit and other units at Alpine Place have ground floor front bedroom egress windows that more than fully comply with all current requirements of the California Residential Code. More than full present compliance with all modern fire and life safety requirements. The proposed amendment to subsection B5 would change the code requirements that a bedroom must meet to be rentable from the current code to the California Residential Code that was in effect when the building was permitted. The proposed amendment appears to be intended to protect older buildings from being adversely affected by code changes over the years that became more restrictive. That's entirely fair and reasonable. However, because of an historic anomaly in the Placer County Building Code that was in effect well before the California Residential Code, as to minimum egress window widths between 1962 and 1977, when the California Building Standards Code came into effect, egress windows were required to be slightly wider than was generally required before 1962 or from 1977 through the present. Thus, requiring Alpine Place's ground floor egress windows, which are wider and larger than presently required and were permitted at the time by the Placer County Building Department with a waiver or variance, to meet the standards of 55 years ago without regard to that waiver or variance makes them unrentable under the proposed amendment. That is, windows that would be fully compliant and safe if built before 1962 or after 1976 and thus rentable will be unrentable under the amendment if they were built between 1962 and 1977. There's no rational basis for making egress windows that are more than fully compliant today non-compliant because there was a temporary wider minimum width required decades ago. That's manifestly unfair. Windows that are more than fully safe and compliant today should not result in disqualification. Again, I think this is an inadvertent result due to this arcane, highly technical history. And it can be resolved by making a window compliant if it complied either with the building requirements that were in effect when the building was permitted, including any granted variances, or that comply with the California Residential Code today. Further, because Section B5, as proposed to be amended, refers to the California Residential Code that was in effect at the time of permitting, it's incomplete, unclear, and ambiguous because there wasn't any California Residential Code in effect until 2011. And even the California Building Standards Code, Title 24, didn't exist before 1977. So there's no back reference for the applicable code requirement for older buildings under that amendment. It's just a huge gap. Further, Section B5, as proposed to be amended, does not take into account variances or waivers that were authorized to be granted and granted by the Placer County Building Department. Finally, Section B5, as proposed to be amended, would be incomplete, unclear, and ambiguous because it doesn't take into account permitted bedroom window remodelings or replacements. Again, all these matters are set out in detail in my written comments, which include a proposed amendment that will deal with all of these things. I urge the board to include that revised amended version of subsection B5 in the amendment of the STR ordinance that is before the board today. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have on these things, but at root, we want to both protect older buildings against more restrictive code requirements, but not penalize older buildings that meet current requirements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Looks like we have no further callers.
Okay, and our previous caller didn't reach out again.
No.
Okay, last chance for anyone in the audience. Public comments? All righty, I'm going to close public comment,
Oh,
bring it.
We got one just
Okay,
now.
good.
Kurt, go ahead and
Hello?
raise. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Kurt Hagan, property owner, STR property owner in Tahoe City. And it's interesting to hear about everybody who's been involved. I appreciate the complexity and the challenge. However, I feel left out. Nobody ever called us to ask about the effect on our property or our family. I saw in your notice of violations, there was a list where we would get a phone call, we'd get an email, probably a knock on the door. Why did none of that happen in this process? And was there a study done to estimate the financial impact on the property owners? If there was, I'd be curious to see it. And also, our property is very close to downtown. It's not in the center for some reason, but it's a very easy walk to downtown. By taking away one of our 2 rentals, you're now looking at 150 empty nights where people were previously spending money in Tahoe City at the restaurants, the sports shops, grocery store. So the effect can be cascading of these decisions. They're complex, but they don't need to be clumsy. And certainly, they should involve the property owners themselves. If you're taking away our ability to make thousands of dollars a year, where is the remedy for us? I would strongly advise that you move ahead to grandfather in our ability to rent the 2 units and the other 31 properties as well. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you for your comments.
Ben, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Ben Lowers, also a multi-unit short-term rental owner, also near Tahoe City downtown. I have questions that maybe I could look up later of what is defining the city center in Tahoe City and Kings Beach, as well as there's a discrepancy in what the assessor's office calls a unit versus what the short-term rentals are considering a unit. So for instance, my house is assessed as a 5-bedroom, 2-bath. On the official county paperwork, it was that way before we bought the house. Knowing that it counted as 1 unit to the county, that helped us think we could rent out the house, splitting it into different sections based on our needs. If we're there for the winter or summer, maybe renting out a room, or if we're completely gone for a month, renting out the whole house. But we were told that by splitting up and renting different sections of the house, it would count as multiple units. I think it's not in the city's interest to define how many rooms or what configuration someone would be renting, and I think that needs to be a bit more clear in the ordinance going forward. I would also suggest that you take up the suggestions in these amendments, because I think they fairly represent the concerns of not just short-term rental owners, but also property managers and community members that represent the people who put the suggestions together, and I want to appreciate them for their work. That's it for my comments.
Thank you for your comments.
No further commenters.
Okay. Going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gustafson?
John Falk is going to try to call back in. He did text me that he had additional comment he was trying to finish.
Okay.
So if
his hand is back up. Let's
Okay.
see if we can get him.
Okay.
John, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, John Falk, Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors. Thanks for the opportunity. I didn't realize that I had been cut off. Appropriately, though, apparently. I was just going to ask that the 30-day minimum rental per year provision, that you either remove it at this point in time or revise the language so that it doesn't become triggered until all available permits have been issued, because there's really no reason to enforce a minimum number of nights stayed until we have a dearth of available permits. When we still have available permits, it seems that the person that only wants to rent out for 12 nights a year so that they can take their vacation and afford it or whatever, or can't rent it out 30 days because there just isn't enough business to do so, will still have the opportunity to do so. And then when you do reach the max permit that hopefully will not be reduced, then at that point in time, it might be appropriate to look at a 15-day minimum per year stay as more prudent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, board members then.
Can you close public comment again?
Okay, I will close public comment again. Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you, Chair Jones. I had a couple questions for clarification that maybe somebody could answer. The extra fees for defensible space inspections, I thought there was one fee that we charged and that it included all fees, but there's additional for defensible space?
There is. We charge a permit application fee, and then defensible space inspections are paid to the fire departments. When the program first started, we did collect a fee and distribute it to the fire departments. And then in the past year, we've changed that, so now people pay the fire department directly for that defensible space inspection because they are conducting it.
Sorry, I just need to chime in here. Crystal Jacobson for the record with Cedra. I just want to, sorry, get a little feedback here. Want to point out that we have never collected a fee for defensible space inspections. We collect a fire life safety inspection, which is the interior inspection. So we do collect a fee for that, but the fire districts do their own, they conduct all of their own defensible space inspections, and so they maintain their own fee schedules and collect their own fees. So we do not, we don't participate in the coordination of those inspections or any fee collection for those inspections.
And so is the 145 for all districts that touch
I think
this?
they have different fees. I don't
Okay.
have their I'm happy to look those
Well,
up.
then
but-
that's up to the local fire
Right.
district board, and that's how they're
Right.
implementing it. So we're not doing that. That was
Right,
from our
and-
first speaker today.
And our fire life safety inspection, which is the interior fee, is about $475. That is currently being studied right now as part of a fee study that we're doing, agency-wide. But it assumed, at the time it was adopted, it assumed 2 inspections, because oftentimes you go out or you do an inspection, a video inspection even, and you find that there's a problem, that they're not compliant. And so it allows an opportunity to re-inspect. So that does assume 2 inspections. And then Gabe can also answer any questions you might have on the video inspection process.
Well, thank you, Gabe, because I do. I did have a call. The person didn't call in today, but called my office yesterday, I believe, about the problems with the video inspections and saying they weren't checking the operability of the CO2 or the smoke detectors in the units and felt that it was an inadequate inspection. So just wanted to check on that. And who is conducting those inspections? Because I thought it was our building department, but not.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jones and honorable members of the board. My name's Gabe Armstrong. I'm the Deputy Director for CEDRA out of the Tahoe office. So there was a lot of stuff brought up today. The video inspection program, just to start out, the building inspection team that does new construction, we offer 40+ different video inspections so that you can do remote video inspections. And as far as the fire life safety inspections, we have code officers for the STRs. We have code officers that are trained to do it, and we have 3 building inspectors that are also doing them. We are not there specifically to check all life safety issues that any building could have at any time. We are there to make sure that the carbon monoxide and the smoke detectors are in the proper locations per health and safety code, which anybody who's renting a building should have, regardless if it's an STR or not. We have you sign an affidavit that they are in good working order, but we do make sure they're in the proper locations. When it can safely be done, we do have the property manager, STR owner, test it for us, but we don't want to have people climbing up on ladders and falling off. This is not different from how we do a regular building inspection. We do not test every smoke detector. It is a random selection. That's how they're done. But we're looking for, and as far as like the fire extinguishers, we're making sure they're not expired. We're making sure that the address is seen from the road. What else? We're checking the signage, that there's a landline or a special phone for emergency calls. And we are checking egress windows. Now, is every building inspector or code officer perfect? No. We've had people who have done them on site, have missed, egress window size openings. It happens. But for the most part, we catch them. And that's what some of the other calls were about today, was people are upset about the fact that they have to do window changeouts because they don't meet current or the existing building code from when the building was built. Kind of rambling into the next one, about the one caller and how this made it more restrictive by changing it. That's not the intent. The intent was to allow buildings that were built longer ago than current code to pass, because when a house built before, or say 1972, it was 48 inches off the floor to the top of the window opening. Now it's 44 inches. If we were to stick with current code, that would not be a legal bedroom. So we've noticed that, but obviously I think our policy has been, and our procedure has been, if it meets current code, we will pass that window. Why wouldn't we? So I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, no, it does, and I appreciate it, and I know that it's never going to be perfect, and that, you know, but we've come a long way in ensuring that these units are much more safe and observed than they were in the past. I am interested in, the caller did suggest that it would meet current code, it just didn't meet the code at the time because there was a gap. And I wanted to ask County Council if that is a word that we could insert at this point to say either the current code or the applicable code at the time of construction, or is it too late to make that change today?
No, it's not, but I am not a building inspector, and I'm not an expert on the building code.
Okay.
And I worry if we add something in here at this point, that we have other unintended consequences, because it sounds, I don't have Mr. Delaney's comment letter, so I haven't had a chance to really read it ahead of time or check with anybody in staff as to what the issue is, but he was pretty clear about it, articulating. One option might be that we remove this and park this, so to speak, but I'm not sure without hearing from staff whether that's even appropriate. So we could take changes. I'm just concerned about more unintended
No, I
consequences.
understand, and you know, it seems like every time we bring this back, there's more
Right.
changes. So I want to make sure that we're clear, you know, what the situation is, and I didn't receive his comment letter either, just for the record, so I want to make sure it's somewhere.
Crystal Jacobson again. I would just like to say a couple things. I haven't received the comment letter either, but I do want to point out that this language was written working with the building building division and the building official, just to make sure that it, you know, kind of aligns with the California Building Code. So just want to point that out. We're happy to engage with him further on changes if desired by the board.
Well, it certainly sounded as if he would meet the current code, and he was interpreting that your changes were requiring him to meet what was unusual, a more restrictive code from the past instead of today, so.
So the past code wasn't necessarily more restrictive. It did have, or less restrictive, or more, it was 48 inches off the ground, where we're at 44 today. But the window was 24 inches wide minimum, where we're at 20 inches now. But the height of the 24, but it was minimum of 24 high. So it's all these minuscule, minor, small changes that the code has made over the time. But my understanding is the reason for the emergency rescue opening is so the fire department can make it through with their air tanks and rescue you. So we wanted to make sure that buildings that were built historically to code could continue to operate. And that's what this was intended to do. It wasn't intended to make it more restrictive. And then another interesting fact is that if it was built before 1962, there was no emergency rescue opening requirement. So we're using the existing building code, which is an amazingly small window. It's 24 inches by 24 inches. So today you would have to be 20 minimum by 24 high minimum, but that has to equal 5.7 square feet. So either you're going wider or taller or both to get to today's code.
Okay. Well, I think I'm thoroughly confused now. But well-informed, so
Yeah.
thank you. No, I see the dilemma we're in, and I trust that staff understands the intent of the board. We want safe ingress and egress. We weren't trying to penalize in this situation. The way I understood his comment, that he was being penalized because we were going back to a more restrictive window versus implementing what would meet standards today. He said he would meet standards today. If that is in fact the case, obviously we would continue to allow him to rent that bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification, so we may not need any changes in that one. The other comment, we had multiple people here, and I have gone out and visited Mr. Weist's property and others that I've talked to on the multiple units. That's not in this package of amendments. It was passed previously in our language, and I have to admit, I didn't understand the number of multiple unit short-term rentals we had that were historic in nature, that people had invested in properties, bought their properties with the intent that they could rent these multiple units. And so I think it was, again, an unintended consequence of a previous action the board took. We certainly want to support more housing, but we were also very intentional as a board not to take away, not understanding people's financial situations, not to take away their reliance on being able to rent those in order to afford their properties. So it was never, at least this board member's intent, to take away. That's why we kind of picked a number at our cap that was what we thought we had with a small buffer, so that we didn't take away anything until we got further into the next round of modifications. So I'd really like this to come back as the issue of the multiple units come forward. I know that some people feel they're already in violation and being prohibited from renting. Others have transitioned. There's a lot of confusion. I do like the language on the ADUs, because that's very clear. Anybody who's building an ADU today, it is as an accessory dwelling unit for housing. But those that were historic and have been rented, some of them are converted motels or converted lodges in the Weist position, where they don't have kitchens. You don't have a kitchen in there. They're in the floodplain. They can't build or add on. That wasn't our intent. They can't be long-term rented anyway, and I don't think it was our intent to force people to change a past practice, but to find a way to allow those to move in. So that's my position on that, and I hope we can work that out in the next modification of STRs. The 30-day rental is also not in this package of ordinances, but I'd like the stakeholder group to hear that, because I do know our intent on that one was, if we reach the cap, not to have people sitting on permits, that there was some activity. If 30 days isn't the right number, I'd like the stakeholder group to really debate that and rely on the experts, because we deal with a whole lot of issues up here, and this the short-term rentals is very important to our community, but we can't begin to anticipate all the various scenarios. But thank you all with multiple units for being here and testifying on that, and I hope staff can work on that one as well.
Yeah, maybe just quickly respond. Yeah, so thank you for that, those comments. Definitely have heard you on both counts. We can bring that forward, like I said, in kind of an ad hoc discussion with that group as soon as possible. So, you know, I really appreciate, I think, the spirit and intent that you've expressed, and I think really it comes down to implementation. We have done a little bit of research. I'll just give you a preview. We have done a little bit of research of other ordinances in resort areas. The one per property is consistent across that research. What isn't consistent is the implementation of that. So that's really the piece that I think we want to dig in and further have conversation around.
And I appreciate that. As you know, we have a lot of old motels and lodging units and things that were, I mean, we didn't have a lot of building standards up here back in the day. 1906, I think, Mr. Weist, you said. And some of the other people I've talked to, 20s, 30s, 1920s and 30s properties. And so they had multiple units. They built across parcel lines. We didn't know where parcel lines were. There's all kinds of intricacies with this. And so, you know, I can see moving forward in standard subdivisions that it's easy to say one per parcel. It's kind of these older converted properties that exist in my neighborhood too, where I see in the Lake Forest area where old motels have become long-term rentals and some short-term rentals. So
Sure,
how do
absolutely.
you, yeah, so
yeah,
it's
maybe
unique.
there's some incentives too. So there's a host of conversation that's already sort of spinning.
Yeah, so
I'm happy
thank
to
you
take
for
that forward.
researching that, and I hope that the group can pull together some input for that so that we can make further modifications.
Absolutely.
Okay, Supervisor Landon.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I, first of all, just want to echo what Supervisor Gustafson said. I was very interested in further conversation on the multiple units on a parcel, as well as minimum days to rent. My question is, so for those people who have expressed concern around those topics, is there, while we are going through that process of conversations with the stakeholder group, is there kind of a grace period for those folks before any type of enforcement or notice of violation or something might happen?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we actually have already kind of extended, we did issue some notice of violations to folks because the amnesty period did end at the end of March. But yes, we can just have kind of a grace period until this comes back to your board for consideration.
Okay, great. And then I know the topic of grandfathering came up pretty frequently for some of these folks. So legally, is that something that is an option for some of these very old properties, or is that not an option legally?
I'm not sure if County Council wants to weigh in on this, but
Yes,
I can add maybe two.
I'm going to chime in. People are confusing what is a land use ordinance that conveys with it, for example, a conditional use permit conveys with it a vested right. That use permit runs with the land. As a result, should, for example, the zoning code change and something in that use permit is not consistent with it, that use under the use permit is grandfathered in as a legal non-conforming use. This is not a zoning ordinance. From the day it was adopted, we had language in it expressly stating that this permit does not vest a property right in the permit holder. And I'd point out that we actually modeled that after what Truckee does, and what Truckee still does is not vesting a property right. So there's no such thing in this permit program as a grandfathered use. Are there other ways to approach this issue? Yes, there are. But grandfathering is not a term we can use legally.
Okay, great, that helps. Thank you.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I just wanted to reaffirm what I heard both Supervisor Gustafson and Landon say, which was I do think we need to have some further conversation about these properties that have multiple units that really aren't conducive to long-term rentals. And that was originally the intent, right, was to see if we could provide more long-term rentals. But some of these without kitchens, the parcel that you cited, sir, that it's all incorporated into one. So I do want us to go back and take a look at those, because it doesn't make sense to really cut off someone's livelihood when the purpose isn't going to be fulfilled, right? So I do think we should look at that. I mean, I was really surprised that there are some units without kitchens. It would make sense. I mean, those are like hotel rooms, right? So how do we work around that or work with that? I think it's really important. And then I do think we ought to talk about the 30 days and what that looks like, and if that makes sense. And maybe it's an average over a couple of years. That could be an option as well. But really, the idea was we didn't want to have people sitting on a permit and not utilizing them. So I think those further conversations are really important. And maybe there's an opportunity for some type of exemption for these properties with multiple units. Maybe there's a way to do something like that versus the grandfather in. Maybe there's a way for a property to apply for an exemption. But I'm certainly supportive of the recommendations, and I think we should move forward with the recommendations as they are, and then we do another round. But really, we've made such great progress. I just want to say thank you, not only to you all, to our staff, but really to our residents who've worked really hard with you to help us get to a place where we have very few concerns about issues, and then we don't have a room full of residents who are angry. Instead, people working with us.
Okay, then up to me now. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, someone mentioned that defensible space, some people pay $140 and some get it for free. What did that mean?
Do
you want me to answer that one?
if you'd like.
So
I'm happy to.
So the requirement for defensible space is a requirement for all parcels in the county. And that's a local ordinance. There's a state ordinance, but it's also a local ordinance. So the fire districts do inspections for all properties, even outside of the STR units. And my understanding is that some fire districts do inspections for free. I think what I've heard is they've got grant funds, and I think we might have some folks in the room that could speak to that, but that there has been some grant funding for some districts that allow them to do those inspections. The STR requirement is, it's, we put it in the ordinance because we thought it was important, right, that there's a lot of STR units, and we thought it was important that they maintain defensible space, and it kind of gave it some teeth. And so the fire districts charged to do those inspections, but my understanding is they do have grant funding to do inspections throughout the county or throughout their district for defensible space. That's what I know to date on that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess if you need an inspection, find out who has grant money to come and do it, right? Or you limit it to where you live as to who is capable of inspecting.
Yeah, and I think they do kind of rotating inspect. I mean, I don't think that they can go out and inspect every property every summer, right? So
Yeah.
I think they just do, they sort of rotate their inspections, and like I said, I think some of them have grant funding to do that. But for the short-term rental, it is a requirement in our ordinance, and so those units have to get those inspections within a certain period of time, and so they charge a fee to make sure that they get those done within that period of time.
Good, thank you. There was also another reference to multiple additional fees. I'm sorry, but public comment is over, and I can't have you. No, you'll have to ask staff after the meeting. So what I'm wondering is, what are those multiple additional fees that people are talking about on top of the permit fee?
There is the permit fee, and then there is a defensible space inspection, and we do have fire life safety inspections. There are some potential requirements that may cost extra for a homeowner if they are starting their STR. Maybe that's what they were referring to. It could be making sure you have the right fire extinguishers or the voice over internet protocol or landline phone. A lot of homes don't have those anymore. So it does add up. We recognize that.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons we are looking at, we're currently coming very close to wrapping up a Nexus fee study. So we're analyzing our fees for fire life safety inspection and permit fees for short-term rentals. So it's likely that we will see those fees change at some point. Whether it goes up or down, I'm not sure. We haven't gotten to that level of detail in that analysis yet, but it is based off actual staff time.
But just to clarify, there are two county fees. There's an application fee, which covers staff time to process the application and administer the program. And then there's a fire life safety fee, which covers the inspections, the interior inspections, and that assumes 2 inspections per unit. The defensible space fee is the third fee. That is not a county fee. That is a fee that is on a schedule for each fire district. So those fees are paid to the fire district. Those inspections are coordinated through the fire district. They're not coordinated through the county.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And then my last is that there was also some expressed about not being included in this process, and I don't know whether you have some way of including other STR owners, whether they can write to you or whether they can be part of your work group, or I don't know.
Sure, yeah. So I think when the working group was formed, the most recent one, we reached out to all TOT certificate holders, is what I remember, to ask them to submit an application of interest in that group. So that was one way that we reached out. But I do want to point out, as it relates to the one STR per property, that requirement that was in the ordinance, we have provided messaging through email to all STR permit holders, notifying them of the amnesty period and that it was coming close. So we were giving them warnings that this period is about to end. So we have provided notification to all STR permit holders about that specific requirement. So we do ongoing messaging, particularly as it relates to renewals. When we're bumping up against a renewal period, we're sending out messages on renewals. So we do regular communication with permit holders.
Good, that's very good.
And I'll add, just for the community at large, you know, the work, or our advisory group does have, like I said, 14 members.
Mm-hmm.
They're representatives of our community. So please reach out to them, that you can connect to the county staff directly at any time. But you can also reach out to any one of those members if you identify with certain issues. Please do so. Many of those members are here in the room today.
Good, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then, so I'm on board with everyone else. I'd like a better understanding of the multiple units per parcel, that because I can't quite understand it being a flatlander in a neighborhood. We don't have that kind of a thing. So it would be helpful to us just to be able to understand it better.
Yes, I can provide an explanation. So we have many parcels up here that have what we would call today an ADU. So a primary house and a smaller second house on the property. There are also many properties that have a handful of cottages on a property, or a main house and some extra cottages. Now, the terminology varies, right? And it has changed over the years. So whether we have an ADU or a guest house or whatever we call it, or we call this multifamily, you know, it depends on the terminology that has evolved over the years to be included in our current code. So we had included that provision in the ordinance to give people a timeline to transition down to 1 unit per property. And even the word term unit, right, a housing unit, that is defined in our code, but that is, you know, oftentimes it needs to include a kitchen, and it has certain criteria that it has to include. So it does get a little complex on the type of extra structure that we are talking about and the intent of that, or the date that it was built. So there are people now who have purchased these properties that have 2 or more units or 2 or more structures on their property, right? And they have been short-term renting some of these out independently. So they might have, you know, 3 or 5 Airbnb listings for each different structure. And so we've been trying our best to communicate that, and I think we didn't actually know how many of these properties there were, because we have found most of these during fire life safety inspections. So we didn't actually have an idea of how many multi-structure properties there were, and we've learned over the last 2 years that there are more than we probably anticipated. And so we look forward to working probably with the stakeholder working group on this and trying to come up with a solution based off of your board's feedback.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very well done, and also answering all the questions for us. Okay, board, any more?
Yeah, I'm good with the amendments as they are, and with our staff looking at this issue, because I know we never intended from the very beginning to take away people's ability at the time. So it was an oversight on my part. I probably know the ordinance better than most, and I still miss things all the time. So thank you, staff, for your hard work on it, and I would make a motion to approve as amended.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Gustafson, second by Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you
so
very
much.
much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see, where are we? Thank you, everyone, for attending today, too, on this issue. I know it's a touchy, but if anybody has any other questions for staff, please feel free to reach out to them. We're going to move on to item number 6. It's our 1120 item, Health and Human Services, Consumer Price Index adjusted fees and fees not subject to annual increases for health and human services. And we have Dr. Oldham online on Zoom. Hi, Dr. Oldham.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Jones, members of the board. Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services, and I will try to be quick. I get back on schedule. 2 actions requested for your board this afternoon. First is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution correcting the current fee schedules for services provided by our adult system of care and children's system of care and animal services.
Dr. Oldham,
Yes.
let me cut you off for just a second. I want to wait till all of the, if the conversation could move out of the room so that people can hear, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Shauna, for directing traffic. Okay, Dr. Oldham, please.
Great, yeah, so thank you, Chair Jones and members of the board. Again, Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services, requesting 2 actions of your board this afternoon. First, to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution correcting the current fee schedules for services provided by the adult and children's system of care and animal services in the Health and Human Services Department by 3.48 percentage points for consumer price index adjusted fees. And secondly, to adopt a resolution regarding Health and Human Services fees not subject to annual increases. So just from some background on the first resolution regarding HHS fees subject to annual increases, fees have been established for various services according to the Placer County Code, which authorizes such fees to be adjusted annually based on actual costs or on a specific consumer price index. Fees based on California Department of Industrial Relations Consumer Price Index have been calculated on the December to December time period. Adjustments to those fees will be effective July 1st, 2024, and are based on an appropriate cost index in order to maintain current levels of service respective to operating cost increases over time. Your board previously adopted Resolution 2024-072 to approve the fiscal year 2024-25 fee schedules, but unfortunately the fees were incorrect for the adult and children's substance use services, and the previous schedule for animal services fees was incorrectly attached and approved. The fiscal year 2024-25 fee schedules have been corrected, and the fees are attached to the accompanying resolution for your board's consideration. And this resolution has been updated slightly from the version that was submitted as part of the board packet to reflect that the prior resolution is superseded with the passage of this resolution. We've provided copies to the clerk of the board and asked your board to approve this resolution as noted with this correction. And then secondly, concerning the resolution regarding fees not subject to annual increases, you will recall on April 4th, 2023, your board adopted an ordinance to amend Placer County Code section 2.116.110. One of the primary changes in that ordinance was to clarify that certain health and human services fees should not be subject to annual fee increases for various reasons, including many of them are set by the state, and also setting some of those and updating them annually would actually put some of our programs, such as our animal services programs, at a competitive disadvantage. So your board is now requested to adopt a resolution so HHS fee updates that are not subject to an annual inflationary increases are collectively captured in one resolution. The only fees being updated at this time are the environmental health fees that have been increased by the state. However, all schedules are listed in the resolution for completeness. The fee schedules listed in this resolution include for animal services, animal adoptions and rabies vaccines, environmental health, certain hazardous materials and underground storage tanks, for adult and children's system of care, a sliding scale percentage charges for Medi-Cal clients based on income, and again, the first resolution, so maybe back to the attachments, again, reminding the first resolution does have some amendments, as I stated before. So with that, I'll take any questions you have. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Oldham. Questions? Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. Dr. Oldham, I have one question I just want to confirm. So on page 58 of the staff report, it has the Placer County Environmental Health Fee Schedule. And the state surcharge right to know was $49 and it's up to $94. And I just want to make sure that's correct. It wasn't just a transposition of numbers when I was looking at the document. So I just wanted to confirm that it went from 49 to 94.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
But I don't have anyone from environmental health readily available, I don't think, listening in. I can phone a friend, but my understanding is that is correct.
I've got Jason.
All right, I just want to
Follow
make
with
sure.
that.
I couldn't confirm it in the rest of the board report, and I saw the attachment.
Jason Felipe he's moving over as a panelist and should be able to answer.
Thank you.
Nice work, man.
Good afternoon, Board. Jason Felipe, Deputy Director with Environment, Health, and Animal Services. And yes, to answer your question, those amounts are correct. Those are what we call a pass-through fee from the state that, as part of the administration of our hazardous materials program, we are required to collect those on behalf of the state and pass them through. And yes, those are the correct amounts that are in the schedule.
All right, thank you. So we can just blame the state for increased costs. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have it.
No light. Okay, is there any public comment? Anyone out there would like to make a comment? Anyone online? No? Okay, well, it's back to the board then.
I'll move approval of the item.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gore and a second by Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Oldham.
All right, thank you.
All right, then we're going to move on to item number 7, County Executive, adoption of the fiscal year 2024-25 budget.
It's on? Good? Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Daniel Vick with the County Executive Office, here for the adoption of the fiscal year 24-25 budget and related actions. Before I get started, I wanted to thank our CEO budget staff, our Public Information Office, and Document Solutions team for helping us prepare the full budget book and budget in brief documents that are available today for your review. If you haven't received these already, there'll be a copy will be delivered to your office following the adoption of the budget today. Okay, so here are the objectives for today's budget presentation. We're going to review the budget for fiscal year 24-25 and related fiscal information, and then take actions for final budget adoption. Taking a quick look again at the budget development process timeline. The budget in reality takes the full fiscal year to prepare. However, the first engagement with the public and the Board of Supervisors took place on November 7th, 2023 at our budget workshop. Over 7 months later, we're completing the process at the end of this timeline with the formal adoption of the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And revisiting a little bit of what we talked about at that November 7th workshop, the budget objectives that we established at the budget workshop are shown here. The CEO's goals for the fiscal year 24-25 budget included, first and foremost, the funding of current services countywide, to prepare for increasing staffing countywide to maintain service levels, to take care of the existing capital and equipment that we have, and to prepare for new capital facility needs in future periods. Also, at that budget workshop, the direction received by our staff from the Board of Supervisors included appropriating general fund transfers consistent with past practices, balancing our budgets to new or estimated revenue sources, to continue our pension funding strategy of contributing the full required contribution to CalPERS and providing additional funding to our PARS Section 115 Pension Trust Fund, continuing with our tiered budget submission process, and then continuing to set budgetary salary savings in line with historical rates to improve budget accuracy. And I'm happy to report that all this direction is incorporated into the budget requested for adoption today. The budget presented before the board today also considers the need to fund ongoing operational expenses of the county while planning for and reserving funding for long-term obligations such as pension and OPEB benefits and capital facility projects. And so next we're going to revisit some of the financial slides presented to the Board of Supervisors at our budget hearing held on June 11th. This slide once again shows the fiscal year 24-25 budget compared to the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget by fund. Again, starting in the top table, I'm going to go all the way to the blue row at the bottom. For fiscal year 24-25, the budget is recommended at $1,223,744,843. This is a decrease of about $53.1 million from the prior year adopted budget, and that decrease is primarily attributable to a drop in planned capital project expenditures and planned contributions to reserves. Still in the first table, looking at the subtotals there, so operating fund budgets are estimated at $1.1 billion. This is an increase of $10.4 million year over year. Capital fund budgets are $141.6 million, a decrease of $63.5 million year over year. And then moving down to the table at the bottom, proprietary fund budgets are estimated at $198.2 million. This is an increase of $33.8 million year over year. And then special district and CSA budgets are estimated at $54.4 million, which is an increase of $13.3 million year over year. Okay, so the fiscal year 24-25 budgeted revenues and sources totals $1.2 billion. Intergovernmental revenues and local taxes are still the two largest revenue sources of the county. Together, they make up about 61% of all budgeted sources. For fiscal year 24-25, intergovernmental revenues are estimated at $408.2 million, and local taxes are estimated at $341.9 million. Again, as stated on June 11th, this budget does assume a use of $50.5 million in fund balance for fiscal year 24-25. A majority of that fund balance is going to be just carry forward fund balance from this fiscal year to next fiscal year for capital projects spanning multiple years. Looking at the fiscal year 24-25 budget for expenditures and uses, which also totals $1.2 billion for a balanced budget. Salaries and benefits and services and supplies are the two largest cost categories of the county. Combined, they make up 69% of operating budgeted uses. For fiscal year 24-25, salaries and benefits are budgeted at $453.5 million, and services and supplies are budgeted at $392.8 million. This slide here shows the same expenditure and uses budget with just slightly different categories, being operating, capital, and the transfers budget. Out of the $1.2 billion, $146.1 million is for capital, roads, and equipment purchases, or 12% of the budget. Transfers and other uses is $277.3 million, or 23% of that figure. And operating expenditures are total $800.4 million, or or 65% of that $1.2 billion figure. So taking a piece of that previous slide, just the piece that we call investment in capital at $146.1 million. Road fund expenditures are budgeted at $89.4 million. Capital fund expenditures are budgeted at $52.2 million, and equipment purchases included in the operating budget are just under $5 million. Once again, looking at the year-over-year staffing changes in the fiscal year 24-25 budget as compared to the current year adopted budget, for the fiscal year 24-25, funded allocations are recommended at 2,905 positions for a net increase of 36 positions countywide. Once again, I want to highlight that the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office in this table is showing a net add of 21 positions. This is not a net add of allocations to the county. This is just to recognize the Revenue Service Division moving from the CEO's office to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office beginning July 1st of this year. And also, as discussed on June 11th, reserve designations to achieve budget policies are recommended in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. For the general fund specifically, $189.5 million is recommended to be designated to reserves. Looking at the orange slice of the pie chart on the left there, the $68.1 million in the general reserve achieves the board's budget policy of maintaining a contingency reserve of 10% budgeted general fund and public safety fund expenditures combined. The large blue slice on the pie chart to the right is $64 million reserved for future capital and infrastructure projects. At the bottom, $3 million is reserved for future election equipment purchases. And then finally at the top, you'll see $50.9 million reserved in our pension or PARS pension trust fund. And that balance will be updated at year-end close based on the year-end balance. Individual budgets for 173 funds of special districts and county service area zones of benefits governed by the Board of Supervisors are included in this budget submission. For fiscal year 25, special district and CSA budgets are recommended at $54.4 million. This is a $3.3 million increase year over year, and almost all of that increase is for project expenditures related to sewer districts. And with that quick review, the requested actions that we have before you today include to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2024-25 budget, including budgets for county operating funds for a total of $1,223,744,843, and budgets for county proprietary funds for a total of $198,225,382, and to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2024-25 budgets for lighting districts, lighting and landscape districts, lighting and landscape district benefit assessment districts, county service area zones, permanent road divisions, and sewer maintenance districts governed by the Board of Supervisors in the amount of $54,352,529. And finally, to adopt an ordinance introduced on June 11th, 2024, adopting the fiscal year 24-25 uncodified allocation of positions to departments and waive the oral reading. And with that, me or Barbara McAllister, or possibly Daniel Chatney still available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, board members. No comments? Well, we're letting you off easy there. Okay, anyone from the public like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay. Yes, our new CEO would like to comment.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to extend my appreciation to all the county departments, the department heads and their budget staff for their efforts in this budget. I want a special thanks to the CEO team as well, particularly the budget team, Amber, Lisa, Lacey, and Barbara for all your work this year. And to you, Dan, an incredible thanks for stepping up this year, taking the reins of this budget process from start to finish. So great job. I really appreciate the work.
Thank you.
I did have one quick comment, Chair
Yes,
Jones.
please, Supervisor Gustafson.
First off, we went through this in such thorough analysis 2 weeks ago, so I think we're we're pretty up to speed. I did hear from Matt Maynard that they just closed the tax rolls, and you were right on with your projections on property tax revenue, up about just under 6%.
That was the last estimate that I heard. So we included 6% in the budget, and the last estimate I heard was somewhere around the 5.8% mark.
5.8
So,
something percent.
right.
So very, very close. And, you know, we're fortunate with the new growth that we've seen that we're hanging in there for what we need to deliver services. And I really applaud staff for all the hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for your hard work and everything. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8, another county executive, Eastern Placer County Fire Services.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon now. Stephanie Holloway, your Deputy CEO here in the Tahoe area. I'm here to present to you a follow-up item from your February 27th, 2024 direction. So good afternoon. Just to go briefly, I know you've seen some of these slides before, but just to give you some context, starting with the overall map of fire services within the county. I'll only use this word one more time, but very complex. A very complex network here of different special districts, CSA zones, contracts, and the like. So just wanted to bring that back before you. The topic of the conversation that has been brought before your board a number of times, and for today, is really this area, in Eastern Placer, love this pointer, which we call the Zone 7 area, encompassing the Truckee Fire Protection District. So just to zoom in on that, this area, for reference again, is just south of the town of Truckee, the airport being sort of up here, 267, North Star. North Star is not part of the Zone 7, but you can see this dotted line boundary is what we call Zone 7 within the Truckee Fire Protection District. The yellowish area here in the middle is actually Lahontan, a subdivision called Lahontan in the middle, referred to in the past as sort of the donut hole. It is not part of that Zone 7 piece of the district. So just to orientate you on that. So specifically, direction from your board back in February to have staff go back and do a fiscal analysis of use of 100% of the fire district funding for Zone 7. You can see in your packet and here on the screen, these are the numbers. But just to back up, again, for history, we did receive a letter from the Truckee Fire Protection District on February 23rd of 2023, expressing a desire for further conversation around fire service funding needs for services and capital within Zone 7 of the Martis Valley area. On August 29th of 2023, your board did form an ad hoc committee to have further discussions with staff, represented by Supervisor Holmes and Supervisor Gustafson. We have met with the ad hoc a number of times. We did provide you with a briefing of those overall conversations at your February 27th meeting. So based on that meeting, based on discussions and deliberations, as I said, staff was directed to go back and do this analysis. And then one more sort of point of reference here for discussion. You'll recall your board did enter into a voluntary tax exchange agreement with the Truckee Fire Protection District on October 22nd of 2019, whereby your board did authorize 40% of the fire control funding for Zone 7 to be allocated to the Truckee Fire Protection districts. So you can see year over year on this chart, those numbers since the inception of that agreement, starting fiscal year 2020, 2021, we have tracked that split of the fire control fund consistent with the agreement. So really the long and short of your request does give you visibility here. 100% of the fire control fund from the last fiscal year, $777,137, $310,410 of that is already distributed to Truckee Fire, leaving a residual $466,727. So if it is your intent to sort of have conversation around the shift of those dollars, just to point out that those dollars do pay for fire services for Placer County Fire and for our services on a number of different accounts. So we would need to have a discussion about, backfilling that with other revenues. So with that, that is sort of the short piece of my presentation. Happy to answer any follow-up questions that you have.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Board members, questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the public like to comment on this issue, on this item? Anyone online? Oh, good.
John, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. John Falk, Legislative Advocate, Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors. We've been following this issue for a few years now as it's developed, and we understand both sides of the equation, and our interest, as I'm sure from a fire perspective, as is yours, is regional. And from that perspective, it's of concern to us that Truckee Fire or any fire district that has a service responsibility in a given area be afforded the full funding available to it to perform its prevention and suppression activities as well as its EMS function. And so we would just ask you to continually review and consider not only correcting past misunderstandings, long past, as far as I looked at past documents, but also looking at backfilling some of the revenues that were withheld because of the misunderstandings that led to an agreement for Zone 7 that didn't accurately reflect who was going to bear the service burden for that region. And in the spirit of regional fire protection, as was stated earlier in your awareness proclamation, in that spirit, I would ask you to look at this in that same light. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any others, Megan?
I see none online.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation, very much appreciated. And I guess there's no action needed on this at this time. Is there?
Well, I did want to make some comments. I thought we were going to have more public comment. So we asked this to be brought back because the ad hoc committee was split on what we should do here. And I want to go ahead and once again state my thoughts on it. We're in government today solving problems that many of us didn't create or vote on. But our job is to try to serve the public in the best way possible. And whatever happened at the time Martis Camp subdivision was, and Truckee Fire signed off on the agreement, there was an honest mistake made. And so how do we solve it? So I look at this as there's a 2% fire fund being collected from this area, and I ask myself, how much are we providing in fire service for this area as a county? And I look at the precedent. We talked about this last time this item came forward. There are no fire districts, independent fire districts in our county getting less than 2%, or they're all getting more than 2% of the ad valorem. In this situation, for these areas, we're asking to have these services provided, or we agreed to up our share. And it will come at the expense of, the fire fund if we were to do so. But again, I look at where the funding is coming from and where it's being used. And I would argue that allowing Truckee Fire the full 2% of the fire fund to provide the services they do in this area is more equitable than where we were at when the agreements were made. And it doesn't set a precedent for any other fire districts because they're all receiving more than 2% of the ad valorem. So I would be a fan, and I know the ad hoc was split on this. I look at it, we're trying to right a wrong that happened before my time on this board. I do believe that their services are valuable. Truckee Fire is providing the emergency response in this area, and I would be in favor of transferring the full 2% to Truckee Fire and then being done with it, because they understand clearly we can't change AB 8 and other funding. But the fire fund is something I think we could leave at our discretion to direct this way. I know our Placer County Fire contract is less than Truckee Fire's budget, and I think that comes into call, but our costs of service up here are different than on the other side of the hill. But Truckee Fire budget is more than Placer County Fire budget, and Placer County Fire budget does serve quite a few more residents. So I see both sides of this, but I would look at the 60% and say, what are we doing with it in this area versus providing it to Truckee Fire? So I'd ask the board to consider that one more time. Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
First of all, I want to know who made the mistake? You said there was mistakes made? Who made the mistake?
Truckee Fire Chief at the time signed off on the agreement that he could provide the services at the time.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Supervisor Holmes. I definitely agree that a mistake was made by them, and we've been trying to work to what is a good compromise moving forward. And we can agree to disagree on this, but I do think the funds are generated from this community should try to stay here to serve those needs.
So why is that our responsibility to make up for the mistake that the district made? They had the opportunity in 2003, when the update was begun. They made comments. They provided will serve letters to serve but they didn't do their due diligence to make sure there was funding available for them to provide the service. And now they're coming back to us, and they're like, we have to supplement them. And if we do this, you're going to see the other fire districts wonder. And I fought this battle with Loomis Fire, Penryn Fire, Newcastle Fire. The county needs to give us money. And if we start doing this, we better take a little close look about what we're doing. We've got new bargaining units, our Deputy District Attorneys Association. We've just given raises to a large section of our employees, which is going to cost $1 million a year. I take exception that they're coming to us because of the mistake that they made. This sets a precedent. You've already set the precedent in 2019, and now they're back for more. Mark my word, this is not going to be the end of it. I cannot support this. This takes money out of our general fund to supplement a district that failed to take action when the opportunity was there for them.
May I ask a point of clarification from staff?
Yes, please.
You know, and I know we've had these conversations a lot, but to Supervisor Holmes's point of other districts coming and asking for funds, right? This is just that fire fund or fire fee that's being charged. All those other districts get their fire fee. Is that correct? The other fire districts?
Yeah, so my understanding of, I think of your question, so that this representation is the fire fund that is part of Zone 7.
Right, that 2%.
Yes.
And in other districts, they get their 2%, is my understanding. Or
Well,
they get
I
their
think
2%
it's-
or whatever was negotiated.
I think that's what's so confusing. I believe that some pay into the fire fund. Is that correct, Daniel?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gustafson and Supervisor Gore. I believe there was, we conducted a similar analysis that looks like this for some of the other districts in the county, and I think the total amount, if 100% of the fire fund collected going back to all the districts, would roughly be about $2.5 million a year.
So it would be a very difficult precedent in that sense. The only issue I'd say different, on the West Slope, we do provide a lot of mutual aid to all those other districts. And technical rescues, all of the special teams that we have, which we do up here, but not as frequently as we do down there. So again, it's this divide keeps us divided.
And the way for this district to obtain additional funds, if needed, would be to go out to a bond to their folks to ask for additional fee, or an increase in the fee, or a bond, or something to add funds to their district if they need additional funds.
Yeah, I mean, a couple different sources there. Your board just approved an update to their mitigation fees. So for new development, that pays for some capital and services. New development fees, obviously you approve that levy. There is the Community Facilities District. The Truckee Fire has formed a Community Facilities District. And so they do have that mechanism. I think there was some support expressed back in February from your board about helping them grow that financing mechanism as well as but that is a sort of a special tax that would require 2/3 vote.
Right.
So my question on that is, don't the fire districts normally go out for an assessment? That's what they are going to do in my district, South Placer Fire District.
That is typical, yeah.
As opposed to a bond measure.
Yeah, post Prop 13, that is one of the mechanisms.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we did that in Loomis, Penryn, and Newcastle. Went out for a parcel tax and it passed because the community got together and worked to, they understood the issue. But apparently the Truckee Fire Protection District can't do that for some reason.
Supervisor Gore?
Right, for those fire districts, right, they needed additional funds other than what they had. They went out for an assessment, and some are still looking at doing that, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
I mean, that's the biggest challenge. And I look at this and I went through the documentation and a mistake was made, and my understanding, right, is a group of people thought that this fund was actually included. These fees were actually included, if I'm correct. But it wasn't written that way. And I understand Supervisor Holmes, a mistake was made, but a lot of time, I really struggle with this, right? I really struggle with this because I look at parity, and to Supervisor Gustafson's point, these fees are collected in this area to provide for a service in this area. And then the county gets a portion to utilize, and it's really challenging because we actually have given, 40% of these funds, about $1 million over the last couple of years, which has been great. I'm sure that's been of help. An additional $1 million over the past 4 fiscal years is a lot more than you would have had previously, and I'm sure that that's helping. Really struggled with it, right? Because this is something the board didn't have to do. We went to 60-40. We didn't have to do that. We chose to do that. I think that's really good. I understand Supervisor Gustafson's point of saying maybe we need to do the whole amount, and we've got a fire chief back there thinking about how do we make up for that almost $500,000 when it comes to our county budget. I'm still open to conversations, and maybe it's moving it to 50-50, but I don't know if I've got, or Supervisor Gustafson has support from our other colleagues to move forward and make a change on this.
Let me ask another question about the new mechanisms that you talked about that are have been made available to Truckee. What were they again?
So, yeah, so again, focused on new development, you know, your board is asked to approve an update, which you did today, to their mitigation fee program. So that's one mechanism. The other is, again, you know, conversations with them about expanding, you know, their current CFD as new development moves forward. So it's really focused on those new development aspects, which we are processing, and we are in communication with them on that. It doesn't, anything that you would do, though, wouldn't necessarily apply to existing developed property.
Right, and so with these new mechanisms, it's going to take a while before they feel some benefit. Is that how it's going to work?
Well, again, I think if I go back on the map, I don't want to speak for them, but a lot of development has already occurred.
Right, it's kind of like my community.
Yes.
There's not a lot of new development on the horizon, probably some. So is that the case where they're probably not going to see a lot of new development to take advantage of their mitigation fees and the expansion of their CFD?
Well, again, I mean, I think there is a mechanism for them to go forward independently with a parcel tax. But that's sort of separate from the request of your
Yeah,
board.
I'm just trying to
Yep.
see if they're going to get any kind of relief through these other mechanisms anytime soon. Or is it
Yeah.
something that's going to be
Well, I
moved
mean,
out in the future?
again, you know, there is still developable property out there, so I think we're, you know, actively in conversation with how we can, to your board's point, how we can help with that moving forward.
Good, thank you.
Mhm.
Supervisor Landon.
Thanks. This is not an action item, right? So we're just, okay. I'm definitely open to continuing the conversation. I mean, I probably lean closer to where Supervisor Holmes is on just being uncomfortable with what this might do in the future for other fire districts. And I mean, we've walked down this road with Lincoln before on a different circumstance, but somewhat similar. And so just want to be very cognizant and conscious about how this might put us into a corner in the future. But I am, you know, I would be curious about it, as Supervisor Gore said, 50-50 split, or maybe some type of compromise in the middle between doing the whole thing and where we are today. That's kind of where I am.
Okay, any other discussions? All right, well, I will thank you, Stephanie, for your presentation and look forward to future discussions. Okay, we're going to move on to our next item. Actually, you know what? We are at a point where we're going to adjourn for a late lunch, okay? And we're due back here at 2 o'clock. So we will be back at 2 o'clock for our next agenda item, number 9. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to move on to our next item. We are going on to
15E.
well, we were going to do 15E, but she's not here. Okay, so Plan B. We're going to move on to our 2 o'clock item, item 9. County Executive Memorandum of Understanding and Funding Agreement with Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association for fiscal year 2020.
That's a long title. Apologies. Good afternoon, Chair Jones, Supervisors. Nick Martin with your County Executive Office here in Tahoe. This item is requesting your approval of 4 separate agreements with the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, which includes an overall marketing plan for our TART services here, summer and winter park and ride programs, and the North Lake Tahoe Express agreement, funding agreement. So I'll give just a brief background of our partnership with TNT TMA, and then hand it off to Sarah Van Sicklen with TNT TMA to speak more to the successes of our current year efforts. So the TNT TMA is a nonprofit organization which was formed in 1990 and is focused on providing advocacy and promotion of innovative solutions to the transportation needs of the North Lake Tahoe Truckee Resort Triangle. Highways 267, 89, and over into Truckee, so the region that we're currently sitting in. TNT TMA is guided by a 15-member board of directors whose composition shows the commitment to a true public-private partnership. Members include major resort partners like Sugar Bowl, North Star, Palisades, and Homewood, neighboring jurisdictions of the town of Truckee, Washoe County, Placer County, the Airport District, and PCTPA, and also town center representatives and residents at large within the Resort Triangle. The organization has played a critical role in advancing the county's transportation initiatives in Tahoe, especially regarding the promotion of transit, and we're looking forward to working with them more in the future on finding new and innovative ways to increase the focus on not only transit, but also pedestrian, bike, and other methods which help to increase mobility and reduce congestion in the Resort Triangle. So I'll hand off to Sarah Van Sicklen, the Executive Director of TNT TMA, and then I'll come back briefly to read our requested actions.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Sarah Van Sicklen, Executive Director at the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. Wanted to share some of the successes that we've had in our partnership programs with you this year. So first off, I want to highlight the Summer Park and Ride program, as the next one is just around the corner. This past summer, the TNT TMA managed 2 park and ride programs for the 4th of July drone shows to Tahoe City, and then again for the Labor Day drone shows in Kings Beach. These programs allowed people to park at the North Star Castle Peak parking lots and enjoy free parking and free shuttle service every 30 minutes to the event. And this helped to reduce the parking demand and congestion in the region, giving people an alternative to going and parking and having that whole headache. So we were really encouraged by the use. Last year we had the biggest use of the 4th of July drone show parking lot, 362 people. This was a 448% increase over the previous year. We're still looking to increase the use of our Labor Day drone show program. We only had 2 riders, which was a decrease from the previous year. The program was actually rescheduled. It was supposed to be on September 1st, but due to weather, it was scheduled to the 8th, which I think is after that high peak demand here, and likely there wasn't as much need for the program, resulting in that lower ridership. We are looking to continue this program on for the summer for the drone show shuttle for the 4th of July to Tahoe City, and then again for the Labor Day drone show on August 30th to Kings Beach. Next up, I wanted to highlight the Winter Park and Ride. This is a partnership with Placer County as well as with Palisades Tahoe and North Star California Resort. First off, we're going to look at the Highway 89 program. So this winter, the TNT TMA was able to manage 2 park and ride programs for Palisades. People were either able to park at the Truckee High School and enjoy free parking and either TART bus or shuttle service to Olympic Valley, or park at the Truckee High School and enjoy free service. I maybe already said that, sorry. Tahoe State Transit Center was the other option. This year, we also were able to rent, thanks to TOT TBID dollars at work, the 64 acres parking lot, giving some more additional parking at that specific location, which was really helpful. And we have a 3-year contract, so we'll be able to continue that on in the future. So this program ran on weekends from December 16th through March 31st. And was very successful for a few reasons. First being the parking reservation program. People knew that if they did not have a parking spot at Palisades, they needed to find an alternative, and this was a great one. We saw that the total ridership this year was 13,122. This was up from the previous year. We had 1,346 riders. The previous year, we did only offer this program for 1 weekend, and that was for the World Cup. So we had much more service this year, and we're really excited to see the ridership and look forward to continuing this program, really mostly as it was done this year, next year as well. Next up, I want to talk about our Highway 267 winter park and ride program. We had service from December 16th to March 31st on weekends. This year, we used the Lyft parking lot. Previously, we had used the airport parking lot. It was much smaller. Because of this, North Star didn't want to have additional shuttles because we didn't want to overwhelm that smaller parking lot. So we only used TART service for this program. We had a total of 759 riders. That was down from the previous year, where we had 3,680. And that's really just because we had much smaller parking lot and much less frequent service. North Star is planning on running the program very similar to how we did this year. Next up, I wanted to talk about the North Lake Tahoe Express. The North Lake Tahoe Express is the only daily scheduled shuttle service between Reno Tahoe International Airport and North Lake Tahoe and Truckee. And this is a partnership with Placer County, with Washoe County, Travel North Tahoe, Nevada, and Truckee, town of Truckee. And the way that this program works is that people are able to schedule shuttles to the area, currently mostly to lodging properties. However, we're really excited this year. We've implemented new software and a new website. There's even a North Lake Tahoe app, so people can more easily make reservations. It's a much more modern booking experience. Some other improvements include, through the app, people can actually see where their vehicle is, and they can get alerts to if their vehicle is going to be early or late. People are also able now to book to individual homes or to Airbnbs for an additional price, and people are able to make much later reservations closer to when they're actually wanting to travel. So our ridership for this program from July 23 through May 24 was 5,988. This was a 1% increase from the previous year. We're looking to maintain the same plan for the next year. We'll have the same funding partner contributions, which really are determined by percentage of ridership by jurisdiction. Next up, I wanted to cover the program. The TNT TMA manages the marketing for TART and TART Connect and any related programs. The real reason for this is since TART operates in Truckee and in Placer County, we're able to give one consistent voice to our marketing. So the TNT TMA handles all print, digital, social media, radio, and TV ads. We also produce the brochure for TART and TART Connect rack cards, which we distribute throughout the region. Oh, there's my slide. All right. So for our next year, we are looking to have the similar goals to 2023, which I'll get into a moment. We also this year did a social media and website audit, which we're looking to implement some more of the changes that were suggested so we can improve the performance of those avenues. And we're hoping to get some new advertising images that will really showcase how you can use the TART system as a whole. We want people to know that the TART Connect is really meant for those short trips that will then connect to our larger buses and make larger trips throughout the system. So the goals for 2023 and some of our successes, we wanted to increase awareness of use of the TART services across all service areas and focus on visitors. And we were successful. We had a 51% increase in TART Connect ridership over the past year. We had a RAC card, which received 1,500 scans, and there were 25,489 downloads over the last 12 months for the app. We also wanted to increase brand awareness and improve the TART branded website and social media. We succeeded in being able to decrease our website bounce rate by 18.42%, and we were able to increase our social media audience by 11%. We also delivered 52,000 TART brochures throughout the region. That's all I have for you today. I really appreciate the partnership and looking to continue to work with Placer County on making transportation better in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. And before I read these actions, I did just want to point out and recognize, typically these agreements haven't come before your board. Many of them are underneath the threshold for doing so, and we've worked with the county executive to sign those contracts, and as they come about closer to winter at different times. But this year we decided to consolidate, bring them all as one package to help kind of have greater transparency and celebrate some of the successes, and also looking forward to a couple of the items that you'll be hearing next that are Tahoe transportation related and focused. So I just wanted to mention that. So our 4 actions today are for the 4 agreements that are in front of you. So I'll start from the top. Bear with me here. Number 1 is to approve an MOU between Placer County and TNT TMA for TART marketing services for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of up to $168,000, and authorize the chair to execute the agreement subject to county council and risk management concurrence. Number 2, approve MOU between Placer County and TNT TMA for administration and promotion of summer park and ride services for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of up to $19,239, and authorize a county executive officer or designee to execute the agreement subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And number 3, approve MOU between Placer County and TNT TMA for administration and promotion of winter park and ride services for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of up to $102,761, and authorize the chair to execute the agreement subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And number 4, approve a funding agreement with the TNT TMA for the operation of the North Lake Tahoe Express for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of up to $193,112, and authorize the chair to execute the agreement subject to county council and risk management concurrence. So hopefully that makes your motion a little shorter.
Makes it much easier for us. Thank you. Board members, comments, questions? No?
My only comment is what a great job this partnership has developed into over these decades. It's so great to see the results we're having and the continued expansion of the programs we work with the TMA on, and bringing the partners all together is what you're all about, and thank you for your service.
Okay, I'm going to open up for public comment. Anyone in the audience like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval of the actions requested.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on. Actually, we're going to deviate here for the next one. We are going to move on to item 15. Hold on, 15E. 15E. TART Connect Turnkey Micros Transit Service. And I welcome Jamie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Jamie Wright, Public Works Manager over Transit Services for Placer County. Before you today is a request for the TART Connect service. We launched the TART Connect service in June of 2021, just as we were kind of coming out of COVID somewhat. The pilot program has been extremely successful. And we did go out for a joint procurement with our partners over at the town of Truckee, as well as our partners over in Washoe County. That procurement process did result in 2 candidates that were interviewed through the procurement division with a panel that included Placer County staff, town of Truckee staff, as well as Washoe County RTC, and Travel North Tahoe, Nevada. Out of that was a recommendation to award a contract to Downtowner LLC for a 3-year period with 2 one-year options, which would result in contracting for both Placer County zones as well as Washoe County zones within the Placer County contract. The contracting for the Truckee zone will be done directly by the town of Truckee, which was identified through the RFP process. TART Connect actually hit 1 million riders system-wide in April 2024. We have seen, based on survey results from the surveys that we put out on the service, we've seen that 85% of users actually use TART fixed route service as well. So it has continued to show us that it is a vital first mile, last mile connection for our community to connect not only within the zones, but also out into TART fixed route into different neighboring jurisdictions or zones that are outside of the smaller zones that we've created. The TART Connect service, one of our major goals was to increase the shared rides within the program, which does help us reduce VMT, hopefully reduce traffic congestion within this region, and allow people to move around the region much more easily. So we have moved from 30% or 37% of shared rides in 21-22 to about 62% of shared rides in 23-24. So we've almost doubled that, and we do continue to see an increase with that service. The request before you today does include contracting for the Washoe County zone through our interlocal operating agreement with Washoe RTC. Placer County not only operates fixed route bus service within Washoe County, but we also contract for the TART Connect service that operates over in that zone as well. So the up to dollar amount that is included in the request today does include an up to amount for all zones within Placer County as well as Washoe County. And we are requesting an up to amount as each year through budgeting, we will identify the actual budget available and the services that will be deployed. So while it is an up to amount, it is not necessarily exactly what we will be spending each year on the program. So with that, we are requesting today for the board to approve and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute an agreement with Tahoe Downtowner LLC for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027 in an amount not to exceed $13,487,862 for the TART Connect turnkey microtransit service operating in North Lake Tahoe. And we would be able to renew for 2 additional years, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And then secondly, determine the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions the board has.
Thank you for your presentation. Board members? Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
They always look at me on Tahoe.
That's right, we're
Thank you.
Tahoe-centric.
I apologize. Jamie, when we've talked about this in the past, I was hoping that in this contract, and I didn't see it, but it doesn't mean it isn't there. So that's a big book, and I could have missed it. that we really wanted to try to get to a point of trying to start our integration between zones, because way too often people are calling my office saying, well, gee, we got dropped off here, but we really want to get there and now. And it's a detriment. People want to get door to door to where they're going. Is there flexibility moving forward to address that?
So we do currently have flexibility. When TART fixed route services are not operational, we do open the zones. So you can easily get from Tahoe City all the way over to Kings Beach when the TART fixed route is not operating. When TART fixed route is operating, we do encourage folks to use the fixed route bus service that is traveling along that corridor already versus duplicating services. We are also going forward with a TART systems plan update, which we are working with a consultant team right now to identify scope and move that forward. That will further analyze the integration of TART Connect into our transit system, and more than likely make some recommendations as to, maybe we're running fixed route here, but not here, and we're kind of relying on TART Connect. As we've come through COVID, we certainly have worked very closely with the partners who run TART Connect service in order to continue to provide different services that maybe fixed route isn't offering. One example, too, is during winter storms, when I cannot roll fixed bus operations due to roadway conditions, we actually will call TART Connect, ask them to completely open their zones, and kind of provide that service for us. It did work multiple times this winter as we dealt with kind of some of the challenges of our roadways. And so that partnership continues to remain viable, and we continue to work with them pretty closely on those things.
Great, I'm glad to hear that. I think we still have the issue where I hear the most complaints, Alpine Meadows and Olympic Valley, and the integration with Mountaineer, where people really want to get from Tahoe City all the way up into Olympic Valley or Alpine Meadows, or vice versa.
Yes, and so we do provide that service in the evening from 6 p.m. until whenever we end, whether it be 10 p.m. or midnight. Again, that corridor of 89, we're really encouraging fixed route bus use when we have fixed route buses operating. That may change. I know that there's some conversations with Mountaineer and maybe some integration between the two systems. So those are conversations we still will continue to have, and we will analyze that during the TART systems plan update as well.
For visitors, we all know these different systems, but I think for visitors and many of our guests we're trying to serve, we jump off one, get on another, do this. The more we can encourage continuity is great.
Yeah.
With that. And then my only other question is, it says we're only going to be responsible up to the 9 million, whatever, and Washoe County's coming in, but the contract then says the county's obligation would be up to the full amount. Do we have a contract with Washoe County?
We do, with Washoe County RTC, who pays the majority of the funding. And then we do work with the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, who also does third-party contracting with us with people that we're not maybe contracted with directly, such as Travel North Tahoe, Nevada, and some of the local business owners within that jurisdiction.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure we were covered there when we sign that we're going to go to 13 million, that we have contracts that indicate we won't go there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone from the public like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Ann, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm disappointed that there's no discussion of why it was 2.6 million last year. It's a 73% increase this year, and there's no discussion about that. It just seems to be so, I've never understood why we owe free transportation to everyone, a free Uber service. And I've talked to a lot of people in transportation, and I'm really not even sure. This doesn't reduce VMTs or traffic. I mean, you say that there's all this shared rides, but I don't see it. I see people alone, or I see empty TART Connect cars. And so the last analysis you did of this was in 2022, and I have the PowerPoint if you'd like to see it. It worked out to be $18 a ride. We need to have another analysis. You're spending millions and millions of dollars, and I don't see, it's still cars on the road. I don't, and now you've had to make the TART bus free, because why should they pay if TART Connect's free? I mean, this whole thing seems to be wrong-headed. I think you need to look at this again. You need to really analyze. I know Placer County has a lot of money a year, you know, but this is, we're all gonna have to pay for this. And I know that TRPA and everyone, they're looking to go to the public to actually tax us for this. And I'm not sure that everyone understands that. So I would really like to have you guys say, listen, let's look at this. What is the analysis? Let's get transparent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online?
I see no further commenters.
Okay. Do you want to address that in any way?
Yeah, so this year's budget was 2.6. We are looking at a budget of 2.8 for 24-25. That is, we work very closely with the North Tahoe Community Alliance. There is what we would refer to as TOT that used to go to that agency, which is now recommended by that agency as well as the Board of Supervisors. And so we did, through their application process this year, go ahead and apply for additional funding outside of what the county would be able to participate in. And so some of that leftover or rollover TOT is being put forward to this system for the next 2 fiscal years. We do analyze the program on an annual basis. Depending on the season, you know, the cost per rider can vary anywhere between right now $10 and $16 of subsidy. So for public transit, that is pretty good. And certainly meets kind of what we at Placer County has set as thresholds to be able to continue these types of services.
Thank you. Any other comments back to the board? Yes.
I just had one follow-up question. I believe TART was free first
Yes.
before we started micromass transit, because we had gone to that trying to encourage more ridership and to get, and I think the caller didn't recall that we were already free with
Yes.
TART for
Thank
a number
you.
of years. Yeah.
Yep, thanks for that reminder. Yes, so TART, the board did approve TART going free in 2019, and we have continued to renew that pilot as we evaluate the success of that. What we hear from not only our local constituents, but also visitors to our area, is that it has made using our bus service a lot easier. A lot easier to hop on any of the services we have to offer, get where they need to be, and then kind of get back as well. The TART Connect has actually provided a first mile, last mile alternative. Many of our fixed route buses travel on main highways, and many of our STRs or other things are up in neighborhoods, maybe 1 or 2 miles off of our main highways. Allowing the TART Connect to provide that service and those connections to fixed route bus service certainly does increase public transit use. In fact, with the introduction of TART Connect, we have seen a 54% increase in public transit use since peak ridership pre-COVID in 2019 when we went free. When we initially took TART fixed route buses free, we saw immediately a 40% ridership increase within only a couple months of offering that service.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other questions, I bring it back to the board.
Move approval. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gustafson, a second by Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna go backwards to back and forth. We're gonna move on to item 10, County Executive, Winter Parking Management Program Update. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm on the short side. My name is Lindsay Romack. I'm with the County Executive Office here in Tahoe and excited to introduce this presentation today, but you won't hear from me very much. We're going to pass it on to our partners at the ski resorts. So I did want to introduce Amy Oran, the Vice President and General Manager at North Star California Resort, as well as Mike Martin, who is the Vice President of Base Operations at Palisades Tahoe, and Tom Fighton, who is the Vice President of Business Development at Palisades Tahoe. So you're going to hear from the three of them in just a minute about their winter parking management programs. And you may be wondering, it's a beautiful summer day. Why are we talking winter parking management? Well, this ties directly into what you were just hearing about and some of the great efforts we've made in our region on transportation and kind of some of the next steps we're looking at. And that's parking management. Parking management continues to be identified as an important strategy in helping mitigate traffic impacts, as well as continuing to promote the adoption of alternative transportation usage. Because this is a strategy that folks know nationwide across the world, and again, you'll hear from some experts in the next presentation about parking management, how important this is. It's now been included in a lot of our regional plans, including the TRPA's Regional Transportation Plan and our Placer County Resort Triangle Transportation Plan. And in fact, I wanted to read a short little paragraph that's in the RTTP that speaks to parking management and the importance of it. It is increasingly clear that implementing significant improvements in a transportation system requires a balanced approach to both non-auto incentives and auto disincentives. Simply expanding transit and bicycle pedestrian options without changing the low cost and convenience of a private automobile in a resort area does not cause a significant overall shift in mobility patterns. So again, we've done a great step in offering some transit options now. And so now we're providing opportunities to kind of better managing our parking and continue to look at ways to promote alternative transportation. So if you remember winter of 22-23, we got quite a bit of snow up here. And that meant we had lots of folks in the area who wanted to go ski at our local ski resorts. And therefore, we saw a lot of traffic impacts. And I think that's when the resorts will speak to it in a second. But they really realized that they wanted to step up and do more to help, again, mitigate traffic impacts and encourage folks to take public transportation. So both North Star and Palisades instituted parking management programs for the winter of 23-24. So with that, I would like to invite Amy to come on up. And again, Amy Oran with North Star, and she can share a little bit about North Star's program.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you, Lindsay, for the introduction and the great tee-up, and just happy to be part of this conversation with so many partners in the community that helped bring the strategy to life, and to the point that Lindsay made around why are we talking about traffic right after the summer solstice just happened. And I think it's not lost on anyone in this room that this is a key priority and a big strategy that industry and community have really come together to find solutions to, and really appreciate how the stage was just set for this conversation. And to build on that a little bit, this has been one of our key priorities over the last couple of years, and spent a lot of time in trying to find the right solution to the uniques that we each have. And you know, I think in illustrating the uniques that we really needed to solve to specifically at North Star was really around circulation. And our strategy, as stated here, was really seeking to reduce cars on the road, to increase circulation, reduce community congestion, and have a better arrival experience for our guests. The uniques that we really had to solve to were a speed of load-in in getting cars from 267 and into our resort. Our previous system, we were loading our lots really in sequence, as opposed to simultaneously, that our new parking strategy really helped to solve to. So tactically, how we got there was we needed to incentivize carpooling. So we instituted a reservation system that really incentivized people getting together and coming in a single car as opposed to the ones and twos that we've seen behavior skew to in the last couple of years. And so by incentivizing carpooling, adding parking reservations, it really gave us the ability to let people know where they were going to park as well. We have a lot of additional traffic that we call the seeker traffic, and I think we've all done it before. We see a lot full sign and we think we're gonna get lucky and we're just gonna go check. And there is a lot of seeking traffic that we also solve to in this system. Another key piece of reservations that we have found largely successful is distributing arrival timing. Our guests were listening to us the last 5 years by saying, get here early, and they did, everybody all at the same time on the roads at once. And when you know you have a reservation, you might have a cup of coffee and take your time. And we definitely witnessed some significant changes in just arrival behavior over time. And just a couple of key points to share today. We really have observed some material impacts to traffic, and the headline is in here, but really high adoption of carpool rates. You get a free reservation if you have 4 or more people per car, and our adoption for carpooling was 60%, and that's 4 or more per car. So significant impact to taking cars off of the road. With the carpool incentive utilization that we had, the majority of the cars that had, a reservation parked for free. I just went backwards. Here we go. So majority was free, and a paid reservation system is more about the behavior than it is about the paid reservation. And ideally, we want to get that number to as high as we can possibly get it with carpool and free. Another impact that had a material impact really around North Star Drive was the increased utilization of our microtransit system. We operate a microtransit system at North Star that our neighborhood, really in our neighborhood, and they were utilizing this system as opposed to driving to the resort. So a lot less traffic off North Star Drive, making room for those exiting off of 267 and up to the resort. And the last bullet point is the headline for us. This is the thing that we track the closest is reduction in frequency and severity of travel time delays at North Star. We track the percentage of days that have 15 minutes or more of travel delay, and that was reduced by 81%. So that is the headline impact of the system that we had in place. A couple of things that I'll just mention that we also found success with. We took a pivot, as was mentioned by Sarah earlier, where we had a system in the past where we were parking cars at the airport, and we transitioned to the Lyft workspace to utilize their location as really a carpool meetup. We have a lot of guests that would meet there, drop off 1 or 2 cars, get into 1 car, and drive to North Star. So a little bit different use of that lot, and found a lot of success there as well. A couple just operational impacts that I think are worth sharing. We get a lot of curiosity in our community of how did it go and what did people think? Obviously, circulation with higher occupancy vehicles is pretty critical, and we have seen just a significantly reduced number of guests needing shuttles. And as we have the higher occupancy vehicles closer to the resort core, there's less people needing to shuttle to lots that are farther away. So big impact there, also impactful to North Star Drive. Availability, this was something that we watched very closely because availability was really important for us to get right. And we found that our guests are booking reservations about a week in advance, and 27% are made day of, so demonstrating that we are able to have reservations available as well. I mentioned the distributed arrival times, but it has also had upstream impacts in tickets and in rentals, and our portal lifts have seen impacts there as well in a positive direction. Guest feedback has been really strong, significantly in both our parking and our bus transportation. I think just the arrival of our guests, for those that have reservations or time-sensitive experiences, knowing that they can get there on time was a lot of feedback that we heard as well. And then just confidence that I'm going to get a spot, and knowledge of where to park. A couple of changes that we are exploring right now are just additions to the program. Largely, this program is going to be exactly the same in this next year. We are exploring the opportunity for an additional carpool lot on this side of the lake in Kings Beach, just given the popularity of what we used over at the lift space in Truckee. So that is a summary of the experience. Just really appreciate the feedback of many people in this room that helped us to come up with the solution and to support significant change in our program and in our community. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have questions for?
And I would say, if you don't mind, we'll invite Palisades to come on up next, and then that way, if you have questions at the end, you can ask them all together. So Tom and Mike, come on up.
Sounds like a good plan. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing us to be here and talk parking today. And much like Amy, we actually were in that room right over there in February of 2023, and we heard loud and clear that something needed to change with traffic. And we heard it from our community. We heard it from governmental officials. We thought the same thing. I mean, we're part of this community, right? Our employees live here. We live here. You know, it's part of what we do, and we knew we needed to be an agent of change effectively for this. And it's, you know, it's about tackling behavior. I mean, this will be our 75th year in operation this year. So we're taking 75 years of behavior and trying to change it. And that's tricky, right? And, you know, people by and large think about how they travel and think about their experience and don't want it to necessarily change. There's a little bit of a fear of change often until you see the results of a program. And so just like North Star, we endeavored to put something together that ultimately, you know, our guiding principle on this was to alleviate traffic, alleviate gridlock, and do that in an equitable way to our various stakeholders, our community members, the people that live in the valley, our customers, our employees, and so forth. And I think we did do that, and Mike will talk about some of the results from this program here shortly. You know, really, we saw some of the same things that Amy spoke about. You know, what was really transpiring was more and more as weekends went by, people were crowding into a smaller and smaller time sequence, right? An attempt to get there and be the first one to get there. And by initiating a reservation system, what you found was that people had confidence to, in the same way, get a cup of coffee. Don't rush to the hill. Don't worry so much about being, you know, there first thing in the morning. Come in at 10 o'clock when you can have a nice morning. And so what we found is that, you know, that initial kind of build of ingress that just all centered in a very short time period has elongated as this past season. And it's made for a much nicer experience for our guests, much nicer for our community, much nicer for our employees. I would say that, you know, just to give you a sense of what that program really, you know, what the program's really all about. It is primarily a free program. We do have a subset of paid reservations, and really that's to drive behavior such that people can feel confident about having a space if they want to book out months in advance. And so we limit the ability to book out too far in order to make it a more fair opportunity for people to get reservations each week when the reservations come online. Additionally to that, we operated 2 satellite parking areas, one in Taos City, one in Truckee. And with that, we incentivize people to ride that with a $10 food voucher. So if you came in, you parked at those satellite lots, jumped on the bus, you were handed $10 to use at any of our food and beverage outlets. And so really, what we're really, trying to stick to with this program is how do we get people off the roads? How do we get them quickly into our lots? How do we make this experience better for everyone, including, our guests and our community? We recognize that we were going to be effectively probably gauged in retrospect for the success of it. There was a lot of kind of naysaying in the beginning, but I think through, the proof is in the pudding, as they say, and I think Mike will talk about this next. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom, and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Going the wrong way here. There we go. All right. have someone help me on the technical side of things. So as Tom said, there's a lot of adjectives, colorful words, some nice, not so many to there we go, to describe parking, traffic, gridlock, those kind of things. But I wanted to come today just really about the numbers, the metrics, the KPIs that we track and keep track of associated with really a first year, as Tom said, of monumental behavior change of how people come to the ski resort. So Tom touched on some of these, the incentivized park and ride, and Sarah did as well in the TNT section. In the very first year of that, we had 36 riders. There was no incentive to leave your car in Truckee or Tahoe City if you were coming to Palisades, Tahoe. This past season, we had over 5,000 riders on that, so 130x increase. Tom mentioned this as well, is that, we're all part of this community, and we realize at Palisades Tahoe, we are a big piece of that community, and I'm referencing our employees. So at wintertime, we're up at 2,700 employees. So we use that same methodology to incentivize our employees during the weekends and busy periods to carpool as well with vouchers, and we saw a huge increase with that as well, taking about 6,000 cars off the road. Skiers per car, this is really the metric that it all comes down to. In our historical seasons, really the last 75, as Tom mentioned, during these busy weekend and holiday periods, we would see an average of 1.3 people per vehicle in our lots. First year of this program, that number jumped to 3.31 during these high impactful weekends, and our parking reservation system being a huge piece of that. Third-party ski bus partners, this is partnering with folks down in Reno, Sacramento, Bay Area to get, post-COVID, getting people back on buses and not bringing 40 cars to our local roadways, but bringing one charter bus. Saw a huge increase in that this year with over 116 regional charter buses. Mountaineer is a microtransit district that's specific to Olympic Valley and Alpine Meadows. This year, we did over 100,000 riders in the winter period, which was an all-time 7-year record. We've been around for 7 years. So yes, micromass transit definitely has its place in the transportation solve. Traffic gridlock, so to be clear, these reservation programs are not going to solve for traffic when there's snow on the road and chain controls and accidents of the such, but gridlock, that as Amy touched on it, the people that ignore all the signage, all the social media, everything that tells them that, the parking lots are full, the gridlock, where you're forced turning cars around, and we certainly saw a lot of that last winter. Happy to say that we, 3-hour commutes from Truckee last winter, we're averaging about 35 minutes during these weekend periods. The code zebra, that's a technical term with our CHP partners. That's when you're forced turning cars around on Olympic Valley Road, Alpine Meadows Road, and sometimes Highway 89. We really had none of that. Very small exception during the end of the season music festival. And lastly, the community piece on this is, as Tom mentioned, you're trying to change. It's hard enough to change a child's behavior. It's certainly much, much harder to change adult human behavior. And we were doing that for the first time in really 74 years of our operation. So we were met with a lot of resistance, a lot of naysaying, a lot of negativity. But as folks got on board with these programs and rode the bus, rode the Mountaineer, carpooled on their own, et cetera, that sentiment really started to sway positive towards the end of the season. And then if you could go next slide for me, Lindsay. I have the key on here, so pick your favorite euphemism. The keys to success, the key to unlock all this is really the private-public partnerships, which you heard a little bit about before our session, but I just want to touch on a couple key ones. Specifically Placer County, Lindsay Romack, Rebecca Tabor, Stephanie Holloway, and of course under Supervisor Gustafson's sponsorship, to think outside the box on some of the technical things that supports this program, enforcement agreements, encroachment permits, partnerships with both TART Mainline and TART Connect to bring this thing together. North Tahoe Community Alliance, Tony Kay and the entire group there for helping allocate TOT TBID funds for these programs, specifically Park and Ride, workforce van pool, snow removal in the 64 acres lot. Couldn't have done it without the financial support from that organization. United States Forest Service, Eliano, Jonathan Fisher-Cook, use of the 64-acre parking lot that's owned by the Forest Service in Tahoe City, parking enforcement, and then probably the biggest thing was the policy and program support. This parking reservation program and having to operate on federal land, the partnership there in terms of figuring out that complexity was instrumental. I touched on Mountaineer, Joy Doyle, who's the executive director working within the communities, the hotel, the STRs to drive record ridership. And this is, again, a T-bid that is, despite some of the ambiguity out there in the public, it is paid off of overnight hotel stays and some of the things with out-of-towners, not a tax passed on across the broader user base. California Highway Patrol, Officer Rarden out of the Truckee Regional Office, helping the resort with traffic management advisories, managing traffic and some of the pinch points, specifically the Mouse Hole, West River, and trying different things. And we saw improvements there. 2 programs, My Ride to Work and Commute with Enterprise, partners in this program to really help us unlock things like employee van pool, Reno RTC subsidies, supplemental buses for park and ride. And I just realized that looking at my notes here, I missed giving some credit to Sarah Van Sicklin with the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. Their sponsorship around workforce van pool, 64-acre snow removal, World Cup, and specifically these 2 partners, My Ride to Work and Commute with Enterprise, helping unlock employee-centric solves, and then some of the busing that falls in between TARP Mainline and the resorts. And then lastly, the community, just want to thank our communities for the patience, the participation, the behavior change. And as I mentioned earlier, the sentiment swayed much more positive towards the end of the season. Because as we learned, I think the only thing that people hate more than gridlock traffic is having to make a parking reservation, which takes me to my closing statement, which is just that as Amy mentioned, our program is going to look and feel pretty much identical for this upcoming winter ski season. We're working on some things with our technology partner to making that reservation as easy as possible, ideally 1 click. From a laptop or a cell phone. That's feedback that we heard from our guests throughout this first year. So all in all, pretty successful given all of these agencies, all of these partners coming together to, as Tom mentioned, and Amy was in that meeting last winter as well, the call to action that we received from our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
And that is it, Chair Jones, so happy to take any questions.
Okay. Board members, questions, comments, Supervisor Gustafson.
I hadn't even turned on my light yet.
I can tell by the
She
look on your
read my
face.
mind.
I can read
We
your
spend all
face.
day here, so we can
I'm learning
read
to
minds.
faces.
I just want to thank our partners, Amy, Mike, and Tom. Thank you for the leadership you showed. When the community came together en masse last year and was concerned, you stepped up and really, I know it wasn't easy. You took a lot of heat for it, but you made such a difference. And to see the numbers of people carpooling and the change in behavior in our transportation corridors is just incredible. And I really I know it wasn't easy, and there were a lot of learning curves. And we're learning from you now, because as we go to our next topic, and we're seeing around the basin a lot of the paid parking initiatives and parking management systems. I think the public sector is trying to learn now from your examples on how we can pull it together as well. So I don't have any questions. I'm just kudos to you for your leadership and making this happen. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the public then. Anyone out there like to make a comment on this item? Anyone on? Oh, good. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished supervisors. Tony Karwowski, CEO of the North Tahoe Community Alliance. Welcome to North Lake Tahoe this fine afternoon. We really appreciate you maintaining your quarterly meetings as scheduled here in our region to hear matters that affect us from the people who they affect. We really appreciate your partnership and maintaining that connection with us here. So thank you, number one. Number two, I'd like to highlight just the absolutely incredible effort from the resort partners here on the table, North Star California and Palisades Tahoe, for really, as Supervisor Gustafson put it, owning the situation. They could have passed the buck, but they stepped up and owned it and brought solutions, listened to tough feedback, worked with community partners on funding, on ideas to bring forward 2 programs that uniquely addressed each one of their own communities in their separate ways, but made an incredible impact. And as we look at our region as a whole, North Lake Tahoe and Lake Tahoe, I would like to just bring to the attention of the board, as you saw a presentation a couple months ago about our regional destination stewardship plan. And one of the action items, I'll remind you, in that destination stewardship plan is how we manage parking in our entire region. That can be a real tool that we utilize to improve the experience for our residents and for our guests as they come to this region. And our private sector stepping up to deliver the way they did and implement an innovative idea yielded some incredible results that we should take note of, recognize, and implement going forward. So thank you again for being partners in stewardship as we practice stewardship across our region, manage our visitation successfully, and create a better environment for our residents and visitors.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the audience? Anyone online?
Yes.
Okay.
Ann, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Lived here 54 years. I remember when North Star used to close after 3,000 guests. So what a change. And I'm glad that these new parking arrangements and reservations have worked out so well. And that's wonderful, but we are still on the North Shore. We can't get out on 267 at certain times of the day. We have to time when we want to go, which if you have some sort of medical event, that's not possible. But it's still bumper to bumper the whole way down 267. So there's a lot more to do. And, you know, with Palisades, you know, I'm glad that it was so much better, but we still we'd love to see Palisades do affordable housing on their property instead of buying up motels on the North Shore, which is a long commute. And I don't understand why they aren't stepping up with that. But the main thing is there's a lot more to do. It's still not great. And if you guys, I just don't understand why you can't limit the number of visitors to the various, to Palisades or North Star. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. No one else online? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments. I would like to say a job well done. I think it's amazing how we can train human beings with the incentive of free parking if you have 4 or more people in your car. Anybody wants a $10 bargain, right? But anyway, I think it's a great plan. I like the way you've partnered with transit and good brains at work. Thank you for all of that. So I'll bring it back to the board. I guess this is, we're receiving a presentation today with no action required. So congratulations and thank you. Thank you again. We appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to item 11. Item 11, Public Works, Kings Beach Parking Management Implementation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Jones, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Rebecca Tabor. Hang on just a moment here. Okay. Rebecca Tabor, Deputy Director with the Department of Public Works here in the Tahoe Basin. Today I will be presenting on the Kings Beach Parking Management implementation and some initial implementation steps that we recommend for your board to consider and take action on. Co-presenting with me today is Julie Dixon. She is with Dixon Resources Unlimited, and she is an experienced parking consultant we're happy to have contracted with back in November. DPW and Dixon staff have thoughtfully developed a plan that we will present to you today, and that is based on extensive community and stakeholder group input and feedback over the last few months. So we've organized this presentation into first providing an overview of why we are here, which we've heard from our resort partners on the winter parking management in TMA. So it dovetails very well into why we are here for some summer parking management strategies. I will then have Julie present on the Kings Beach Parking Management Implementation Plan and the specific strategies and recommendations. And then it'll come back to me to talk about what we can do this summer, 2024. And the focus will primarily be this summer on enhancing parking enforcement operations and public education and learning. We will then be available for questions and questions from board members and the public at the end. So we talked earlier, we heard about the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan from Lindsay. Just to reiterate that was adopted by your board in October 2020. It's a very important element of that plan is parking management. And overall, the plan is working to help manage the increased travel demand to this region and the associated vehicle congestion that we see during the seasonal peaks of visitors to East Placer. Also, as noted earlier, this plan, the RTTP as we call it, works in concert very closely with TRPA's Regional Transportation Plan. The RTTP aims to achieve these transportation goals a number of ways, but using the existing infrastructure, both roads and parking infrastructure, more efficiently is very key. We're not trying to build more roads, wider roads in the basin, or more parking. We want to better use what we have, which leads to less impacts on the environment and less transportation impacts on the environment. We want to reduce travel delay, lessen congestion during those peak conditions, and then, of course, promote the alternative transportation options like our free public transit, TART Connect. So, as we talked about, there are strategies to parking management both winter and summer, and in this region, there's a shift. The winter demand is our ski resorts, our outdoor recreation in the winter, and then in the summer, we see the parking demand go to the beautiful lake, beaches, and recreational sites. So, this does set the stage very nicely to talk to you today about summer parking management strategies. Private-public agreements in the town center are key to better utilizing existing parking supply that might be private parking lots. So we'll talk about that today. What's very important in this whole effort for summer parking management is to increase parking turnover for the businesses, the local businesses. And that aligns with community vitality and economic health priorities. And then to alleviate peak parking demand pressures in the neighborhoods that our local residents experience from the spillover parking. We've been working really hard on this. I want to go through some of the things we've done over this last year. We've had lots of community and stakeholder engagement. In the spring of last year, we held 3 public meetings that helped us scope the initial phase of parking management. We partnered with the NTBA, the North Tahoe Business Association Economic Vitality Committee. In October of 2023, I was before your board to work on some parking ordinance updates, which you approved, including a new parking fine schedule. And then in November, as I mentioned, we contracted with Dixon Resources Unlimited to develop this Kings Beach Parking Management Plan. In April, we received program funding, and that was approved through your board and the North Tahoe Community Alliance 3-year sponsorship program, which is your TOT, TBID dollars at work. That funding was focused on Kings Beach implementation only at this time. So in the beginning of this year, 2024, we've held 5 community meetings, 2 rounds of meetings, but 5 community meetings. 2 of those were in Spanish with Spanish interpretation, translation. We had a total of 171 attendees, and those included residents, business owners, and agency representatives. Partnerships are key in this region, in Tahoe. We formed strong working relationships with all of these listed outreach or stakeholders as part of our outreach. And we did meet with all of these stakeholder groups between January and March. It was a very busy time, but we got really great information. We gathered from all the groups, the residents and the stakeholder groups, what their parking problems are, what are the concerns, so that we knew what to work towards solving. So if I could summarize what we heard primarily from the community, the majority seem to want us to do something. They want our help. They want change. And in some shape or form, they would like to see things improve around summertime parking in Kings Beach. So with that, I will introduce Julie Dixon and bring her up to provide an overview on the planning process, public outreach summary, and go through the recommendations.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I am Julie Dixon, and I have to acknowledge Supervisor Jones, what you just said about parking, because parking is a learned behavior. And funny enough, when we got here earlier today, we were checking things out, seeing, been here when there was snow, now we're here for the summer. And we came across a community member or visitor that was parking in an area that I don't think you're supposed to park there. So I rolled down the window and asked her, "Hey, are you allowed to park there? I'm just curious." She said, "I've been parking like this for years." And so that's really the reality of some of the challenges. I've been coming to Tahoe since I was a toddler, and I can tell you that in order to get me even to do something different, it's something about these incremental changes, and it's just the reality. And it's something that at Dixon we have to address across the country. And we've actually been working with communities all around the basin for about the last 8 years. And I'm really excited about this particular project because it really helps connect the dots as we talk about some of the movements that are happening in and around the basin. And we couldn't have had a better tee-up than hearing about the winter parking program and really what we're talking about really starting to tackle here at Kings Beach. So what Rebecca shared, this was really about community engagement and community outreach, because the one reality is if we don't have the buy-in from the community, we will not have a sustainable solution. And other things that are important to consider is for what the resorts had to do in terms of big shift, of movement and modules. The reality is, in our particular case of Kings Beach, it's such a unique configuration because you have the recreational beach area adjacent to a commercial access area. So some of the policies that we're going to talk about here today are very specifically driven so that we can talk about recreation access while also ensuring the vitality of our commercial businesses and restaurants. And I think that that's one of the key factors when we talk about this planning process is we've heard very loud and clear from our businesses that they need help, and that our visitors are often taking advantage of their parking locations. It's impacting their businesses. And when we just talk about ingress and egress, this is really coming down to basic parking management. So as we get into those recommendations, I'll dive into those. But as you can see, one of the things that was really exciting was that want for change, that want and interest to do something different. And through all of the various stages of community engagement, that was the one thing that we heard the loudest. And as we went through the recommendations, we also tied it into financial projections, because it's very important when you talk about any type of transportation planning, especially relating to parking, is you want to ensure a sustainable solution. Now, I think it's important, and that's why I was really excited to hear about the carpooling incentive. When we talk about financial projections associated with parking, especially when you talk about demand-based pricing or dynamic pricing, where you can actually have mode shift in behavior by changing the rates or different hours of operation, the reality is we have to make sure that we have a break-even point. But also when we talk about the recommendations, we have to do things incrementally. And that's why we're excited today to not only talk about the bigger, longer-term implementation plan, but about some of the things that we can actually do this summer to start to move the needle. So as we get into that, Rebecca already shared with you the fact that we had really active community engagement. In fact, many of those We had a designated email as well for this project. So not only did we hear from folks in the community meetings, we also got extensive correspondences electronically too, where folks were really able to even leave the meeting and, you know, think about it and come back with their commentary. And you can see that the themes overall for the community was we really need to improve the congestion that's not only impacting our businesses, but also our residential streets. We have folks parking on our bike lanes, we have folks blocking our driveways, and parking on the sidewalks in general. And this is something that you may think is unique, but when you hear that call for parking enforcement, that really says something. When people ask for the parking regulations to be enforced, it really demonstrates that there's something that needs to happen. And one of the items that we talked about a lot during the community meetings is I like to use the word compliance because we're striving for people to follow the rules. And so this is an important part of this investment in the resources to be able to see compliance, is making sure that we have continuity of that oversight of the parking policies, i.e. enforcement. And that was part of the plan that you had already approved in an earlier meeting. And I have to tell you that we're teed up for it. We already saw the enforcement throughout the wintertime, and now even leading into summer, we're really starting to see that balanced approach that is still very what I call customer-centric. It's not all about writing the parking ticket, it's about education and outreach, and we want people to follow the rules. And I think that that's one of the things that you'll find that is unique about this model, because when we talk about turnover of the commercial spaces, it's why we have the posted time limits that we do. We want folks to park in the time limit locations, utilize the time posted, go in, patronize our businesses, spend your money, and then take your vehicle and take it elsewhere so that the next customer can park in those locations. And that's why it's really key that we identify those longer term parking locations where when you want to come and recreate in Kings Beach, we want you to park in those locations so that everyone can access our businesses. And that means we want to be able to manage our parking supply effectively, and why when Rebecca mentioned public-private partnerships, we want to try to leverage every parking space that we can throughout the community. And in some cases, longer term, we're really looking at some of those larger parking lots that are privately held in ways that we can tie those into the program. But the importance of this project here today is we have to start somewhere. And in some cases, dipping our toes into the water for this summer is really that first stage. And one of those first stages is wayfinding or breadcrumbing, whatever you want to call it. We need to help people find where those longer term parking spaces are, because I think we can all appreciate when we're on vacation, you see that beautiful lake, and we just know we need to get out of that car as soon as possible, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why we often see folks pulling into the Whitecaps pizza parlor location, pulling even into the event center parking lot location to, quite frankly, dump the family off while I go figure out where I can park. But the reality is it's impacting those businesses, and it's the reason why we know wayfinding is going to be so critical. We have residents that didn't even know that there were actually county parking lots on the other side of the businesses, and those are things that we know that through that proper wayfinding program, we can help bring people to be able to make, we say, parking easy, convenient, and accessible. If they can find it, they can park there, they can recreate, and go and enjoy our businesses as well. And it's also another reason why we know we need to have some designated employee parking locations, kind of similar to what you heard from the ski resorts as well, is we want to make sure that we don't have employees who have a difficult time finding a parking space when they come to work, and then having to go out there and juggle the time limits and occupy the spaces that our customers should be parking in. So what you'll see here on the map are the highlighted areas that were included in the study area. It was actually really important. The community had a lot of feedback on this too, and in some cases we expanded the boundaries of the programs because they actually highlighted some of the impact locations. And you might wonder why, when you look really at the top of the map, why there's those little blue boxes specifically in those areas. It's because we know that we need to ensure that there's wayfinding that basically directs you down the main corridor, because the reality is this is where you start to see slippage into the neighborhoods, because again, when you're waiting in traffic, I might just make my left turn here and try to figure out how to get closer to that lake ideally. And so this was important too, again, from the boundaries of really hearing from the feedback from the community and really looking at all of the beach destination locations of what we can also do, because we have quite a few residential neighborhoods that are greatly impacted by folks that want to visit those very popular sites. So as we basically gathered the commentary, utilizing industry experience, other similar zones and other similar communities. We basically come up with several strategies as it relates to general parking management strategies, also talking about paid parking recommendations, and then also importantly about residential parking permit programs. There's one thing that I want to share with you as we go into this, and I really appreciated all the metrics in the previous meeting, is that's what's important about a starting place. We need to start to establish what the measures and the metrics are going to be so that we can effectively manage and monitor how effective the program is. And it's the reason why we're not here telling you we want to do a big cannonball into parking management, because the reality is we need to start gradually and incrementally so that we can start to manage and ensure that we're taking the right steps for the community. Because one of the challenges that can happen is that we can make parking so complex and so difficult that it's difficult for people to figure out how to make it work. So we really start at the basics. It really comes about parking enforcement as our starting point and how we can leverage enforcement technology and operations. And I'm pleased to tell you that as we dug in with the Sheriff's Department, as we dug in with CHP, Caltrans, and pretty much every agency that touches Kings Beach, we were able to identify that the county already has an existing citation management system under contract, and we've been able to actually leverage that contract to be able to bring it into Kings Beach so that our public works personnel will now actually have handhelds, which will make it much more efficient and effective for them to be able to monitor parking compliance. Importantly to that point as well, in the past, when you got a parking citation, a traditional paper parking citation, you maybe wanted to pay it right away so it wasn't a headache for you, but the reality of that paper ticket working its way through the system, it could actually take several weeks for that system to even be available for you to pay. The reality in this particular situation is not only will those tickets be automatically basically issued with a paper ticket still on your windshield, you will be able to actually take action or adjudicate or appeal that citation immediately. Also important about this goes into our penalty schedule, which was approved previously by you all, where if you got a warning notice, you've already received a citation, we now have that escalating fee schedule so that, again, kind of like I describe it when the seatbelt legislation got approved, we got a warning notice the first time, first violation was X dollars, and then it escalated from there. That's very much the design of your parking program, and I can tell you quite proudly, I have been bragging about your fee escalation schedule to communities all across the country, and they actually are starting to replicate your model. So again, kudos to the county, because that is a very strategic way to, again, be customer-centric, to try to educate and inform the folks of the policy violation. And again, if you're going to be a repeat offender, that fine escalates from that point as well. Also, the utilization of LPR, or license plate recognition technology. This is going to be very important not only for efficiency and for our personnel to be able to cover more ground, but also from a data component. And I say data because that gets into the metrics that I was mentioning earlier. I know you all aren't parking geeks like I am, but if there's one number that you'll remember, when you are at 85% occupancy, it basically means you're near or at parking capacity and when you need to start making parking management decisions. So it's one of the things that we're excited about launching this particular summer, is to start to be able to measure the data so that when we come back to you with that next recommendation, or when we need to expand the program, or when we need to change policy, we'll be able to share with you what those data measures are so that you can effectively ensure that the decisions and recommendations affect that community based on data. We've also been working closely with not only CHP but the Sheriff's Department on how we can leverage our agencies. We know public safety personnel are limited, and the reality is when the traffic congestion happens, the resources could be on one side of the county versus the other. And so that's also something strategically how we can tie all of the parties together and really leverage our resources. And something that comes up especially during the winter is being able to have a proactive vehicle abatement program and tying in the recommendations of being able to do that in the fall and the spring so that we can ensure that we are taking any of those derelict vehicles that are basically sitting on the streets and getting them off, so that we're basically ensuring that we have that accessibility to the curb space. And again, the staffing and coverage where the county has already started to tackle that. We're really excited about ensuring that we have that 7-day-a-week coverage so that we can capture that data and effectively report back to you. So now when we talk about supply and demand management, I'm not here today asking to go holistic on any major changes. What we're really starting with is enforcing the policies as posted. And that's where having the consistent personnel out there on the street is going to be really important. And that second bullet down there where you see no reparking, and that red little, I call it a flyer sign, is that it's important to recognize that while we're not suggesting this today, if I looked in my crystal ball, I would anticipate that there's possibly going to be a request in the future to instill a no reparking ordinance in the core of the commercial area. And that's why we need to measure the data and utilize the LPR this summer. So what has happened in the past, and again, I might date myself, but when they used to put the chalk on the tires, people would go out there and either roll their wheels back and forth or go out there and rub the chalk off, right? I've never done that myself. But the reality is with a no reparking ordinance, it basically ensures that if you're coming to stay for longer than the posted time limit, you'll park in the long-term locations. And we're going to be able to use the license plate recognition technology for that purpose. But by us being able to leverage this methodology and by us being able to leverage free transit, this is the way that we can basically, again, change behavior. And again, we're not asking for this today, but the reality of what could come in the future, wanted to plant a couple seeds. You may or not be aware of Assembly Bill 413. It went into effect January 1 of this year, and it goes into enforcement January 1 of 2025, where you cannot park within 20 feet of an intersection. That is California statewide. That is something that will impact Kings Beach, and it's basically a daylighting ordinance because of the fact from a pedestrian safety factor, they want to make sure that we can see the pedestrians at the intersection crossings, and this is something that we know will have an effect on parking inventory. And again, as we start to talk about what those changes can look like, we also want to ensure that there are consistent short-term options throughout the core of the commercial area, and that's important because maybe I just want to run in and pick up my paddleboard, or maybe I need to pick up a coffee. You want to make sure that the short-term spaces are in predictable locations. So kind of like during the pandemic, if you started to use those food delivery or grocery delivery services, they also need a place to park, and that's why short-term spaces are so advantageous, so that it allows for those turnovers and to prohibit people from parking on the bike lanes or double parking and activities like that. We've also identified several locations, especially around the beach zones, where we want to designate active pickup and drop-off zones so that they're not blocking the bus lanes, they're not blocking the bike lanes, they're not double parking and triple parking or parking in any of our restaurant parking lots. We want to make sure that we have those locations so that, again, they can unload the family and then go find one of those long-term parking spaces. And we know that those are the types of things that we can start to do that can start to influence and change behavior, because the more convenient it is, the easier it is for the person to park, and then the less impact it has on congestion and traffic flow as well. So we mentioned public-private agreements. We've already identified several locations, and we were this close to coming to you today that we might have had one ready for you, but we're really looking forward to being able to demonstrate how the county can consistently manage parking this summer so that we can demonstrate to the community that we really are doing something to make a difference, and we think we're really close to getting buy-in from some of those strategic businesses. And we also know that not only data collection of the parked cars, but also traffic flow, so that we can also come back to you with those car volumes that are impacting Kings Beach. So wayfinding and signage, again, I like to use the term breadcrumbing because it's how do you get to where you need to be and to be able to follow those breadcrumbs. And so we know that there needs to be a comprehensive signage plan in and around Kings Beach to get them to where we want them to park. And if you're a parking geek like me, you'll notice that there's actually markings that have gone onto the parking areas over this last couple of days. And any of you that are familiar with the pervious parking pads, you'll now see, you could call them T-bars or hash marks. So that one of the items that came up this winter was the identification of the difference between a pervious parking pad and a sidewalk, maybe for the average Joe, not necessarily obvious to them, but you'll now start to see the white paint marks on the ground that identify those locations so that folks can help understand where they're allowed to park. And then in working with the other agencies too, we want to make sure that we have those key ingress egress points, kind of like why I wanted to mention why we want to try to get folks to avoid pulling into the neighborhoods as well. And this actually came from the EVC, was edge setting. And edge setting meaning that we want to really differentiate to our visitors the difference between our commercial area and our residential area. And we can do that through signage and markings. And that's something that we think is really important, because when we talk about residential spillover, that is a true impact of parking management. And it's the reason why today that we'll talk about residential parking permits in a moment, about potentially one of the future options. But when we talk about the potential of paid parking, it really does come down to compliance. We want people to follow the rules, and customer service. And this is one of the reasons why when we talk about this holistic plan for the potential of paid parking, it's some of the things that we wanted you all to consider, and one of the reasons why we are going to propose a pilot location potentially for you all to consider, so that we can demonstrate the technology and see what the effectiveness can be. And it's also important because anyone that's had to pay for parking anywhere around the basin, you maybe have had connectivity issues because the reality of the cell phone signals, even trying to use your mobile devices or even the pay station kiosks, we want to make sure that before we come to you with a holistic solution, that it actually can work in this area. Because we're going to leverage license plate recognition technology and also likely mobile devices, we want to make sure that anything we do parking management related is all based on the license plate, because that's really how we can monitor the data and how we can leverage the transition and solutions as well. And also the county code updates. We've done all the financial modeling that we've described, but we want to make sure that for you all that you can make informed, data-driven decisions as it relates to how parking should be managed in the future. And ideally, you'll see what's called a parking benefits district. And when you have a parking benefits district, it basically ensures that a portion of the monies generated as a result of the program get reinvested into that specific community. This was made popular in Pasadena and Old Pasadena. In that area, it was one of the very first parking benefits districts. And anybody who's visited Old Pasadena, you've actually seen the benefits of it, and little signs that even say paid for by parking revenue as well. So we've talked about the employee parking permit program, but a couple of other things that I like to mention when we talk about the future of potential parking management in Kings Beach is the ability for merchants to have a validation program, another way that you can ensure that folks are patronizing our businesses, and also the potential of introducing a locals benefit program. These are all things that we're working on and streamlining, but I will highlight this because I've shared this with county staff. Having worked with many a locals benefit program, that could be a debate that could last for a year, because defining what a local is can be quite contentious and quite controversial, and we're not looking to solve that problem today. I'd just like to put that on the table, that there's a lot of ways to address those local benefits, and I will just let you know that we've already talked about this. And we also know the importance of having community continue to be involved. The engagement does not end here, because again, the reality of, I like to say parking touches everything, and the reality is we have to stay engaged, we have to stay informed, we have to be listening, because whatever we do here has to be adaptive. And I think that that's important to recognize. You never know what the next big thing is. I joked with the community on, if I had told my mom, you know, I'd be getting in a stranger's car, calling them up on whatever this thing called Uber is, she probably would have shunned me for that. But the reality is, things happen, things change, and we always want to be prepared for that. But the thing I saved for last on here in the bottom right-hand corner is the Park Tahoe brand. And it's something that we were telling Supervisor Gustafson about, is that we're really excited at the work that TTD and TRPA have done as it relates to the Park Tahoe brand. And the one thing, having worked in and around the basin for the last 8 years, is I think we're finally at a place that we can start to connect all the dots, and it basically can become a one-stop shop for all parking and transportation information as it relates to just Tahoe in general. And so the opportunity for us to tie in Kings Beach to that application is something that we're really excited about. And doing work in Douglas County, doing work in Truckee and Reno, South Lake, and all of the other groups that are around, to be able to tie us all together with that is something that, again, brings a unified message, transportation and traffic information, and it's something that we're excited as we talk about those next steps here for Kings Beach, that we can become a part of it. So I mentioned spillover. It's important to recognize, and I always like to describe, when you start to manage parking, it's like squeezing the balloon, and we all know the balloon pops up in different parts of your fingers, right? So we need to ready ourselves for what parking management could do or what it could change. And the reality is, just like that woman I spoke to earlier that said, I parked here for years, this is where I always park. When we start managing parking and enforcing the policies differently than they've been done in the past, you might start to see people seeping into the neighborhoods. So the opportunity with that is for us to ready the neighborhoods with a potential for a residential parking permit program. Now, it's not something that you force, it's not something that you mandate, but you set up the code so that when the time comes that the residents say, we need to do something different, we're being impacted, that's when they can do things like sign a petition to request a permit program and to be able to go through the processes to validate those programs. And then what you end up having is, in some cases, time-limited parking permit exempt. And you'll see that in a lot of communities that have those types of impacts. And it's something for us to really be cognizant of and considering. But I will tell you, a residential parking permit program doesn't necessarily solve all the problems, because as a resident that lives in a permit program, managing your guests, managing special events, factors like that, this all does become a reality. And that's the one thing you'll always hear from us, is that reality check when it comes to parking management, and as we talk about how to solution for this as we move forward. So again, community engagement and processes like that. And on the permit management system, again, the vendor that you're contracting with on the citation side also can provide those support services. So it's been a lot of the baseline work. I describe them laying a lot of bricks, trying to make sure they're level, so that based on whatever approvals that you all issue or basically authorize, we're ready to build upon that foundation. And with that, I will hand the microphone back to Rebecca.
Thanks, Julie. So this summer, the theme is really education, outreach, learning, data collection. It's really for visitors, residents, and county staff too. We need to learn as well. We are recommending that we practice parking enforcement technology, and that means that our enforcement officers would have handheld parking issuance citation devices instead of manually writing tickets, and that we pilot a paid parking program at the county's Christmas tree parking lot in Kings Beach. That's on the lake side of State Route 28, and it's just east of the state park's Kings Beach Recreation Area. We are working on wayfinding signage, and we know we've got some reviews to do internally, and we need to work through some approval processes and with Caltrans as well to place that signage. But generally this summer, we're primarily observing, learning through the demo paid parking pilot that you'll be considering here, looking for the most impacted residential neighborhoods that we'll consider in future for residential permit parking areas, and then hotspots next to some of the local businesses and areas where the parking needs to turn over faster at those convenient parking spaces. So we are already working towards these, getting these handhelds, we call them, issued out to our officers. They will streamline the current operations, reduce human error, and then allow us to better enforce those escalating fine amounts. We are asking you today to approve an agreement with the third-party citation processing center, which is Data Ticket, Inc. And that would shift, the county, we already work with Data Ticket, but that's through the sheriff's office. So Public Works would have this agreement with Data Ticket for citation processing so that we could be the lead on the parking enforcement in North Lake Tahoe. It also takes that workload away from our sheriff's office, so they appreciate that. Adequate staffing coverage. We have one full-time DPW parking enforcement officer now who just started in the beginning of May. We also partner with our friends in Cedra. We have 4 code enforcement officers that are assisting with parking enforcement. They continue to assist, and we couldn't do this without them, so really appreciate their help. They are the STR, traditional, and help with the parking code enforcement. They work day, evening, and weekend shifts, so that really helps us. And of course, we continue to coordinate closely with CHP. We did also create a general email for this summer and we're already rolling it out so people can contact us. We've already received several emails through that. It's a North Tahoe parking email. The shared parking agreement template is another item we'll be asking your board to approve. This allows for that county partnership with property owners, businesses who would like to voluntarily participate in the paid parking system. It does increase and enables that increase in parking supply, and it is scalable and customizable, and provides more parking resources in the summer to meet that demand. We will be reaching out to one or two of the banks that are really in prime locations near the beach. They're not open on weekends. They have unused vacant parking lots. So we'll see if they're interested in allowing paid parking in their lots that would be managed with county enforcement through an agreement. And I wanted to point out that the template, any percentages or dollar amounts that are in the template, they're all subject to change based on those conversations we have with those interested commercial property owners. This is a map to show you the Kings Beach public parking lots. There are 6. They were created as part of the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. The Christmas tree lot is I think I have a pointer, the green one on the south side of 28 there. It has 27 parking spaces. So this is another item for your board to consider. It's a temporary. We're calling it a demonstration or a pilot, but it would be a 2.5 month, roughly 2.5 month duration from mid-July, as soon as we could get the pay station up, which would be leased, till September 30th. So big push for parking ambassador to hand out brochures, public education, learning, talk to people, explain why we're doing this. We'll be ordering these vests that will say Park Tahoe. We'll joining that regional program towards regional parking management throughout the basin here. And parking ambassador will be on those vests. The rate structure that we're recommending would match the state parks parking fees, the day use fees, except that we are recommending a peak pricing on holidays and holiday weekends of $20 instead of $10 for the day. We will have cards to hand out, North Tahoe parking email on those, brochures to show other parking lot locations where people can park. And this would just, again, be by a resolution that would be a temporary demonstration project. Any permanent paid parking changes to county code would require an actual update of the ordinance to your board, a parking ordinance update. So that would be something in the future to bring forward. But our intention is to learn and come back to your board in the fall or the winter and report on the learnings and how the paid parking demonstration went and make some recommendations from there. So with that, I will go ahead and read through the actions requested today, and after I get through those, then we'll open it up for questions and answers, or questions, from your board and from the public. So the actions requested are: 1, to receive a presentation on the Kings Beach Parking Management Implementation Plan and provide direction. 2, approve an agreement with Data Ticket, Inc. for parking citation processing and adjudication services in an amount not to exceed $50,000 per year, and authorize the purchasing manager to execute the agreement subject to county council and risk management concurrence. 3, approve a shared parking management agreement template and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute future agreements between Placer County and interested commercial property owners within the Kings Beach Parking Management Zone, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. 4, adopt a resolution establishing a temporary paid parking demonstration project at the Christmas Tree public parking lot in Kings Beach. 5, approve the creation of a new interest-earning enterprise fund, cost center, and program effective July 1st, 2024 for parking management. And 6, determine the proposed actions are not projects pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15378. Thank you very much for your time, and we are here, Julie and I, to answer questions you may have.
Okay, going to bring it back to the board. Questions, comments? Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Ms. Dixon, I have to tell you that I will never look at a parking space again without thinking of you. And well, it's something I've always taken for granted to look for a parking space, but I'm going to drive my wife crazy now that I'll say, you know what they could do here. So anyhow, just want to thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Sure, I had a couple maybe longer-term visionary questions, and then I want to get back. I'm sure the public has a lot to say, and I want to make sure we hear those. We heard quite a few the other night at the NITRAC meeting. You know, as we look at the reservation program being instituted at Sand Harbor, we know that Kings Beach is the next closest public facility with parking near there, and for this beach and this right here, this facility. How do you foresee those impacts happening? Have you given that some thought as you develop this program? Because for the rest of the board members, Incline Village has private beaches, and so really we're the next closest public facility.
No, and absolutely, and Douglas County just launched their paid parking solution at Zephyr Cove as well, along Warriors Way in the school. And so your concerns are absolutely valid. And so when we do talk about the regional concept, it's one of the reasons why that Park Tahoe brand is so important, because we really want to ensure that we're not operating in a silo. But the effectiveness of a reservation system, what's really unique, again, about Kings Beach is that commercial core and the fact that you can see the lake from your commercial businesses. And so the reality of the reason why we think that the Christmas tree lot location is so ideal to launch this paid parking demo is because it is so accessible to the lake and folks looking for that long-term parking location. A reservation system is something that is typically used for an all-day or an event-based experience, like if you're going to a basketball game and being able to do that reservation system. And so in terms of the opportunity, because of the commercial core, that impact of reservations is going to have spillover into your community, and it's the reason why teeing up the data collection processes using the LPR is going to be so critical, because the benefit that we're also going to have is understanding the behavior of the cars is what we really need to identify. Is the cars that are parking in our commercial core potentially in violation? How long are they staying for? Because the reality, when I mentioned that escalating fee schedule, that's going to be something that we also have to measure. Is the fine significant enough to affect the behavior? We work in a lot of tourist destination locations, and we found that oftentimes the parking citation can be the fee for fun for the day. And so I think that that's going to be some of the opportunities that we're going to have to manage and really measure to really see what the effectiveness of that could be. That could be a recommendation that comes forward to you next year for next season. It could be that the penalties could have to increase, or the schedule that we're using may need to be higher than the state parks. We just didn't want to come at it too aggressively from the first day, because the reality is we have to also measure the effects and impacts of our businesses. And I think that that's one of the things that there are no two parking systems that are alike. There are no two communities that are alike. So it's really about creating that customized solution, but using the technology that we described, we'll be able to monitor and measure and be able to report back to you. But there is absolutely a concern for spillover, and it's one of the reasons why we know we will have to ready the code also for those policy changes. But I can share with you that because so many of our communities are starting to dip their toes into this process, we all have to be on alert and aware. And the reality too is that we need all of our neighboring agencies to be on board when it comes to policy changes as well, because the reality is the state agencies might not be prepared for the impacts to their regions as well. And that's, we were talking just today during our break at the importance of continuity amongst everyone around the basin, and the fact that we all have to be moving towards that same mission, because that spillover is going to affect everyone. So we just have to measure it and monitor it for sure.
Great, and Julie, you keep saying we, which I appreciate hearing, because as you know, we don't have a parking management plan anywhere else in Placer County that the county oversees.
Right.
Right? And we just heard a great example of what it took for the ski areas to
right.
implement. So I'm assuming you're on board to walk us through this as we go through the pilot and implement, and you will be helping assess all of these questions. Is that correct?
Correct. You wouldn't be able to get rid of me because, to the supervisor's point, this is something too that, as I mentioned, this area is very near and dear to my heart as well. And just like the community wants to protect it, I too do as well. And so we're excited because part of our contract included the support on the implementation side as well. And to your point, parking is not new to you all, but parking management, the technology, is something that will be a fresh experience. And so the benefit that we have from the experiences that we'll have is we'll be able to shortcut some of the lessons learned. And already, even when we worked with the Sheriff's Department, one of the first things we were able to do is almost unhandcuff them to some of the challenges that they had been experiencing, only because, again, parking is not their lives, right? And again, that is mine, so.
Well, I was able to sit in on one of your public sessions. Your facilitation was unbelievably excellent. I mean, I was like, I want to hire her full-time and just
Thank you.
facilitate every meeting I go to.
Well, I've seen some houses that
Yeah,
I'd be
yeah.
happy to live in, so, no, thank you for that.
Well, we'll try to work on that. But
Okay.
in the meantime, I want to thank you for that, because this is going to be a learning experience. And as we sat through quite a long discussion earlier today on short-term rental management, we realize, that the things that we have to do in an area like this,
That's right.
with this kind of visitation and opportunities, is so different than what we do elsewhere in the county.
That's right.
And I appreciate all the expertise we're gaining from your firm and your excellent abilities in facilitation in those meetings. One final question is, how will you collect the data in the residential areas? You'll be actually collecting to check that spillover that we do see already, so that we can really
Absolutely.
understand.
You'll see almost a cloud around what the designated study area is, because you also have to measure the spillover effects. And one of the things I know that sometimes community members get nervous about when they hear us talking about utilizing LPR technology, there is no looking up of license plate numbers. That's important to recognize. We don't look you up and see where you live, what you're doing, any of those types of details. What we do is we basically leverage the information. It's actually aggregated so that we can really see the behavior of that plate. And then we'll come back over the years and over the months with what we call Parker profiles, so that we can start to demonstrate what the behaviors of plates are, so that we can tell you what the averages and the aggregates of that data is. And that's important because sometimes people think you're tracking me. That is not the case at all. It's literally so that we can identify the occupancy and turnover and utilization and optimization of the curb.
Great. Well, so many of the questions that came up at the MAC meeting the other night on dynamic pricing, you've already addressed why you wouldn't recommend it now, but
That's right.
you do see it in our future.
Absolutely.
One question for County Council. One of the questions that came up also was that the revenue from here, and you mentioned it as well, stay here in the community. And I wanted to look at whether the business assessment district we already have, the only one we have in Placer County is here in Kings Beach, if that can be modified as we would move forward, so the parking money would be kept in for the downtown improvements in Kings Beach. Is that something that can be added to the business?
I don't know sitting here at this moment, but it's
Okay.
most certainly something
I
we
didn't
can
mean to
look
put
at.
you on the spot, but if you could look at that,
We could
because I
look at
heard
it.
that loud and clear from the community as well, that the money, not this year, probably, but in the future, as we move to this, a real desire to make sure those funds are kept for the community to continue to improve, and you've recommended it as well, so, thank you.
Of course.
Supervisor Landon.
Thank you. I just had a question on citations. So when someone does get a citation, what is the process that they go through? And then if they were to get a second citation, can you walk me through a quick condensed version of that?
Sure. So it follows the standard California state legislative rules. So if I come back to my vehicle and there's a parking citation on my windshield, I have 21 days to respond to that citation, and I can appeal that citation. And what's really nifty about the new technology is I can go online right then and there and identify why my ticket should be appealed and what should be considered. And that process goes through. It's actually completely web-based, which is really nice because it makes it really efficient and effective. I can request an in-person hearing, all sorts of little details that can go on to that. There's currently legislative pending to make sure that that online tools that came as a result of COVID, that is going through and probably will pass in this next round of legislative actions as well. And I actually, coming up on July 1, I think it will go live July 1, but that's a whole nother standalone. But within 21 days, if you don't pay your citation, there is an escalation penalty process that goes through California, and you basically have a designated period to pay it. Ultimately, if you don't pay the parking citation, it can be attached to your registration of your vehicle, and ultimately, if it goes really delinquent, it can be attached to your franchise tax board, to your taxes. But going back to the very onset of your escalating fee schedules, your enforcement officers will have a handheld device that looks just like a cell phone, basically. And when I come across license plate ABC123, they'll be able to identify if there's any history of noticing on that particular vehicle. They can opt for several things. They can opt to issue a warning notice. Maybe the person comes running out with the baby in the arm and the groceries on this arm. They can actually give that person a verbal warning, or they can give them an electronic warning, which recognizes ABC123 has now received a warning notice on this car. So that when my cohort comes along, the other parking enforcement officer, and comes to this vehicle, ABC123, oh, this person's already had a verbal, they've already had an electric warning, and now they're going to get their first citation. And that first citation now, based on the penalty schedule, that first level of fine is issued. Now day 3 comes along, we come across ABC123, they're just a ne'er-do-well, they're delinquent, they're parked illegally again. That parking enforcement officer, no matter who it is, they'll enter an ABC123 and they'll see this person's actually had a verbal, an electronic warning notice, a first notice, and now we move on to the second notice. And what's neat about the process that you have identified is that that escalating fee schedule will apply at that point too. So that's what's really designed for that process, but it gives your parking enforcement officer the information in their handheld so that they'll have all that information at their bequest so that they can basically make that, decision on how to act or how to respond. But I really want to reinforce one of the things that we've really tried to model here, again, is a customer-centric design. And we actually saw the parking enforcement officer during the break today and talked about the benefit and value of education and orientation, because the reality is if a person's going to move and you have the opportunity to instruct them to behave in a different way, again, if they're going to be a ne'er-do-well, eventually they'll get a parking citation. But the reality is we still want people to come to Kings Beach and have a positive experience, and we just want them to park the way that they're supposed to park. But the California processes, and then with your ordinances, with the escalating fee schedule, but you basically have 21 days to appeal or to pay your citation before any other actions are taken.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was just asking because I'm assuming he's going to break the rules. So.
I got it.
I'm just kidding.
I get the sense.
That was it. I think I just want to say thank you so much. I'm super impressed and really just learned a ton about parking, but also really appreciate your thoughtfulness about just looking at the unintended and maybe intended consequences of some of these decisions, and appreciate it that the theme today kind of seems to be adaptive management on things. And so appreciate that the approach is really, this is what we're trying, and we're going to see what works and what doesn't, and manage that as we move forward. So thank you so much.
Good. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I wanted to confirm what I think I heard about the Christmas tree lot, and that would be a reservation parking lot, paid reservation?
No, it would be a paid parking lot.
Paid parking lot.
But you could park and pay to stay for the day. So it would be like a beach-adjacent parking
Okay, so
location.
not a reservation lot.
No
They
reservations.
Just come and park.
Not yet.
Okay, so let me ask a question about the enforcement and the tickets, right? Because if we're doing a pilot project, it would make a lot of sense that you might spend a period of time of informing and warning before you ever did a citation. And what does that look like? Because I think that it's going to take some time for people to understand that we're actually going to be serious. And so what does that look like? And then, we're talking about this shared parking management program, right, with the commercial businesses. So right now, do we have enough parking to enforce and people can go elsewhere? Or are you going to encourage people, hey, you need to go to the park and ride and take TART and then come on in? I want to understand that because I don't think we have enough parking down here right now to just go in there and start issuing citations after we do the warning and be friendly before we start.
You've identified several items, and I'll tackle the start and let Rebecca come in and bring it in for the close. Is one of the reasons why we're recommending not to start the pilot until mid-July is because based on your authorization, that gives us the next several weeks to launch the education campaign and to ready the community for this change. I think that you would experience everything from A-frame signs to our parking ambassador visibility to signage to messaging to making sure that folks understand that something is different in this particular location. I think you might be surprised to know that a lot of our visitors look around for where is the pay station equipment or the parking equipment because they're accustomed to coming to a popular location like this and they're expecting to pay, quite frankly. But I think it really comes down to those repeat visitors who've been coming for so long. So I do think that there will be no challenge in your headlines being picked up to say that something is being different about parking in Kings Beach. And I quite anticipate that that will get picked up by most of your major news carriers as well. And I think that that'll be a proactive part of that. So when we talk about shared parking agreements and that bigger term solution, that's one of the things that we're most excited about is that as we can bring other entities on, that basically increases our inventory. And what has happened very successfully in other locations in California is that, first of all, building parking is expensive. A parking space can cost basically $60,000 to build, and at least, and not including the land. But when you can talk about utilizing existing resources and using what Rebecca described as the two bank parking lots, basically what happens is it becomes a municipally managed parking lot. So the signage that actually goes into this, and this is kind of what that template agreement that she described was that those parking lots basically on the weekends are signed and informed so that folks understand what the regulations are to park at those locations. And what I think you'll find is that folks will really drive to those locations because, again, they're looking for those spots anyways. And that tied in with the wayfinding where we can really highlight where those available parking spaces are is something that we really are excited about. And the bookend aspects of the Safeway parking lot to the bank parking lots and some spots in between, we could potentially boost our parking inventory by a substantial amount. So, and that's really where this summer through the pilot and demonstration is our opportunity to really start to see with enforcement of the posted regulations as they exist today, we start to see what kind of impact that has on behavior and really drives where the occupancy really starts to pop up and bubble up so that when we do come back to you with a comprehensive plan and recommendation of, okay, this is what we need to do for summer 2025, it's all based on data, it's all based on what the actual results were as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I will add a couple things. So our parking enforcement officers already did begin this summer with some warnings. We've got some printed warning cards that would just let people know. Maybe last year it wasn't a problem, but this year we're enforcing this portion of road that has a no parking restriction. So we started with more of that softer approach, and we also have done a couple, and we can do more of these, but using the manual tickets that we've always had, just do a $0, but it's a warning. And then we do plan to do a news release through our public information office after today and based on the results of today, but to get the word out, do marketing and education and just outreach so people know what your board is recommending and supporting. We have created some brochures that have the Park Tahoe, and they also show what is the Kings Beach parking program, summer 2024, and talk about the Christmas tree lot and what the rates are, and then the other lots that are still free to park, and there's QR codes, so you could just scan those and go drive to that if you didn't want to park in the Christmas tree lot. So it's a soft easing in, and that's part of kind of our marketing and outreach. And then, of course, the parking ambassadors wearing the vests out there to talk to people. We will be leasing. Our idea is to lease a pay station from Flowbird. That's the same vendor that is used in the town of Truckee and along the Incline Village, East Shore Trail, and in South Lake Tahoe. So that would just be a temporary lease, but we would like to check the connectivity and see if it is going to work in that location, and there's a lot to kind of explore on the technology side. I do have a meeting this Thursday with the IT Leadership Committee to talk about all the parking technology, so I'm integrating with our internal county departments and clear, these new concepts. And I did want to point out as well, there is the behavioral shift, and you're right that if we're kind of making a certain parking lot or some restrictions in one location, people kind of go elsewhere. We wanted to point out is the Moon Dune Beach. There's a very small area along State Route 28 where people park parallel on the lakeside, but there's a dirt area adjacent to the Snow Creek wetland restoration where people are parking, and actually one of the parking restrictions that your board supported this past fall was to restrict parking on the dirt because it's a water quality issue for the lake, and our TRPA and our regional partners are wanting us to restrict that as well and protect the lake. So we will likely see some shift. We want to get that out in our news release through our public information office. There are opportunities, park and ride. We're going to talk about shared parking agreements with some of the local parking lots near the national. And there's the NTPUD's Tahoe Vista Recreation Access parking lot that is a pay to park, but it is underutilized typically. So that's an opportunity for people to park and ride our free TART Connect to get to Moon Dune Beach.
Okay, very well. I do believe that we can train most people, and most people do want to park legally. We're not looking to go out there and park in some place we're not supposed to. But just like any of us, when I have to go downtown Sacramento, the first thing I do is I get on a map and I look at downtown Sacramento to find out all the parking structures are available, because I don't want to have to chance trying to park on the street, So I can see it now. If you have something on your website, it's like visiting Tahoe, the Tahoe Basin. Here's the map of places to park, and these places you can pay, these places you cannot, these places you can park and ride. And P.S., by the way, we're enforcing those rules, and you will be fined or towed or whatever your provisions are going to be. But I think it's a great plan. You have a great presentation. I'm very impressed. Very well done. And thank you to you, too. You're very impressive as well.
We will work on the website updates. Taken direction from you today, so I made a note. We already do have a North Tahoe parking website, but we will add and enhance as part of the implementation.
Kind of the big visiting Tahoe, what you need to know before you go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. I guess it's time to bring it back to the board. Pardon? Oh, yes, I do need public comment. Anybody out there want to comment? All right. Thank you.
Hello, board. Good afternoon. Kevin Drake, Kings Beach. I'm springing up here because I have a hard stop, so I'm going to make my comments quick, and then I'll listen to the rest as I drive to Incline. Very excited this is happening. It's been a long time coming, and it's essential for a vibrant Kings Beach future, and frankly, Lake Tahoe Basin, but we're going to pilot this in Kings Beach. Other agencies, other entities are watching this. It's very, very important that we get it right. Kudos to Julie and Placer County staff for the work that has gone into outreach. It's been incredible. It's honestly been precedent-setting, I think, for great outreach. Today I'm wearing my North Tahoe Business Association Economic Vitality Committee hat. We've been one group of citizens who've been actively involved in this for the last, especially in the last, say, 6 months. And privileged to get to to participate with the county. We're also the only organization that's organized out there that is advocating and has been advocating for paid parking for years. So very excited to see this. I'm going to focus my comments on just a couple things. One is the plan has many positive elements, and it's the start of something very positive. It lacks clear language about a few things. A strong purpose and need that addresses the real need for parking management, because I guarantee you 90% of the people here probably don't get the need. Why are we doing this? It just seems like a money grab of the county. We have to articulate that super clearly, not in a typical planning way, but in a very direct, speak to the community, speak to the business community kind of way. And ideally structure the plan more around clear need and problem statement with solution, problem statement solution, something like that. The plan right now has a lot of good elements, but it doesn't really clarify the end game. What are we trying to get to? And I do feel lucky to have Julie Dixon and her team on staff. I'm confident we'll get to a great place, and it will need to be managed and adapted over a few years. I'd like that end state to be clear so the community understands where we're going. I think it needs to articulate why dynamic parking is the style of pricing that we need. If we can't get there and demo that this summer, I'm not a parking expert, I trust the team, but I want that to be clear that that's where we're going. And I also am uneasy about collecting any revenue without a parking benefits district and the Citizens Advisory Committee in place. I'm not too concerned about a single kiosk, just for the sake of demoing it, proving the technology, but it does set a precedent of another revenue stream being collected by the county without clarity that it's staying local and what it's being used for. I think there's an opportunity to fold in this committee, the Citizens Advisory Committee, with the yet to be formed Business Improvement District or Business Assessment District Advisory Committee as well, and get some synergy there with the community. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thanks.
Other comments from the audience? Good afternoon.
Hello, how's it going? Thank you so much for this presentation. My name is Nick Harris. I'm also from the Economic Vitality Committee. I'm also here representing Strong North Tahoe. And a big focus of our group with this parking implementation plan is that it really does respond to what the community is experiencing. A lot of the presentation, a lot of the plan is really solution focused, which makes sense, right? That is where Dixon, that is where Placer can actually go and make things happen. But to Kevin's point, I think a really important focus for the community needs to be speaking to the actual problems that our community is experiencing. Because when presented with solutions, I think you're going to end up getting a lot of reaction. Wait, why do I have to pay for something that I didn't have to before? Why can't I park on the dirt where I used to next to moon dunes? So I think a really important part of this implementation is going to be the education. It's going to be helping people that maybe don't understand the struggles business owners like Whitecaps have to deal with when they have to go and fight for those spaces in their parking lots. They get threatened by people parking there who just want to dump their car there all day for the beach. So that's what I'm going to really just encourage as part of this implementation process, is that there is really, really deep community involvement. Focus on that problem so that people that aren't directly affected understand that fellow community members are deeply affected. It's emotional, it's challenging. So I really want to see that just a key component of the implementation is working with the community, helping them really feel that problem that so much of us are facing right now. To Kevin's point, help them understand what is this rosy outcome that we're aiming for a couple years down the road. What does that look like? And then how are these solutions getting us there? So that's what I think should be a really important part of this. And of course, we're more than happy to continue engaging during this implementation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Orr, a resident here in Kings Beach. I'm in support of the pilot, but have concerns of full implementation and want to talk on 4 topics here. One is the parking benefits district. I think it's great that we're looking to give the community, give the money back to the community like the last 2 people that spoke about. My ask today is actually to develop an advisory board like we have with the short-term rental program. This could only help you with the education of the community itself, as well as help direct the consultants and others around how the impact, but more importantly, where should that money go back? I don't believe it should go directly back into the town centers, but could it actually go into our neighborhoods? Our neighborhood is unique. Every place is different, like she says. We don't have sidewalks for our kids to walk to school. We don't have bike paths to ride a bike to the town center. So could that money be placed to put improvements for the area where that residential spillover parking is going anyhow, right? So to that spillover, there's not enough program. Topic 2, not enough parking, I mean. Safeway and other private things should not just be the only solution. What alternatives are we looking at beyond public transportation? For example, we're looking at parking, we're only talking about cars. Where's the bike parking in our community? We have none. That is, you come down here on a Friday night, you see bikes pulled all over. But in reality, most people in this community have expensive bikes that they don't trust putting anywhere. There's nowhere to place them. If you want us to be improving and coming into our residentials, where nowhere to park, give us a place to park our bike at least, okay? The other place is the permanent residents. I was happy to see the residential program added from the last presentation. While there are a couple elements there, my ask would be to have more transparency and due diligence around how will this work. The last time in our public meeting was this might be really difficult to do before starting. And I don't believe that that's an acceptable answer. So my ask is to, look into that and do more due diligence around how as permanent residents. And one of my proposals is all of us as permanent residents today can go to the North Tahoe Public Utility District to get a sticker to park at our North Tahoe parks for free. Okay? Can that intake be part of this program to help facilitate the capturing and proving of who's what? I had to go there, show my driver's license, show my, just like I am the DMV, my whole thing. Could that be a capture way to accelerate finding something for the residents? The other element I want to talk about is the residential spillover. My ask here is the parking management zone exhibit doesn't include all the residential area. This includes area that the parking is going today with no fee. What's happening even beyond that when there are fees, right? I live on Beaver. I can hardly even drive 2 cars down that street today, let alone any possible parking on 3/4 of that. I would be terrified if everybody starts to park there. There'll be no way to get in and out of my home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Danielle Hughes. I'm also Economic Vitality Committee of North Tahoe Business Association. So I really want to say thank you to both staff and to Dixon for developing the parking program. It is really a good start in the right direction. However, we do need to focus more on the purpose and need. And specifically, I appreciate wanting to look as a pilot and a flat rate, but we really should be serving as an economic driver in our downtown area. It is not our purpose for Placer County to support state recreation access. It should be to support the economy, the driver, to bring that turnover so that people can access our businesses. I am okay if we want to test out one site. I think it is important, the connectivity issue. Trust me, I know it's an issue with the kiosk, so seeing how it works in the town center during peak times is important. I was really appreciative to see you're working with the IT department to understand the connectivity issues, because it really is a challenge in the peak season. But we do need to look at that need, that turnover need. And we should be surveying not only with the LPR data, but understanding where people are going and how they're using the parking. So we know we have a lot of day use, people that come up that, buy their sandwiches and their beach things at Walmart in Reno and then come up and leave their trash behind. We know that from the business assessment district where our trash costs are tenfold what was expected. We should be serving the economy, the driver, the people buying sandwiches at the shops here and having access to our businesses and creating that turnover. We don't have a strong bed base right now in Kings Beach to really need that long-term parking. We really need to create some more of that turnover. People going to the beach can certainly still use it, but they are going to have to, they should be looking at those peak pricing. So I hope that we can really try and gather the data of where people are going and how they're using the parking as part of this pilot this summer. I think that is important. And then I hope that even with the LPR data that we're looking, we know we have peaks, real high peaks. So it shouldn't just be average of that data. We should be looking at how that pricing spreads out and pushes people off to our off-peak seasons. That's where it's about balancing that demand. So I'll leave it at that. I think everyone else, I agree with the statements made here today. I look forward to the outcomes of the summer and working with you all on improving the parking access and transit, people using transit to come when there is no parking. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And more comments?
Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Miles Lewis. I own a commercial building here in Kings Beach. I have 11 parking spots available to me. I pay a lot of money in taxes, and I also live in the city as well, live in Kings Beach. Collectively, I think about $15,000 total a year goes to taxes. This year was the first time that I actually saw the sweeper truck come by and sweep the parking spaces, the permeable parking spaces across the street from my gym. I felt good about it. It was great. Julie's discussion today was awesome. Learned a lot about parking. This morning was the day they painted those T lines on those spots. If you guys don't know what that is, it's just lines indicating a parking spot. That's it. It's as simple as that. When I hear you guys talk about all these things, about fees and fines and violations, it eggs me. I hate it. I pay enough as it is to live here with everything, with food, with pizza, you name it. Everything costs money, and I don't want to pay more money. I want to fix what we have. I have kids too, they want a new bike, they got to take care of their old stuff. So today when I saw the lines painted, I'm like, wow, this is actually an improvement. We're taking care of what we currently have. So before I think we step into this zone of adding more and more of these new things and all these new added things and this new technology, why can't we just take care of what we got? Our town is real simple. We want less garbage on the ground. We want less people parking like idiots and people slowing down. Like, what can we do about those three things that we currently already have in place? So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Do I press the button?
No, they
okay.
take care of all of that for you.
Okay. Every meeting's different. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Yeah, everybody wants to solve parking problems. I just want to go on the record on a couple of items. Your agenda item 11A, 2 through 5. Yeah, your county council cleverly depicts this as a pilot project. I've read CEQA 15378, and you're bucking up against the borderline there. I think there could be an argument that you're actually a project under 15378. I can tell you this, your comprehensive data-driven plan proposal by the county that's going to go forward, would be definitely subject to CEQA section 15378 and specifically 15378A, 2, and 3. It's not going to work. You guys can maneuver CEQA all you want, like you've done in the past. This will not fly. I don't care how much data you have. This is a physical change in the environment. It's subject to marijuana users versus the city of San Diego. It's going to be a significant impact project. Increased travel demand, parking turnover. increase in parking supply, all equal increased VMTs. The great thing about modern data is you guys will no longer be able to sit up here and make claims about how great your improvements have been when you don't have any data. But now data is going to force you to make proper decisions for the community. Park one time is really parking twice. So we want to solve the overcapacity issue. All of us, we're in the same boat. Last I heard, government doesn't train people. We're not in communist China. We educate people. Government's role is not to train people.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Marissa Rutter, and I am a Kings Beach resident. I want to start with saying I'm not entirely opposed to this, but I really strongly urge that we look into a residential exemption to some degree. And also, I think that we should consider the people who stewarded this land long before we all moved here and lived here, and they have free parking at state parks. And if that is not actively communicated to members of the Washoe tribe, they could find themselves in situations where they're getting parking, having to pay for parking when they already should have free access. So I would just hope that you consider that you do that in line with what California State's Parks is doing and providing free access for the Washoe people. They've all been displaced from the basin, and we have to remember that they stewarded this land for thousands of years before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Papaleo. I live in town, and I wanted to also ask the community as well and the board, just what I'm not hearing about is the abuse that I'm seeing in the parking lots, because I live in a neighborhood that has a parking lot, and I wanted to ask what can be done to have more enforcement to deal with the abuse that I'm seeing. And I have to write this down because it's a little bit sensitive of a subject and I want to get to the point. So when a parking lot was built in our neighborhood, Placer assured us it would be safe and clean. It's not safe. Parking management is needed to discourage the abuse happening. By building an unmanaged parking lot with no enforcement, no rules to enforce, the lot on Minnow is used like any vacant lot might be used. It's like a dump, like a campground, like a storage area, a place to spend time in your car, a place to use drugs. It's often disturbing and uncomfortable. And I regularly see visitors who are here to visit town trying to park only to leave because they see what's happening in the lot. Almost every day, several parking spots are being used that are vehicles that are not here to work or visit town. They're simply here because it's a free spot to park. And you may say these people might be hanging out in their cars with good intention, but I've routinely observed illegal activity, indecency, and otherwise disturbing activity. When people are using the lot to stay in their cars for most of the day, there should be red flags. By making it free with no limitations, Placer is inviting abuses that not only take up parking spots, they are endangering the community and degrading the Tahoe experience. Someday someone is going to be harmed in this lot. People use the lot to park and stay in their vehicles or trailers day and night. The lot is not a campground. It does not have facilities. It does not have bathrooms. People make their own bathrooms. Unless it can be proven illegal activity is in the process with police presence at the time of an act, anything is allowed and nothing is enforced. So the lot is used for anything anyone can imagine, from partying to car repair to trailer storage to drug dealing and drug use. We found needles, used condoms, containers of used motor oil, used cat litter with cat feces, and all kinds of trash dumped on the ground. Several times each year, vehicles are abandoned. Several vehicles use the lot to spend time in their cars regularly. Just Friday afternoon last week, I watched as two of the regular users met up, did a drug exchange, and then all of them got high in their cars. This was not weed. White smoke was fuming out of both vehicles. It was blowing across the lot. The users were coughing and choking. The dealer car left, leaving the other party, who later got out of their car, stumbled around, hunched over in the lot, struggling and drug sick, before climbing into their vehicle and staying there in their car for several more hours. Both vehicles are regular users of the lot. Both came back the next day for several more hours, again, sitting in their vehicles. And the Placer Sheriff can do nothing about this because there is no policy against sitting in your vehicle. We need managed parking year-round. This needs to move faster. Other communities have it. Please make progress on parking management sooner and come up with a way to deal with the abuse. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. More comments?
Hi, my name is John Ippolito. I don't know if we can go back to like the third or fourth slide. At the top it said adopted by Board of Supervisors October 2020. Is that possible?
Hang on, they're working on it.
In the meantime, what this gentleman just had to say, I noticed a few of you up there like really didn't want to hear what he had to say, it seemed like, because you were fidgeting and doing other things. And some of you seem to be paying attention intently. You should really listen to what that gentleman has to say. That's his home. I've been selling real estate here for 26 years in both states, Nevada and California. Right here, this was adopted by the Board of Supervisors October 2020. Well, I can assure you, since October, for 4 years now, things have changed a lot. And that's one thing you guys are not taking into account. More of the houses I sell in the last 5 years have been permanent residents or people that want to do short-term rentals. The first 20 years I sold real estate, everybody was buying a second home. And that's one thing that Placer County is not taking into account. Unfortunately, our supervisor, don't have Wally send me nasty messages, please, Cindy. She's not listening to us either. The other thing, I still haven't heard the most important thing when it comes to these parking discussions. What is the maximum number of cars Kings Beach can park safely and still get us out of here when a vacationer lights a fire in the grid on a morning or afternoon or evening in the summertime? We don't know, and we're putting the cart before the horse. We need to figure out first how many people can be here, then work on getting those people here. What we're doing is just the opposite. We're trying to get all these people here. You can't get us out safely in the event of a fire, and one or two of you know that, I'm sure of it. That's what we should be discussing. I'm sorry, I get frustrated. And the other thing too, the traffic study. I know Doug McClure talked about this probably 2 years ago, and I don't remember the details, but I remember the gist of what he said in one of these rooms here probably 2 years ago. And I think the study either came from the DOT or some other official entity, and that study showed that most of the days in July and August were maxed out on traffic right here in the grid before all this new stuff is built. And it's great if you want to have public transportation. People aren't going to use that anyway. Listen to the residents. Pay attention to how many people can be here. Don't just do stuff. Thank you very much. John Ippolito. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. More comments, please come forward. Good morning, afternoon, sorry.
Yep. Oscar Havens, I own Whitecaps Pizza. I live in downtown Tahoe City. I want to just jump on what Rick said here. The things happening in these public parking lots between Tahoe City and Kings Beach are not why we built those lots. And it's a slap in the face to keep hearing all this talk about enforcement when we have had no enforcement. I've lived in Tahoe City for 20 years. You used to not park in those lots after the posted sign. There's been people in Grove Street lot, get angry thinking about it, since November, all winter. One of them has a dog. When they do drug deals, sits outside. And so when I walk my dog through the parking lot, I get attacked by a vagrant's dog in Grove Street. Happens, they're there every day. You didn't used to be able to do that. Now it's fine, apparently. So I keep hearing about all this enforcement and not seeing it. And it's really makes it hard to believe that any of this other stuff's gonna happen. It's like, oh, we got all these great ideas. Well, let's focus on no parking after 10 o'clock or the simple stuff and the simple signs that are already there. Because there's a guy or girl parking behind the Placer County offices on Jack Pine. No license plate, months. They just move around Tahoe City, no enforcement. So, you know, it's hard for me to believe that the management money is gonna come back here or anything's gonna happen because we can't even enforce the signs. So it's hard for me to get on board.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tara Hetz with North Tahoe Community Alliance, the Grant Framework Manager.
I have 3 main points to make. First of all, I just wanted to say a huge shout out and thanks to Julie and Rebecca for a great presentation. I attended several of the public workshops and would also just like to address that one of the public workshops was a huge success where translation was provided in Spanish as well. And it really helped to engage more of the community. As you know, 50% of the population that lives in Kings Beach is Spanish speaking. So this is an important part. Secondly, part of this parking management plan was funded by TBID funds. And as these are direct funds from the businesses within the community, we encourage that group of people who help to advise this moving forward includes community members such as owners of businesses in the community because they are the ones who have literally funded this parking management plan. And then lastly, my third point is on thinking about where, if the money is collected and enforced, where it's going to be reinvested back into the community and how that is really thought through in specifics of not putting the cart before the horse, where we have this idea, but thinking about, okay, who's going to be managing those funds and how is it going to be reinvested back into the community? So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to comment? Oh.
Tony Kurwowski, North Tahoe Community Alliance. We'd like to really commend staff for their approach in handling this request, which came up from the community to participate and join us in forming an action plan around parking in our community. It's incredibly important for us. It is crucial to our economy, and we're leading the way in the Tahoe Basin when it comes to this. So I wanted to acknowledge that, number one. Number two, hold on, I gotta check my phone here. I had a note written down. Also wanted to say that, second, that what many people have said around forming a working group around this, if you look at the success the STR working group has had in informing policy that's come before the board with community input, it's been just an excellent way to bring additive input from the community to the process that results in a much more well-grounded result that comes through the community. So highly recommend that approach. And again, thank you for staff and your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any other one? Anyone else like to make comments? Okay, we're going to move on to our online commenters. No? Okay, so would any of you like to make? Oh, late raise. Welcome.
Ann, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. You know, one of the main problems we have right now with parking is everyone's parking back in the grid. And I don't see how this solves this. And just because your consultant doesn't want to do that first, doesn't mean that that's the right course of action. This is going to be terrible, even worse for all those people back there. And I don't think people are aware of what you're planning. And generally, there has been some outreach, but it's very confusing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Anyone else?
I see no further comments.
Okay, board members, would you like to make Supervisor Gustafson?
Sure. I wanted to go over a couple points that we heard from the public in addition to my earlier ones. The gentlemen, all of the gentlemen who spoke on the problems in the parking lots, they're absolutely correct. We've heard these complaints. We've tried to address them as people have contacted our office on parking, trash, dumping, the behaviors that we're seeing, and it's not just in the county lots, it's in the Forest Service lots, it's along the River Road. It really is a change. And so I do think we need to be much more thoughtful as to how we can enforce those situations and talk with both code enforcement, see what else we can do because the sheriff can't be at all these parking lots every day. So we need to assume that we're going to have to drive behavior through signage and enforcement of how many hours they can stay. And I think that's exactly part of the problem that we're trying to get to with this pilot. And I'm sorry it's not sooner. I know people have been driving for this parking management plan for a while, but I'm glad we're getting there, and we're doing our best to fund that. But they're absolutely correct, it is a serious issue. The other serious issue is making sure people understand the costs of that, and part of charging for parking and is paying for enforcement. And I understand that, that they go hand in hand, but I think the public doesn't understand that yet, and so we need to make sure we're doing that. I absolutely agree with residential parking permits. It works really well down in Carmel, you see it. But many of our properties don't have off-site parking. They were old cabins that were built and don't have parking. They're parking in the right-of-way. And so we need to make sure that they are able to be permitted there, and that we look at those issues, because many of our lots, the little cabins, even in my neighborhood, don't have formalized parking off-street, so it creates demand there. I do think the micromass transit can be a real help to the locals who are saying, well, gee, you should have a local discount not to pay for parking downtown eventually. But we also want to drive people to use the micromass transit, call it up and get downtown, and not necessarily have to move their car, because that is part of the funding situation. I do support the establishment of an advisory committee for the full implementation. I think for this summer, having some advisors, and I think we know our partners. I think if you looked at what the ski areas did, just mirroring that between the Economic Vitality Committee, CHP, NTCA, NTPUD, state parks, and the town of Truckee is a great advisor for what they've done well. If you can reach out to advisors for this summer, make sure we're getting everybody's input, then I think as we establish a committee, we know who needs to be on it and how we best represent the community. But I absolutely support having an advisory committee and keeping the funding committed to reinvestment in the community and parking management and maintenance and enforcement in those other lots. I completely agree with that. I know we're facing municipal demands on these areas, and I keep saying that today because the county doesn't do this anywhere else, but we need to here. And so how do we address that, and how do we continue to address those problems for our community, because they are significant. We also do know that the demands will continue to grow on this area during climate change for vacations, for day use. We've had these conversations, and I'm sure we will hear it again tonight at the town hall. What do we do with so much demand on our area for these public resources, and what controls do any of us locally have? At this point, we don't have those. The governors have said they won't put capacity limits on, they won't do a basin entry fee, but we continue to fight for that. And I feel like we make progress and then we get set back because our community feels it. When everybody transitions, when it's over 100 degrees in the valley, they're here and they're seeking respite. So how can we sound that call to higher levels to get support to look at those longer-term solutions, which might mean parking outside the basin with transit into the basin, like many national parks and other areas use when we have high demand. And so that is a system that has been envisioned for many years here, but trying to get folks to, at higher levels, to agree that we can limit traffic in and out of the basin is very challenging. I'll just say that. But we're still working on it. I won't give up because I think it is ultimately where we need to go. But I do agree, and I want to thank staff and Julie, that we should move forward with a pilot, with the caveat that if it's not working, if we're seeing a problem, let's cease. I mean, I'm going to trust you to say, hey, this isn't working what we expected. We need to modify it or stop for the remainder of the summer. And I trust our community citizens that are involved are going to let you know that. They're going to let you know. And I hope they will let us all know too, that there's a major issue and we need to cease if it creates those kinds of obstacles. So, thank you.
Okay, I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, my apologies for my bad choice of words. I didn't mean to say that we need to train people as much as we need to incentivize good behavior and incentivize bad behavior. And when I'm speaking about that, I'm speaking really more in terms of all of you who live here, you're inundated year-round by so many outsiders and visitors, and you're here for sports in the winter and sports in the summer, is that it's a real imposition on you. And so when I talk about the good behavior and disincentivizing bad behaviors, for all those people who come here, don't know your way of life, it's important for us to try to preserve your quality of life. So it's my impression that the traffic management is more about all of those folks who come here don't know the way of life. They don't know the ins and outs. And it's incumbent on us to try to preserve your qualities of life, whether you're residents here who live here, and preserve so you can park in your own neighborhoods. I think this, well, so I'm hoping that it cures those issues. Or if you're a business owner, I mean, for me, this is to keep all those visitors out of your parking lots so you can have customers in your parking lots and not visitors from out of town. And so that's what I support here. I support here is doing what we can to improve things for you, for all those outsiders who come here every year with absolutely no consideration of those who live here, and trying to take care of you here. So that's basically what I meant. If I'm wrong on my presumptions here on why we're trying to implement this traffic management program, please correct me, but those are my ideas, is to protect the local residents here and business owners. So, anyone else like to comment today? Okay, I think we have some business before the board here. Bring it back to the board.
I would move the actions requested with one addition, which is to work with our advisors through the summer and establish a committee as we move forward to the final.
I will second that.
I support the subcommittee or ad hoc committee of your residents to help in achieving these goals. It's important that the county hears from you folks. That's why we invite you to these meetings. We don't know what you're thinking if you don't come and tell us what you're thinking. So you help us. We're trying to help you. So, okay, I have a motion by Gustafson and a second by Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much for coming and giving us your comments. It really is very helpful. Sometimes it's a little painful for us to hear it, but we need to hear it. So, okay, we're going to move on. We have just a few items left. 15A, FY 24-25 SB1 project list approval. Hello, Matt. Welcome.
Right. Sorry there. Good afternoon, Chair Jones and board members. It is good afternoon still. Not quite good evening, but because it's close, I will promise to be concise with these last business items, which are typical type business. So this first item is, I'm going to read each action, a little bit different format than the other ones, give a brief background, and then open it up to questions for each one. So this first one is to adopt a resolution adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 24-25 funded by Senate Bill 1 in accordance with Section 2034A1 of the California Streets and Highways Code to be eligible to receive anticipated funding in the amount of $128,038 from the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation account, and also determine that the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines, sections 15378. So this is our annual SB1 project list that we work with the CTC staff, California Transportation Commission staff, to identify projects. We come here every year to ask for your approval of this. As you see, we're anticipating $12.1 million for next year. The list of projects is included in your attachments. It has our annual road resurfacing projects, as well as some other road maintenance operations expenditures, and then some other general road maintenance projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board members, questions, comments? Looks like we have no questions or comments, but we do need a motion for an adoption. I want to thank you very much for your presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the public like to comment? Online? Okay.
I'll move approval of the item.
Does somebody second? Okay, Jim. Motion by Gore, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
All right, great. Those are fun when they're fast. We've got a couple more now. So the next one is the action requested is to approve the award of competitive bid number 20518 to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Pavement Coatings Company of Urupa Valley, California, for the construction of the 2024 surface treatment project in the amount of $750,145, and authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the contract subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. The second action is to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute change orders up to $50,007 consistent with Public Contract Code 20142 and the Placer County procurement policy. And then finally, to determine that the proposed actions are exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301. So this is one of our annual road surfacing contracts, resurfacing contracts. We've got work. The majority of the work is proposed to be in Serene Lakes, but we also have some roads in East Roseville, Loomis, and that's about it for this one. If approved, this work would begin later this summer, and this project is funded by the SB1 funds that you just approved. So with that, happy to answer some questions.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions or comments by board members? Okay, anyone from the public like to comment? Online? Okay, bring it back to the board for action.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Holmes, second by Gore. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
All right. Number 3, this is the another part of our overlay or road maintenance program, and that is to approve the award of competitive bid 20517 to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, All American Construction, Inc. of Sutter, California, for the construction of the 2024 hot mix asphalt overlay project in the amount of $2,532,177.25, and authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the contract subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence, and also authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute contract change orders up to $139,108.86, consistent with Public Contract Code Section 20142 and the Placer County procurement policy. And then finally, determine that the proposed actions are exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15301C. So this is the other part of our annual road maintenance program. It's our overlay contract, and this is also funded with our SB1 funds. And the roads for this, we've got roads in the North Tahoe area, Bell Road in Auburn, and then also in Granite Bay, the intersection of Auburn, Folsom, and Douglas. So that's our overlay project for this year. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board members, any questions, comments? Hearing none, anyone in the public like to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, hearing none, bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, motion by Holmes, second by Gore. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
All right, great.
See how generous we are at the end of the day?
Well, now save the best for last. This one is a little bit more interesting and a little bit different, but I will start with the actions, which is similar. It's another road maintenance, a couple of road maintenance type agreements. So the first is to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the Director of Public Works or designee to execute a professional services agreement number 001356 with Atlas Technical Consultants for professional engineering and material testing services for the Forest Hill Bridge butt weld testing and repair project in an amount not to exceed $5,410,987, and to execute contract amendments up to $541,098 consistent with the County Procurement Policy Manual, and also subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. And then the second action is to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute cooperative agreement number 030825 with the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, for an amount not to exceed $400,000 to perform independent quality assurance inspection and testing for the Forest Hill Bridge butt weld testing and repair project, also subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. And finally, also determine that the proposed actions are exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301C. So a little bit more background on this one. So every bridge in the nation, every publicly owned bridge is inspected regularly, including our bridges. And bridges like the Forest Hill Bridge are actually inspected annually. And so several years back, a similar bridge over the Ohio River revealed, one of these regular bridge inspections revealed some issues with the structural welds with the bridge. And the steel and the type of welds, you'll hear the term T1 steel, was similar to our Forest Hill Bridge. So the Federal Highway Administration issued a directive to all the states all over the nation who own these bridges to test all of their welds. And so ultimately it's a preventative maintenance project to make sure all the welds are okay. A couple of kind of interesting things, most of the bridges in California who are testing these are on the state highway. So we're lucky we have one of two local agencies that have one of these bridges with the T1 steel that needs to be tested. So, and also actually one of the larger projects, we have 282 welds to test, which is why the price tag is what it is. And so ultimately there's the two agreements. The one with Atlas is to do the actual testing. They establish access and do all the testing of the welds. They write reports and then come up with any action if needed, any kind of repair action. And then the second, with Caltrans, they have a group called METS, but it's their Material Engineering and Testing group that is doing oversight, and they do quality assurance testing. So we have lots of people looking at these welds on the bridge. We have the tester, and then we have Caltrans looking over our shoulder, making sure we get it right. And ultimately, the cost of both agreements is this $6.3 million. And 80% of it is being paid for by the federal highway, the bridge program, the local highway bridge program. And then the other 20% is being paid for using our SB1 funds. So a little bit of a wrinkle. I know I haven't been up here asking for this, but happy to answer any questions about this project as well.
Board members, comment? Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
I just appreciate knowing that 80% is being funded by the federal government who's mandating this. This is an important bridge, obviously, and we want to make sure those welds are safe for the public. I appreciate that, but I'm so thankful they're willing to fund so much of this project and excited to see it move forward.
Okay, thank you. Me too.
Yes. Can I ask you one other question?
Yes.
Could you repeat what METS stands for?
It's the Material Engineering and Testing Division of Caltrans.
Great, thank you. That was very informative. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay.
Of course.
Back to the board, Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, well, I agree with Supervisor Gustafson's, thankfulness about state federal funding. And it's imperative that we do have inspect this because, a lot of things happen on that bridge. So anyhow, we got to make sure that the butts are welded.
That's right.
Okay, anyone, would you like to comment again? No. Okay.
I can't top that one.
Okay, that's he's our quick wit down there. Any comments by the public? Anyone online? Okay, we'll bring it back for action.
Move approval.
Okay, motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much for
All
your
right.
patience. And before
No,
anybody
thank you.
Before anybody goes, I want to personally, I'm sure all the board members, we want to thank Megan and Kelsey for always being there. And the people don't realize how much the two of you do. But I also want to thank Tiffany for coming today and supporting us as well. But kudos to you both. And actually, all of our staff that come and support us here, our little emails, they go get me coffee. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, and I also want to thank especially our staff back there who keeps us speaking, our IT and staff down there. Thank you guys so much for that. We appreciate it. We wouldn't look as good as we do if it weren't for all of you guys here. Thank you. Thank you. No business more before the board. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.